Okay. Um, you call it all to order. I just want to make sure. Let's see.
All right. Good morning. It's a late group this morning, late risers. Well, we're going to get started. I'm going to try to see if I can get people's attention and get them in here. It is my pleasure once again to kick off the Builds Bio Symposium in Philly. This is our third. Who knew 6 years ago when we started Builds Bio that we would be hosting it in such a spectacular venue? Certainly with seating pushing well over 200. My name is Mitch Simpler. I am the retired managing partner for JB&B Consulting Engineers, where I spent a short 47-year career. I am a local, born and raised in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, and then went to Lehigh. I never left PA till I went to work 47 years ago for JB&B in New York City. And it's great to be home in Philly. First, let me thank all of our sponsors and our exhibit booth sponsors, our incubators and life science portfolio companies, and our association sponsors. Without further ado, it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce my co-founder of Builds Bio and the MC for today's event, Ms. Nancy Kelly. Always a pleasure.
So, is everybody ready for a great day? Yes. I am. It's amazing to be in this new, beautiful venue. As most of you may know, we were born in the Union League, but we have expanded, so we needed a larger facility. And we're thrilled to be in the Wanamaker building at the Crystal Tea Room this morning. It allows for us to have our exhibit booths, which are off to the side behind these curtains. So I encourage you all to visit them. We have 9 incubators exhibiting there, talking about all of the companies that are growing in Philadelphia, and many of the companies that have been very supportive of the symposium in the past are also exhibiting there. We are very excited to also be live streaming this to London for the first time. Builds Bio has opened a new chapter in London with 10 founding members there, and so they're excited to hear all of your stories about the science as well. And so those 3 things, the new venue, the exhibit hall, the innovation hall, we're calling it, and the live streaming are 3 improvements that we've made to the symposium this year. So we're thrilled that you're all here to help us share in that progress. Let me just tell you a little bit about the agenda, what you can expect today. Can we just, thank you. So we have our opening keynote given by Jennifer Gilberg, which we are just thrilled to have her from the Shapiro administration speaking about life sciences in Pennsylvania. Next, we move into the science driving commercialization. There have been so many exciting discoveries in Philly over the last 12 months that you're going to hear more about. And then moving into a panel on artificial intelligence, both with companies that are commercializing that technology in support of life sciences, but also the institutions that are using it to help accelerate treatment for patients. And then we get a break, so I would encourage you all not only to network with each other, but also to visit the incubation hall. And when we come back, highlighting the second most important thing that's happened in Philly life sciences in the last year, and that is showcasing 2 of the 8 companies that have raised in excess of $35 million in this very difficult climate, which means that they are the next big companies to be filling the buildings in Philadelphia and bringing the smaller ones along behind them. So very exciting story for Philly this year. Then we get to hear from the Health Tree Foundation talking about why the work we do is so important. And I'm going to let them tell their story because it's very, very heartwarming and just reminds us of why we get up, go to work in life sciences. In the incubators, as I said, we have 9 here to talk about what they're doing in their companies, and then looking at how the innovation in Philly compares to the incubators nationally. And we have Matt Gardner, who wrote a survey on incubators nationally in the last year. He'll present his findings. And 2 national incubator companies that are active in other markets, talking about why the startup community could very well be the thing that brings the life science industry out of the doldrums from the last couple of years. Then we have lunch, very exciting. All of you get to talk to each other and learn from each other. And when we come back, we'll have Rebecca Grant from the city of Philadelphia talking about how Philly is helping to support the life science industry, and then all about the workforce development in Philly, making sure that the opportunities in this great industry and the well-paying jobs that are being created are shared amongst everyone, and that everyone is trained to work in the industry. And then looking at the state of the market with some of the brokers who are working in Philly, and closing with a fireside chat, looking at what's ahead in 2025. So we've got a full day, lots to learn about, and I'm excited to welcome you all here. Just a couple of housekeeping details. There is a restroom that's just outside the elevator bank. If you walk through the elevator banks, you'll find it. Also, the password today is simply the best, all in lowercase with an exclamation point. So if you need the internet, that's what it is. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, Jennifer Gilberg. The state of Pennsylvania aims to be a leader in economic growth, job creation, and innovation by connecting businesses, the workforce, PA's world-class universities and research institutions, and public sector to spur economic development, particularly in communities that have too often been left behind. By helping businesses that are already in Pennsylvania, encouraging new ones to move to Pennsylvania, and investing in the workforce, the Governor's Office of Transformation and Opportunity aims to create real opportunity and build an economy that works for everyone. So it's my pleasure to welcome Jennifer Gilberg, Deputy Secretary of Technology and Entrepreneurship, Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development. Thank you.
Everyone, and good afternoon to those in London. That's pretty cool that we're live streaming. Thank you so much, Nancy Kelly, Nancy Bocanegra, Mitchell Simpler, and the team at Philly Builds Bio for inviting me here today. And thanks to all of you in the audience for attending and being a part of what I know is going to be a really cool day ahead. I'm excited to be here on behalf of Governor Josh Shapiro to discuss the growing life sciences sector in Philadelphia and across the Commonwealth. Life sciences is one of our greatest strengths and one of the key areas of future economic growth. And the task that falls before us in the room is what can we do to maximize that opportunity that is before us. I'm excited that today's agenda focuses on just that. And how do we maximize the opportunity here in Philadelphia through innovation, incubation, investment, growth in workforce development, and of course, how AI can be a tool to accelerate all of the above. I cannot wait to attend the panels and hear the afternoon keynote from our friend Rebecca Grant. No one has more passion for life sciences than our friend Rebecca. But first, let me share some brief thoughts on the path forward. Let me start with a high-level overview of how Governor Josh Shapiro is thinking about life sciences at the state level. From day one, the governor recognized that Pennsylvania's economic development strategy was unfocused. Too much was done in an ad hoc way and without a guiding philosophy that governed the Commonwealth's policy decisions and investments. And I think we all felt that in this room. He also recognized that if we were serious about growing the economy and outperforming other states, and we all know how competitive our governor is, the status quo would not be good enough anymore. So the governor tasked us with creating a first long-term economic development strategy, the first in nearly 2 decades. The idea wasn't just to create a big strategy and throw it on the shelf to gather dust. We set out to make our economic development strategy a specific, measurable action plan and a guide for our decision-making for years to come. Alongside a slew of new initiatives, some of which I'll touch on in a moment, the strategy identifies Pennsylvania's 5 key industries in which we should focus our efforts. The idea here, and the phrase we used a lot when we were making the economic plan, was we didn't want to peanut butter our efforts. We can't be all things to all people and spread our limited resources too thin in an attempt to appease everyone. Instead, we would use data, fun thing, to see where our strengths and double down on those areas. And in examining the data, we concluded these 5 sectors would be our focus industries moving forward. Agriculture, obviously, robotics and technology, energy, manufacturing, and drumroll please, life sciences. Why life sciences? Because when we took a deep dive into the economic data, we found a really strong case for it. First, our GDP growth in the field far outpaced the national level, fun fact, and every job created generates 6 indirect jobs. What's more is we have the 4th largest academic research and development expenditures in the country. So we haul in a ton of federal dollars. And 63% of that R&D dollars coming in are life sciences. And our robust healthcare industry, led by organizations, and please tell me I'm not forgetting anyone here, Penn Medicine, CHOP, Jefferson, Drexel, Temple, Penn State, and UPMC, and others, capture everyone in others. They boast world-renowned academic medical centers that contributed to 1,200 clinical trials in 2021 alone. So all of this comes together to show that when we say our life sciences sector is a global phenomenon, we're not saying it anecdotally. There's data that shows us, that proves it. And it's not just in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. Our strength in our R&D also means things for life sciences manufacturing too. States that invest heavily in R&D see that translate into powerful manufacturing throughout their states. And we all know that Pennsylvania's strength in manufacturing. Combine that with our rapidly growing life sciences R&D, and we have the recipe for holistic success across the life sciences field. So we have the case for why this sector is so important. The question then becomes, what approach do we take at the state level to help support the industry across the Commonwealth, here in Philly, over in Pittsburgh, and everywhere in between? This year, I'm proud to share that we've made significant progress. On a bipartisan basis, Governor Josh Shapiro has secured historic investments in economic development, about $600 million worth. We have an arsenal of $500 million for site development, which is going to be transformational for industries across Pennsylvania, including and especially life sciences. We've doubled down on some of our key quality of life programs like Main Street Matters, neighborhood assistance, and an exciting new tourism campaign called Pennsylvania, the Great American Getaway. But even with a hugely impactful budget this year, we know there's more work to do, especially in growing the innovation-focused activities. For example, our future plans calls for a launch of a new Pennsylvania Innovation Fund, a flexible, large-scale fund that would leverage our extensive R&D assets for real sustainable economic growth. We envision it would do things like expand support in innovation infrastructure and help form and strengthen industry partnerships. It would provide matching funds for communities and companies to pursue federal grant opportunities, and it would provide financial support for innovative Pennsylvania startups, which is such a critical element in the life sciences field. I think I hear from every startup that I meet with, access to capital is their number one issue. So we also want to establish an industry-focused startup competitions to source, support, and scale entrepreneurial solutions to pressing challenges facing life science industry and other innovative sectors. And we have begun the work to bring the private sector to the table by establishing an industry and higher education councils to provide us in the government with real-world counsel from the private sector. So this is a partnership, and we want everyone's participation. So I've been in Harrisburg for exactly 1 year last week. And I can genuinely say that our government leaders work hard every day for this industry and for the people of Philadelphia. But we need a direct line of communication from industry leaders to the highest ranks of Pennsylvania government to ensure state officials are equipped with the latest knowledge about what the life science industry needs to grow and thrive. And fortunately, from those that I know, you all are not shy. So one of the things that we're really interested in learning about is what the industry think we need to do. And that's part of the reason I'm here today, is to listen. With our economic development strategy, we have the foundation for much more intentional and a deliberate approach to growing businesses, especially in life sciences across the Commonwealth. But the crucial ingredient for growth is partnership. The governor and DCED, under the leadership of Secretary Rick Seiger, are excited to strengthen Pennsylvania's status as a leader in this field, and we're committed to working with you all to get that done. And now I'm looking forward to the rest of the day to hear how we will work together to achieve our goals. Thank you so much.
I think I'm sitting on the wrong side of the room. Okay, so thank you for that. That was an amazing way to open the meeting. Now we're going to turn to the science that is coming out of the institutions. This session includes a panel of scientists and academic leaders from Philly institutions that will explore the recent and next generation of technologies that are being discovered here. The panel will also explore how science differentiates Philly from other life sciences clusters. We're honored to have John Schwartley, Chief Innovation Officer from the University of Pennsylvania, Todd Gilbaugh, Endowed Chair of Translational Science and Innovation from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Alistair Saunders, Executive Vice Provost for Research and Innovation from Drexel University, and Yael Harel, Associate Professor of Instruction in Biomedical Engineering, College of Engineering from Temple University.
I do not. We're jumping right in? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Very nice to see everyone. I've been nominated to go first. Nice to see everyone this morning. I'm John Swartley. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm relatively new to the role, less than a year. Heard Jen mentioning she hit her first anniversary of her new role. So what I'd like to talk to you a little bit about today is kind of the evolution of this role at Penn, but also kind of what led up to it. I am a former bench scientist, so my colleagues will probably be more eloquent on the topic of the science itself. But when I was a scientist, too many years ago now to name, the concept of innovation was a very narrow concept for me. We were innovating in the lab, but what I didn't appreciate were all of the downstream activities that happen when the first part of a discovery moves towards something that can provide a direct benefit to society, usually through a product or startup company. I had no idea what that was back in those days, but I was intrigued enough to get a job at Yale University to explore that in their Office of Technology Transfer. A little bit of a long-winded way of saying that the process of innovation has evolved significantly, especially over the last 2 decades. Whereas in the past, a lot of innovation, especially scientific innovation, often in the life sciences, the discoveries were made, but they were less likely to be advanced into products, goods, and services because the process of transforming them was not as defined or mature as it is today. So what does that really mean? You think about innovation. Is innovation inspiration? Is it perspiration? Is it luck? I'm going to argue that it's when you do it right, it's a kind of a combination of all of those things. I've had some time over the last almost a year now to kind of think about what innovation really means. And I think the evolution of the cell and gene therapy industry in Philadelphia, but especially as driven by very high-profile investigators at the University of Pennsylvania, is a pretty good example of what I mean by the combination of those factors. So 20 years ago, a couple of decades ago, those fields were not nearly as well developed or appreciated as they are today. You cast your mind back. I was actually a venture capitalist before coming to Penn, and if I had proposed investments in the cell and gene therapy space, I probably would have been laughed out of the room. Those were spaces that were perceived either as tried it, doesn't work, or those way too risky to risk venture capital. So why, how has that changed? Well, it's changed because especially the places like Penn, the institution where I've now been for almost two decades, made a very interesting and I think very prophetic series of decisions, almost 20 years ago, even perhaps a bit longer, to make some strategic commitments and investments in that space. So there was some very specific faculty recruitment that happened more than 2 decades ago that brought in some of the high-profile investigators that we all recognize today. But back then, these were not investigators that were necessarily appreciated for the genius and the Nobel Prizes and the products that were going to evolve. But why did an institution do that? I think the answer to that question is partly in the form of the leadership of the university, that there were interesting concepts that were appreciated, but there was a recognition that in order to take those concepts and turn them into real products and services, you would have to build basically the innovation support infrastructure to make that happen. So that's, I'm on a limited time clock today because I have my esteemed colleagues also, I want to hear their remarks. But it was that commitment to building out not only the science, the faculty appointments, but also making decisions like commitments to active partnering of promising intellectual property with partners on campus. So we, for example, co-developed clinical materials on campus with resources that combined the expertise of the university and our industrial partners. Inviting venture capital and startup creation around these promising ideas. The School of Medicine itself made enormous investments in clinical trial infrastructure, so it became directly involved. What I'm trying to convey is that the inspiration is, and sometimes you hear, the idea is 10% of the outcome. Inspiration alone is not enough to bring these important discoveries to society. You need to build out this innovation infrastructure and support it over long periods of time. So this is two decades to get to the point where we are now, where obviously the cell and gene therapy industry is very well recognized in Philadelphia and is really a global leader in that space. But that was not an accident. That was not luck. That was not just energy. That was not just inspiration. It was a combination of all those things. So I'm going to close. I thought I was going to close with a quote from our founder, Benjamin Franklin, that fortune favors the prepared mind. Turns out that's Louis Pasteur. So I found another, Franklin. It's not quite as on the mark, but it's failure to prepare is to prepare to fail. So I will close on that, but thank you very much for your attention, and happy to field some questions at the end.
Me? Okay. Can I borrow that? Thank you. Hi, good morning. I am the least distinguished person on this panel, so I will try to capture attention for a few minutes before we go on to others. But my name is Todd Kilbaugh. I'm an intensivist and an anesthesiologist at CHOP. I worked at Penn for a long time too, doing adult surgical critical care. But over the last sort of 15 years or so, 20 years, when I first started at bioengineering at Penn, I've developed a center of emphasis at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia that is called the Resuscitation Science Center. That center, I don't know if the slides, yeah, good. So that center is essentially my sort of thought when I first started in engineering a lot of years ago was why were no small molecule, large molecule, or really devices moving forward towards commercialization, and what was really one of the biggest problems with that. And to me, it was that most of the CNS molecular biology as well as physiology just couldn't be replicated in rodents. And so we sort of took this idea that we were going to take large animals, we're going to use porcine models, NHP models, those type of things, to really do late stage studies to push towards IND and IDE and really decide which sort of assets were really going to go forward and really make it into human trials. And so much like we were just talked about with investment sort of 20 years ago, we tried to ask what's going to be the next 20 years of testing. And so we've focused on device development, therapeutics, as well as diagnostics. And now we currently have probably the biggest large animal lab in the country. We do somewhere on ends of 1,200 to 1,300 large animal experiments a year. Everything from cardiac arrest to TBI to placental work, things like gene therapy, CRISPR. So there's about 35 different sort of PIs in the group now. And we really sort of look at how can we support not just the sort of infrastructure at CHOP and Penn, but also how can we help small and medium-sized pharma to move things forward? Because I think the CRO industry has a big chokehold on which assets move forward and which don't, because supply chains are short, and they sort of get to decide which studies they'll do and which studies they don't. So we really sort of try to help with SBIRs, STTRs, working with small novel companies that are sort of just getting their start, and how can we help them really inject life into their assets and their platforms. And so we take on big problems, right? So things like traumatic brain injury, for example, number one sort of signature injury in all of our warfighters in our military, still the number one cause of death and disability worldwide in children. So it's not rare disease, it's not cancer, it's still traumatic brain injury. And so we ask these questions of how are we going to move the needle on those type of things, and we really believe that most of that needs to be done in large animals because the molecular sort of process and physiology is very different than in rodents. And so we have programs where we're developing different things like microbubbles and nanoparticles to actually take generics and move them forward into moving them into the CNS space. We have programs like low frequency ultrasound that will open the blood-brain barrier and move those particles and microbubbles across and actually then tag antibodies on the outside so they'll find the right cells. We have programs that will then use those things for diagnostics. So we have a very large grants from the Department of Defense as well as others, where we'll take cell-free DNA and mitochondrial cell-free DNA, then use that as peripheral blood biomarkers to develop mechanism of action for different drugs. So we've now taken many drugs from concept into commercialization. We have 2 drugs this year that will go into phase 2 trials for traumatic brain injury, as well as a lot of other different types of indications. So, and then I just want to highlight a couple things here because both of these are also with our partners at Penn Health Tech, as well as Frontier program at CHOP, as well as significant amount of philanthropy from companies like Toyota and others. There's a lot of NIH and DoD funding around these too. As mentioned before, about 20 years ago, many things that sort of come through in basic science labs and physics labs and others are sort of looking for somewhere to go. And we started developing things like a non-invasive monitor now that we've developed almost all in large animals. And we've done lots of human trials now that we're now spinning out into a company that will give you intracranial pressure monitoring, oxygen extraction fraction. We actually have it so it will reflect off cytochrome C so we can get continuous mitochondrial function from just putting a sticker on your forehead. We've done this in adults and kids off wide ranges of physiology. They're not qualitative like NIRS. They are quantitative exact measures. And what we've then started to do is then take those things and start having them actually control devices. So in this idea of artificial intelligence, machine learning, can we start to take devices and actually then have them control things like ventilators, other pumps, things like that. So they're just an autonomous unit. So we also developed a small, almost shoebox size ventilator that we have funding from the Department of Defense and also from Penn Health Tech to basically make these backpack size ventilators, because unfortunately for mass casualties for our military, they're often in areas where you can't just sort of take one patient, one provider, and adjust their ventilator, do those sort of things. So we can take our NOM device and use other types of optical spectroscopy that will talk back to our ventilators, and they will kind of do everything autonomously. So I think that's really how we see sort of the next generation even of a device development is what and how is it going to integrate into a complete autonomous unit and using algorithms with AI and machine learning to actually run them. And then the last thing I was just going to talk about is that a lot of people talk about AI now, and much like how you kind of see the future 20 years in advance, if you look at NVIDIA, they're an $18 billion company now, and they're sort of all over lay press about AI this. But really what they've done is they've controlled supply chain of chips and now data centers. And so a lot of the connectors of AI and other sort of algorithms are really sort of just connectors and open sourced, and everybody's using them. So we've taken on over the last few years to really then develop human biomarkers based off of what we see in our large animals across large swings of physiology, whether that's ischemia, reperfusion, stroke, traumatic brain injury, what happens to the fetus across the placenta, things like that, and use those to then create human biomarkers and understand the genetics and the epigenomics of how those things change. And then when you control those two bits of information from these large animals and from human biomarkers, then you can apply them to things like 3D scaffolding and use AI to then actually do real drug development. And so we've worked with now Pacific Northwest Labs to take different drugs that we already know work, where they work, what their actual biomarkers are. So we develop biomarkers for their mechanism of action, and then we have them use 3D scaffolding, open source all of their sort of AI connectors and those sort of things to then create predictive models of what types of drugs would be used. Then when they scale down to, instead of 50 different choices in a platform, to 2, then we go back into large animals to then prove that they will actually work and then speed those towards commercialization. So I think that is the skip in where we'll probably see changes, at least in our mind, about how we use small animals and how we use AI, how we use in silico to really speed drug development forward. So that's what I have for you, and I'll turn it over to, yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right. Hi, good morning. I'm here to talk about some of the work that we've done in the Temple Bioengineering Department in using soy proteins for wound healing. I think this is going to be a very focused talk, more about one specific technology that we have been working for the last 14 years to develop. So I've been here in Philly for 14 years. I started working here at Drexel and Philadelphia University with Peter Lelkish. He became the department chair at Temple, and I went over with him. And so for the last 12 years, we've been doing our research at Temple. The motivation for this was an idea that Peter had when he was having a meal of tofu in China, and he was thinking that it had very similar consistencies to that of the extracellular matrix in our tissues. And he came back to his lab, and somehow he convinced his very skeptical graduate students that this might be something they want to look at. And so the end product is that we have developed a wound dressing that is made out of soy protein fibers. And in the image that you see on the screen, those are a scanning electron micrograph of the fibers. Oops, I keep going too far ahead. So those fibers are 1 micron in diameter. And to give you an idea of the size of that, an average human hair is 80 microns in diameter. But they essentially come together to create wound healing. Is that there is an unmet clinical need to reduce the morbidity and mortality in wounds such as burns or diabetic foot ulcers, ones that are considered non-healing wounds. Our wound matrices are made using a technique called electrospinning. They create this non-woven fabric, which I'll show you some images of later, healing characteristics in comparison to some of the matrices that are being used today. We feel that the mechanism is a physicochemical reaction in the wound healing process that's specific to the presence of these fibers. An additional motivation is that using soy in these dressings, and so patients who may have animal products in their healing process are not going to have that issue with using this technology. And the soy is a sustainable material, and it's going to be a lot less expensive than what is available. As an academic lab, we have published a lot of this research in peer-reviewed journals. One of the first papers that we did was related to optimizing, creating the wound dressings, and looking at how cells respond to them. And so the image on the left is an image, also a scanning electron micrograph of a very large cell that is attached where those arrows are to the fibers of the scaffold. We found cells will happily grow in a connection with these fibers. We also moved into animal studies, and that's what we see on the right. Traditional wound healing for these very severe wounds results in a lack of hair follicles and sweat glands. The wound actually heals. When we use the soy in the treatment is that in A, B, and C, those are glands that have come back in the area of the wound. And we also see in C a hair follicle that has returned. And so these are really promising when you think about these wounds that traditionally this extent of healing. So we start with soy. And we're using this technique called electrospinning. I mentioned it before. It was developed in the 1920s in the textile industry in order to create nylon stockings. It's used in a lot of industries today, from biomedical applications. It's also used in batteries. When we use it with our soy, a material, when it is put into water or into a cell culture medium, such as you see in this image, it has the mechanical properties of skin. It's pretty strong, it's elastic, it's very easy to work with. We worked with it in rats, where we compare it to actually available dressings. We also worked with it in a larger pig model. And here what we see is that over the course of a month, the wounds that were treated with soy, which are along the bottom, they heal much faster. They also have less scarring. And we see that the underlying tissue is healthier. We see those glands and those hair follicles that I showed you in the previous image. So the bioengineering department, the Lulkish lab, had reached out to the technology Temple. With them, we have applied for a number of patents, and they partnered us with NewS, which is a company that is with this technology and commercializing it. As Omega Skin, it's the first water-soluble derived skin substitute. In the center, you see somebody holding a white square. That is what we would be selling. It's a wound dressing, and it can be cut down to size. In addition, one of the other things that we have innovated is the development of a portable system. Those electrospinning ones that can be used in the lab, can be made in the manufacturing facility, but they're not portable. With our researchers in the lab, we've developed this portable system. They're calling it the spin blower. And what that a wound can be treated directly at a clinic or on a battlefield for combat situations. And in addition to the base soy material, you could throw in antibiotics or some other you might deem necessary for that particular patient. The patent is worldwide, so we have a number of different patents in different countries. We have 4 patents, I believe, in the United States. There's a manufacturing partner that's able to produce functioning prototype sheets, and so those have been shared with a number of academic and institutional partners who have different ideas of uses for this material. We have a third party that is working on some biocompatibility studies. Once those are complete, that will complete our FDA submission, and we will be FDA approval. We expect that to be done by the end of this year. NewS is planning for a commercial launch in the beginning of Q1 in 2025. That means that this product is going to be commercially available to doctors and patients. And we also already have in place, in conjunction with a school of podiatry, to have a first-in-man clinical trial for patients who have diabetic foot ulcers. So this work has been done with Dr. Lulkish's lab and researchers in his lab. This is faculty, graduate, undergraduate students who have all worked on this project. The funding for it has come from Temple, from NUS, but also from other areas such as the Coulter Foundation, the Philly-based Nanotechnology Institute, and the United Soy Board. So that completes what I wanted to share with you today, and I'd be happy to take questions at the end.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks to Nancy and the team for putting on the Philly Builds Bio again for the third year. My name is Alistair Saunders. I'm the Executive Vice Provost for Research and Innovation at Drexel. In that capacity, I oversee the research enterprise as well as the innovation enterprise. And my presentation is going to be a high-level overview of the innovations at Drexel University. So more on the John side of things, high level. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you specific examples of how we support innovation at the university. Local context is important within an institution, but also in our ecosystem. And then I'm going to talk about some specific tech companies that have been born from that technology, as well as licensable ideas that you might be interested in. So if you go to the next slide. So I show this slide just to let you know that most of our funding at the university is in the life sciences and engineering, and hence you would expect our innovations to be mostly in that. And indeed, that is the case. We're a life sciences university and a technology university. So in the slides that follow, you'll see our emphasis and our expertise in those areas coming out. Tech transfer is complicated. It's dynamic, as John mentioned. Things change rapidly. This is our current configuration of how we support innovation at the university. We've got to be agile. The ecosystem is really important, but we're really excited to see our companies grow locally. We also have partnerships with NSF, et cetera. We know that innovators need support, and there's lots of different mechanisms we can do to support them. I'll point out the Coulter program we have at Drexel and our own innovation fund. So got a number of diagnostic companies that I'll talk about. This is an iBreast Exam, is an established company that has a handheld battery-powered radiation-free tumor detector for breast cancer. In the United States and most of the developed world, mammography is the standard of care, but a large percent of the world does not have access to mammography. So this allows for women to have screening done in their villages with basically a cell phone in this device. It's been tested in over 2 million women in 12 different countries. Another diagnostic is GlycoTest, an existing company, and this is about detecting early stage liver cancer, viral and non-viral, to help detect that and get patients into a CT or MRI earlier. Soren Siegler's here, and we're going to show 2 slides about that. So Soren's expertise is in biomechanics, and he has a total ankle replacement as one of his innovations, more precise anatomically and biomechanically, overcome some of the issues with the existing ankle replacements, and that is commercialized. One of the newer Dr. Siegler and his team have developed are bone anchors for orthopedic surgery that are improved and help decrease the failure rates. His team are here at a table, and you can talk to him more about that after this presentation. This is what happens when a neuroscientist tries to develop multi-site recording technology, and it ends up being used for vascular medicine. So Simon Gister developed a unique wire braiding technology that has found its way into vascular medicine and is commercialized to retrieve clots. And that's really interesting work. We're very excited about this Lyme disease diagnostic. Marianne Kamanali, she is a 2-time LymeX Prize winner. This detects antibodies to the Borrelia microbe and the glycosylation state of those antibodies, which is the key here. And because of that, we can detect different stages of infection. And it really can distinguish itself from existing technology, existing standard of care. We've got a lot going on in this area right now, and Marianne's great. And that is available for licensing discussions. Rapid pathogen identification. One of the good things that came out of COVID for us was we stood up a COVID testing lab to test our campus as well as a few other campuses, and we developed this unique sequencing capability, these long sequencing read technologies. And so what we've been able to do is pivot that expertise and technology to look at rapid pathogen identification, cell-free primary samples. You don't need much sample and you get results within hours. So you can get precision in this as well because you want to get people starting the right antibiotics early in that infection. So we have a current clinical trial underway with our colleagues at Jefferson. For our cell and gene therapy crowd, we've got expertise in immune engineering. Dr. Kara Spiller and her expertise, macrophages are, critical immune cells that get targeted to sites of infection and inflammation, and their use as therapeutics are being actively pursued. And what Kara and her team are doing is, and if you're interested in this topic, Kara and the team in biomedical engineering are holding, I think, the 6th annual Immune Modulation and Engineering Symposium this November. It's in University City. If you're interested in this, please, topics for everyone, regardless of where you come. GLP-1 agonists are all the rage, Wegovy, Ozempic, etc. And our psychology department in hedonic eating, and they've developed this power of food scale that is a validated measure that quantifies hedonic eating. We have licensed this technology that may modulate hedonic eating behaviors, and that's also available for collaboration or licensing. We have deep expertise in dementia care. A company that is here today, Plans for Care, is based on the expertise and the scholarship of that team led by Laura Gitlin, and that's about dementia care and evidence-based solutions for the individual set of patients, and this is very stressful economically and emotionally to families. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about AI. Our colleague Ed Kim's here. He's actually going to be on the panel that AI sort of makes it power efficient to run AI, as you know, that's very power hungry. And Ed is exploring multiple ways to deploy technology, healthcare, life sciences being one of them. And you'll hear from Ed, I said, afterwards, and I think he'll be at one of the tables throughout the day. And so I want to thank you for that very rapid overview of some of the things that are going on at Drexel. Happy to talk to folks. I would innovation, IP and agreements team. So thank you very much.
Why I was so excited about the science that's going on in Philly. Just amazing. We have time for a few questions. Does anyone have questions for the panel? And the next panel should get mic'd up if you're not mic'd yet. Anybody?
Can I
Yes, Alistair.
So I guess for my colleagues on the podium here, what do you see as the opportunities or challenges at this time for our innovation ecosystem here in our region?
So yeah, great question. And that's going to have a big answer, I think. Maybe even though it's perhaps the most kind of overused concept at the moment, I'll reference what you kind of said at the end, in terms of the eventual impact of AI. I think I guess if you live long enough, you start to see patterns. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that's part wisdom. Who knows? But what I'm feeling in terms of the emergence of these AI technologies and assistance tools, it's very similar to the feeling I had in I'm going to guess 1992, 1993. With the emergence of the internet. And so if those of you who are old enough to remember this, back in those days, it was this really astonishingly interesting and potentially disruptive technology, but the applications of it were kind of silly. With 2020 hindsight, you look at even the best search engines, could visit maybe 700 sites because there just wasn't, there wasn't the breadth or the penetrance of the technology. But I think that for me, the takeaway from that is you look at what the technology had obvious promise, but you had to kind of wait to see how it was going to be turned into useful, user-friendly applications. I think that's kind of, in some ways, it's kind of where I love the idea of the vision of kind of AI being an assist on as ubiquitous as electricity. I don't think we're there yet. But to your point, when that starts to happen, I think that's going to have a tremendous impact on just about everything that we do, including innovation.
Go ahead. Yeah, I guess I'll take a different tact. I think one of the big squeezes right now is on small and I guess you'd call it medium-sized pharma. And traditionally, I don't think that universities have worked very well with them. Some adroit universities across the country have done very well with working in that. We spend a lot of time sort of thinking about how we spin up companies out of our own technology, but some of that, I think, is a big miss in the fact that I don't think we help small and medium-sized pharma enough in terms of how we let our scientists, our surgeons, our physicians, and those sort of things kind of work with those groups to actually give them good information on where they should be going. Most of them rely on high-priced consultants and others that sometimes, that system is really predicated on keeping them in their system and continuing and not necessarily pointing them in a good direction scientifically or not, even in business development across what type of indications and those sort of things they should be doing. So I think there's a big opportunity in the sort of the Philadelphia region where you've got a lot of really good scientists and great physicians and surgeons and those sort of things to really start to merge where those lines sort of cross. And of course, doing it with, a proper oversight and conflict and all of those sort of things. But I think on the life science side, we need to do a much better job with that, especially as venture capital dollars are smaller, and these small and medium-sized pharma companies and even biotech companies have a much shorter burn rate and much shorter timeline to sort of prove that they actually have something. They need partners to write things like SBIRs, STTRs, work with Department of Defense like MTech, and those sort of things where oftentimes, even if it isn't your sort of predicate technology, I think you add a piece onto them that either from an IP sharing or non-IP sharing piece, I think is incredibly important to how we actually get things to the bedside of our patients. And I think we have a big opportunity as the Philadelphia life sciences sort of continue to grow out or build that, offering that to these companies and how they can support that, and getting it through our general counsels and how all of that works, which is a very difficult process. We probably have on ends of 20 million to 30 million a year of just corporate sponsored research. And it's a very difficult process to work with companies to get that through, and how we would do that, what is IP sharing, what's not. And it's an important process. I don't think it's not, but I think we can be sort of a lot more of sort of an island in the storm for a lot of these companies that can help actually what actually matters. And to them, it's about, you know, creating value, but for us, it's about how fast can we get this to our patients and not let it die on the vine without the ability to get to a CRO, without the ability to actually plan the right studies, the right clinical studies, the right preclinical studies to only be done once. Most of those studies are designed to be done multiple times because they create a multiple on the consultant and downstream effects. But what we really want is our smart scientists, our smart physicians and surgeons, et cetera, to design studies for them to be done once and be done right and get the data that they need for their IND and IDE packages that goes through the first time and speeds towards defining not only what they need for their FDA to approve it, but also to define the appropriate outcome metrics that will be used in the clinical trial, that they have a good idea of how to power it, how to look at it, you know, especially in the CNS space with biomarkers and all those other things just spinning up rapidly. You know, we have essentially avoided that sort of space because oncology has done so well with defining biomarkers and what those things are and having outcome groups and all that type of stuff. And we are just starting to be able to do that in the CNS space with advanced neuroimaging, advanced biomarkers, even AI to use and track people on their phones about how they're doing, their neurobehavioral, what their facial recognition is, and things like PTSD and all the other type of things after a significant CNS injury. So I think there's this wave coming in the neurospace that needs to be supported. And I don't see anybody in the private sector really able to support that development, as well as a hybrid sort of space of both academics and private companies. And I would love to see that be something that the Philadelphia ecosystem is really built upon. And, you know, across from birth to death, children, adults, everything.
Maybe I'll just say something very quickly to answer my own question. I think everyone's spoken about it so far. Partnerships are key, right? And Jen and the Commonwealth, a partner that we're so thankful to have at the table. When we go to other states, we know what kind of heft those other Commonwealths are putting behind ecosystems like ours here in Philadelphia, but also in Pittsburgh. We've got to come together to really support Pennsylvania because there's so much we can do together. And then, Todd, to your point about, you know, making it easy to work across partnerships, whether they be academic, industrial, academic startup. You know, universities are built on an old model. Our tech transfer models are quite old, and they're evolving, but we evolve slowly. And I think we got to think about how do we transform that for societal good. And that's not easy. There's a lot of impediments to that, especially when you've got serious money that can come from those licensing deals, as we've seen in Philadelphia. So I think that's the opportunity. It's also the challenge. So partnerships, and thank you, Philly Builds Bio, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was really an excellent description of basically how universities, they're not just the kind of spark for innovation, but they have a big role in actually facilitating the commercialization of that innovation, moving forward with the smaller companies that need those grants and non-dilutive funding to help them get to the clinical trials that's going to bring those therapies to patients. So thank you. Okay, our next panel is very exciting and talking about new technologies, artificial intelligence. Everybody's talking about, will AI transform life sciences and how is it going to be used? So we're living in a time when AI doesn't compete with human endeavor, it elevates it. And nowhere are applications more remarkable than in life sciences, where digital transformation enabled by AI and machine learning is affecting virtually every aspect of the value chain and bringing us closer to the future of health. Applying AI to big data in the life sciences can help companies reshape business models, streamline biopharma manufacturing, and enhance everything from cognitive molecule research and clinical trial data flow to self-healing supply chain applications and product intelligence. So I want to call up our next panel. Our moderator is Audrey Greenberg, the founder of the Center for Breakthrough Medicine. And our speakers this morning are David Latshaw II, CEO and founder of BioPhi, Irene Rombel, CEO and co-founder BioCurie, Walter Witchey, the Associate Professor of Radiology at the Perelman School of Medicine, UPenn, Edward Kim, Associate Professor of Computer Science at Drexel, and Matthew Stamm, Associate Professor of Electrical and Computer Engineering, also at Drexel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy, and good morning, everyone. I'm Audrey Greenberg. As you can see on the screen, I don't know if we all need to go through our titles, but maybe a quick introduction. Founder of the Center for Breakthrough Medicines, which was sold to SK Pharmteco about a year ago, and today is actually my last day. So moving on to greener pastures. But I would like all of our panelists to introduce themselves and maybe give a little background on what AI is in particular for their company, how they got into it, and how they're transforming life sciences in Philadelphia and around the world. So why don't we just go right down this line here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Walter Witchey. I'm an associate professor of radiology, and I'm also associate vice chair of research IT in radiology. And so one of my roles is to think about how we can advance radiology in terms of the technology. And so integration with artificial intelligence is one of the things that we're thinking about. We're thinking about how we can implement artificial intelligence as clinical decision support tools in the practice of radiology. And if you think about the number of AI tools that are licensed by the FDA, there are now over 750 FDA-approved softwares, medical device softwares that are available for medicine. The vast majority of them are in radiology, but many of them are not being used in the clinic. And so one of the things that we're thinking about is how we can better integrate AI in the clinic. How can we build trust among physicians who are using artificial intelligence? How can we take old infrastructure from hospitals and integrate AI with it so that it can read or stream data sources from different locations? And how can we change the practice of medicine using these artificial intelligence tools? So those are just a few of the things that I'm thinking about.
Good morning. Is the mic working? Yes, so I'm Irene Rombel, the CEO of BioCurie. So 3 years ago, I had an epiphany. So I saw that there was a huge unmet need in cell and gene therapy, nucleic acid process development and manufacturing. So, there was a conundrum. How do we solve this big bottleneck? And there was this beautiful convergence of technologies. So on the one hand, we've got large amounts of data coming in through things like high throughput platforms, sensors, omics, patient data, et cetera. Then we've got nice maturity of AI and other tools that were starting to come to fruition. And then, of course, the culmination of decades of research in cell and gene therapy, where we're seeing this wonderful clinical data. So with this convergence, I thought, well, we can marry these and leverage the AI to turn the information into actionable knowledge. So I founded BioCurie, and then I discovered that, we don't have large, big, beautiful data sets. We've got small, sparse, crappy data sets. So what do you do with that? Conventional AI isn't going to work. So we had to actually invent a new platform technology, which we call mechanistic AI. And that allows you to leverage all this data using AI for data-driven decision-making, but with a lot more nuance, pulling in decades of knowledge in biology, chemistry, and physics on top of the AI. So that is what we've had to do, and it's quite different from things like large language models, but it just shows you that there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution for everything. It's going to be very much dependent on the application and the nature of the data, and also the risk involved. So I think that's something that we'll be talking about this morning. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dave Latchaw. I'm the CEO of BioFi. By way of background, originally at Johnson & Johnson, and was responsible broadly for artificial intelligence from discovery up through commercial. And while I was there, I noticed that there was, in my opinion, an overemphasis of capital being deployed in discovery. And there was a large opportunity to look for artificial intelligence applications post-discovery up through commercial approval. So I started BioFi, and our goal is to tackle what we see as these grail technologies for pharmaceutical companies. The first that we're looking at right now is how do you completely automate regulatory compliance and the law when you're a large multinational global pharmaceutical company. Very difficult when you have over 50,000 operating procedures. You have to harmonize this across many regulatory bodies. So we're looking at those things now, and we're tackling these things one by one. Today, I'd like to give you perspective on artificial intelligence outside of the development or the discovery space, thinking about what other applications there might be, because there's a lot of value to be had in the more immediate term, as opposed to the long-term promise of all these technologies that are being deployed in discovery.
So, hello, everyone. My name is Edward Kim. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science at Drexel University. I am a traditional computer scientist. I started with computer vision, medical imaging back with my PhD. I did sort of the deep learning trajectory, but I always found that there was something missing in that space. So in 2017, I did a visiting position at Los Alamos National Lab with a neuroscientist, really looking at sort of the intersection of neuroscience and AI to see if we can sort of get any inspiration from how the brain works. That led to several grants, one NSF Career Award in 2019 in Neuro-Inspired AI, then 2021 DARPA grant using medical imaging in the POCUS space, which is point-of-care ultrasound. Most recently, I've been very intrigued with the sort of progression of the large language models since a couple years ago. And I guess in my sort of history in AI, I really haven't been excited, I think, about a lot of the new developments, except for this one. I think sort of the generative AI space has really essentially changed the game, I think, in terms of sort of capabilities and scale, that what we're able to do. And even if you think about like ChatGPT, it's only like 2 years ago. The fact that I have in my home, in my garage, a system that can outperform GPT, that was released 2 years ago, is just incredible to me. And so that's sort of the space that I'm looking at. What kind of capabilities are unlocked by the generative AI platforms of today?
Hi, I am Matt Stam. I am an associate professor of electrical and computer engineering and an affiliate professor of computer science at Drexel University. I work in an area of AI security called multimedia forensics. So how do you detect fake, manipulated, and AI-generated images, video, speech, and just other signals? In a broad sense, I'm interested in novel aspects of AI security, and I think this has a tremendous amount of implications in the bio space. Not only how you can induce incorrect outputs, how if you're using things like LLMs, you might be able to exfiltrate proprietary data. I think as we start to adopt this extremely powerful technology to broad scale, we need to step back and also think about what are the many new ways in which we need to make sure that what we're doing is going to protect personally identifiable information, privacy, ensure that we're not making decisions on the basis of fake data. One of my colleagues is working a lot on identifying falsified and manipulated data in things like NIH grants. So there's a large number of falsified Western blot images. These are things that are not purely an academic exercise. As we go to make investments in drug discovery and things like that, if we're making decisions on the basis of falsified information, this can have tremendous implications in terms of financial consequences, financial consequences and patient outcomes.
Great. Dave, why don't we start with you? At BioPhi, you use AI models to basically predict outcomes or come up with hypotheses about how successful things may be or not be. How did you use AI in the development of the breakthroughs that have occurred over the last couple of years to really preface the work that you're doing at BioPhi?
Sure. So we were actually in an interesting position because we started 5 years ago before everybody became really interested in the space, when ChatGPT came out. And as Audrey mentioned, one of the things that we're working on in terms of what we see as a grail for pharmaceutical technologies is being able to understand whether or not a drug is going to be successful in clinical trials before you even start. In order to do that, you have to naturally look at the structure of clinical trials, outcomes over the entire history of execution of those. And every clinical trial is different. Every structure is different. Every endpoint is different. Every patient population is different. So it's not something that's very ripe for traditional machine learning techniques. Because of that, we had to look at how do you condense that into something that a machine can understand. And we're already sort of working in the NLP space, natural language processing space, before the generative technology became very, very popular. So that, I guess you could say, accelerated the complexity with which we were able to manage that information. So the key takeaway here, I think, is that regardless of where you're looking at in the discovery or development space, the dimensionality, the complexity of the information is very, very high. Sometimes it's based purely on text. Sometimes it's multimodal data that's spanning maybe 30 different types of data. You have to be able to use architectures, models that can interpret a lot of different types of data, as opposed to if you're looking for something a little bit more simple, that might be just looking at predicting something sequentially that happens in time. I think that's a kind of key foundation for operating in this space.
Got it. Irene, one thing that has been so interesting to me, having worked in cell and gene therapy manufacturing, is the above-the-fold stories that are in the Wall Street Journal about the cost of these therapies, $3 million a dose in the case of some gene therapies, $500,000 a dose for the case of cell therapies. We all know it costs over $2 billion, can cost over 10 years to successfully commercialize a drug. What are you doing within your company in the process of manufacturing some of these cell and gene therapies that will help to reduce the cost and complexity of the process?
Yeah, so in terms of where to have the biggest bang for your buck, it's going to be during process development when you're developing the optimal recipe for each cell and gene therapy. So you develop models to predict as I said, the optimal conditions to produce each therapy in a safe, robust, potent, efficacious manner, and getting it right first time is imperative, because today the paradigm is pretty much hit or miss, very labor intensive. So that's where a lot of the cost comes in. And there's also a high failure rate because a lot of these therapies are very nuanced. So it just takes one step to derail the entire batch, and a batch of an AAV can cost several $1 million a pop. Or in the case of an autologous cell therapy, it's what that patient whose life depends literally on that therapy and getting it right. So there are really no second chances here. So again, it's that right first time manufacturing. Of course, once you get the algorithms and the software during process development, the same algorithms can be used during manufacturing as part of the control strategy. So, for example, making sure that each batch stays on track, or to do things like root cause analysis. And ultimately, we're moving towards the AI models and software for what's called Biopharma 4.0, smart manufacturing, where you try and take out as much component as possible. So essentially, it's all a very autonomous process, controlling it, but not necessarily doing each step, because there's also a lot of robotics involved. takes out a huge amount of the cost. Getting rid of failures, increasing efficiencies, getting contamination out of the way. So, I've got pictures where you show what state-of-the-art manufacturing and cell and gene therapy looks like today. We've got, a lot of people in, all white clothing with, it's looking very technical. They look like they're doing very, great SOPs. Everything's very professional. But you need a whole giant team of people. Each person's got a PhD. And the other thing is that it's very nuanced. So what I've learned from, some of the very seasoned manufacturers of cell and gene therapy is it's very dependent on the operator. So you might have Bob on one day who's fantastic, and then you've got Jim on, the next day who's maybe not so great. And, there's that operator error. We cannot have advanced therapies dependent on the operator. So again, that's where the smart manufacturing will ultimately greatly reduce the cost of manufacturing.
Yeah, we don't want any $3 million blown batches where someone's life is on the line waiting for a therapy. And certainly at the Center for Breakthrough Medicines, we were sort of a digital first CDMO, and we're trying to find our way around data sets whereby we're not only using information that's produced inside the manufacturing suite, but all the information in the ERP system around the manufacturing suite. How many vacation days did an operator take this year? Things that you don't think would predict particular outcomes, but may. So let's just shift a little bit to some of the institutional aspects in our academic institutions. Digital imaging, it's so interesting to me how you can use AI to possibly determine something that an eye or a person couldn't determine. So can you talk a little bit about, Ed, what are you doing specifically within medical imaging and diagnostics? And what advancements can we expect sort of as patients or possibly as investors that are putting their money in this space to determine the future of healthcare and possibly eliminate the false negatives that are occurring within the cancer space and otherwise?
Yeah, so maybe I'll touch first on some really exciting innovations that are occurring in the field, and then discuss how you would go about implementing these innovations in the context of a health system. So first, I think one of the most exciting things that I'm seeing on the horizon is the development of vision language models. So you may be familiar with GPT-4 or Llama, or Meta's Llama model. These are large language models. You can also now show them a picture and ask them, what is this a picture of? Or you can ask them to generate a picture using a text prompt. So this is a type of AI vision language model. It has great applications in the field of radiology in medicine because we work with pictures all the time. So for instance, if we have a CT scan or an MRI scan, that data can be automatically quantified directly using an artificial intelligence. For example, a vision system could compute the size of the liver, or how much fat was in the liver, or how much calcium is in the aorta. And then these quantitative metrics can be automatically put into a report, a clinical note. Now, a physician could also ask a question, has there been a progression of disease between this previous scan and this scan? And that's a kind of query answer problem that a chatbot is capable of doing. So that's the type of technology that I would love to see implemented, and radiologists really trust these systems within the next 5 to 10 years. Now, a kind of a separate challenge is how do you actually go about deploying a vision language system or other computer vision system in a large hospital? So one of the things that we did recently was try to figure out how we could take all of our unenhanced computed tomography scans and run them through an AI vision system. And so this was a significant challenge for a number of reasons. First, it had involved a number of different stakeholders across Penn Medicine. It required people in IT. It required physicians who were radiologists who understood how the data was being acquired and how to interpret the data. And it also acquired downstream stakeholders, physicians such as hepatologists, but also patients, to be able to trust and interpret the results that were coming from radiology. And so we built a team of people who were all interested in solving this problem. And I think one of the biggest things that helped was at the leadership level, there was great support for us to be able to do this. Without leadership saying, we're really interested in you all taking this risk to implement this type of approach, there would have been discordant information being passed between teams, and there wouldn't have been a clear vision about how we were going to go about implementing this in the field. But Now we have one of these systems up and running. It's an AI orchestrator. We built it in-house. It's open source. We process thousands of imaging scans a month, and we generate information, quantitative data about our patients. And I think one final thing that I'll say is that at Penn Medicine, one thing that we've been able to do is really capture this concept of precision medicine in radiology. So you may be familiar with precision medicine in the context of drug design. In radiology, what it means is if we measure a liver, how much fat is there, or how big it is, or so on and so forth, how do we say, in what way is this patient different? Is their liver larger, or is their spleen larger than the average patient? And we take into information factors like their age, their sex, and other factors. This is applying precision medicine concepts in radiology, and AI is exquisite at doing this. So it's been very helpful.
Fascinating. I'm excited for the future of AI, certainly, in diagnostics. And Ed, maybe you can talk about that a little bit as well, the work happening at Drexel, and how is it going to improve perhaps patient outcomes?
Yeah, I'm actually incredibly excited by this panel because I think it sounds like you guys are in my head as well. Because so what I'm incredibly excited about are these vision language models, because I think, being in this space for several decades, I remember like maybe just two concrete cases. I just remember like for the past 19 years, I've been trying to do document analysis. Basic, like look at a PDF, look at a publication, extract the text. But it's not that easy because there's like figures, there's images, there's like all these different modalities within the unstructured data, right? And so traditionally, what we as a computer scientist would do, we'd build these very specialized models, one for sort of the text, one for the vision, one for line graphs, one for the flow charts. And so you would have these individual models that can't really they're good at narrow tasks, they can't really generalize. And like just the other day, I put one of those off the shelf, released, the Quen model was released like a few weeks ago. I put it on my machine, and it far surpassed anything that I've done in the last 19 years. And so like what I'm incredibly excited about is like, I think if you think about like the bar rising, I don't think that's the right analogy. I think what's happening is the ground is moving. And so like the barrier to entry to get these things working and working well is incredibly low at this point. And I forget, maybe Alistair said this earlier, but like I think there's a gap now between sort of the technology and the applications. Actually, I don't know who said that earlier, but like we as technologists are looking and we're building these tools. We're like, this is incredibly interesting, and oh, it was the internet analogy, and I think like there really is this gap between like, oh, what can we now do with this technology versus like so you build it and they will come type of mentality. So anyway, all to say is that at the moment I'm working with an NIH SBIR project to do large-scale information extraction. So maybe this goes to the second analogy. Like if you think about unstructured notes, PDFs, that sort of thing, something like I came across this note. It was like RTC injury PT 3X4, and I put this through a number of different systems. I had customized like these NLP extractors, and it was incredibly difficult. I had to do sort of disambiguation. I had to do sort of this acronym, matching, and it worked for that one case, but it wouldn't generalize. And again, sort of the other day, I put it into one of these off-the-shelf chat bot models, and it got it immediately, and it knew what the context was and all of that. So I think like at this moment, I feel like there's an unlocking of capabilities across the sector where you can do information extraction and structuring at scale. And so once you can do that, then you can have extreme precision medicine around like, for this particular person, extract all that data, put it in a database, and do some interesting work. So.
Fantastic. And on that note, when someone extracts all my personal data and puts it in a database somewhere, how concerned should I be, Matt, about the protection of this information from counterparties that may use it to my disadvantage?
Well, there's a lot of ways that information can be used and misused. One thing that everyone should be cognizant about, and this isn't an area that I work specifically in, but is in kind of the broader area of AI security, is if you're using information to train a large language model, there are techniques that can be used to reproduce the training data. So if you have kind of a walled LLM, something kind of, if you're interacting with something like ChatGPT, if you're not using the paid version and you explicitly don't tell it, don't use this as training data, it's using that to refine its outputs and improve itself. However, there are techniques that you can use to say, hey, let me reproduce some of this training data. And that has a lot of implications because now you can de-identify patient information or leak other personally identifiable information if you're not careful and intentional about what you're doing. So in some ways, this isn't so dramatically different from when in the past we've had to think about protecting PII, things like that. However, it's a new modality or a new way we need to think about this. And I think that's just kind of a general thing around AI and ML. In some instances, it opens up new security problems. In other instances, it just is an existing problem in a very different form and scale that we need to think about. Like I mentioned earlier about falsified Western blot images, things like that. That's been going on for as long as we've been collecting these. However, we can now use generative AI to synthesize this data. And techniques that you might look for in the past is this like duplicate content within a common image. That won't work. You have to use other tools to say, was this synthesized wholesale? It's not a new problem, but a new way of accomplishing it that Ed has said lowers the bar to entry for both positive and malicious uses. And maybe the last thing I'll say is, my role is often to think about what are the bad things that can come from this, but I do not think that should be the overarching message. AI is a tool, it's like a car, right? You can use a car to get across the country in a way that in the past it might take a month and some people might die, right? Like on the Oregon Trail. You can deliver a transplant, an organ for a transplant immediately with this, but you can also use it to run over a pedestrian. It is the responsibility of the user to use it well, but the upside of using this is so high and the barrier right now is so low. We really should seize this moment.
Yeah. So let's have a broader discussion right now about how AI is impacting life sciences. I went to a panel on Saturday down at Penn, and it was so interesting to hear outside of life sciences how AI is being used in SEC filings, analyzing investment information for the Department of Defense and procuring weapons and machinery. It was quite fascinating. But in life sciences, it's also quite interesting. It's impacting our lives, our family, our health, our longevity. So in this broader discussion, can we just talk a bit about, and I invite everyone to talk about, how do you envision the future of AI over the next, let's say, 5 years, which seems like a lifetime, right, in AI, given the pace of change? And where do you think it will have the biggest impact and create the biggest significance for our field? And I invite all of you to participate.
I mean, I can start off. I'll speak maybe a little bit more broadly and focus in on pharma and biotech. So if you look at the state of these artificial intelligence models today, you heard from Edward that the floor is rising. Things are getting more sophisticated rapidly. For example, today, OpenAI, one of the leading developers of these larger models, has what they call their dev day at, I think, noon today. Generally, when they do this, there's some sort of relatively large step forward in the sophistication of these models. I was having a conversation yesterday where I was talking about one of these things, and I realized it had only been maybe a year since it came out, but it felt like 10 years ago because the field is moving so ridiculously fast. Now, if you think about what that looks like and the implication for how this technology evolves over the next 5 to 10 years, the sophistication is probably going to be unimaginable. I don't believe that the way that these models are structured today is what they will look like in 5 to 10 years, but the genie's out of the bottle. Everybody recognizes the value that these things have created, and the economic incentives to push the boundary and get it right are massive, probably larger than anything else in recent history. So when that happens, you can anticipate that these things are going to be far more complex and far more capable than you could probably imagine. What that means broadly, and then for pharmaceutical development, is that the way that we operate, the way that we do business is going to be completely different. The amount of individuals needed to accomplish a particular task is going to drop drastically. Today, that model is going to look like people using artificial intelligence as a partner to be more efficient. And as it becomes more sophisticated, unfortunately, it'll likely displace people that aren't willing to use it as a tool and make it a part of their everyday work. That will drastically shift the way that we operate. The upside to that is that you can expect significantly lower costs, you can expect faster timelines, you can expect the development of new drugs that will get to patients faster than they ever have before. It's going to be an interplay between where does the technology fit along with humans in that process? And I don't actually have an answer for that because I don't think anyone does, but it's something that we actually have to keep the pulse on very actively because it will change very, very quickly.
That's humans in the loop, or what's the phrase that's used to describe?
Yeah, humans in the loop is how most of this is done today. You probably don't want to automate decision-making in pharmaceutical and drug development and leave it all completely up to an AI. So what you do is you allow it to suggest decision-making paths in a more effective way. And then you have a human at the last checkpoint before the decision is made to say, is this a good idea or not? And then allow the human to make that decision. As the accuracy and sophistication of these models goes away, you can anticipate that there will be less and less human in the loop activity because it will be validated to be constantly making right decisions.
Yeah, so that's actually a biopharma 5.0 when you combine 4.0 with the human, which is critical. And that's something that over the years I've discovered that you cannot replace humans. And in fact, one of my favorite sayings is, AI won't replace scientists, but scientists with AI will replace scientists without it. So that's it's incumbent on all of us to I'm a molecular biologist, well, actually I'm a biochemist and molecular biologist by training, but like Audrey, I've become quite proficient in AI and data over the last few years. So I think, again, it's up to us to stay on top of that field. On the topic of the biopharma industry, and of course we can't think about the biopharma industry without thinking about regulation and the FDA. And I'm very, very happy to say that the FDA, led by especially Robert Califf and Peter Marks, etc., have been very proactively on top of AI, staying abreast of the field and being welcoming of input from the industry because they see it as a force for good. And in fact, last year, the FDA put out 2 white papers on AI in development and in biopharmaceutical manufacturing. And there's going to be a guidance that's coming out later this year. And they welcomed, again, input from thought leaders in industry to make sure that everybody's on the same page and that we've got some guardrails that are intelligent that allow us to use AI, but in a very responsible manner where, human health is preserved at all cost. So that's one thing. The other thing is I think you mentioned that most of the investment in AI in the pharmaceutical industry has been for discovery. And as some of you have been following the numbers, the ROI has been pretty horrible, frankly, because discovery is a bit of a crapshoot and the biology is very, very complex, as we all know. So, money continues to pour in, and we'll see how that works out for them. But I think we're most likely to see the biggest tangible benefit when it comes to things like development and manufacturing, where you can get to quicker impacts, quicker metrics, as opposed to waiting years and years before to see if your AI models could outperform regular, high throughput screening or whatever, CombiChem, etc. So yeah, that's what I believe will be the case. Likewise for things like FDA filings, where I think using AI is a brilliant application.
Anyone else have a comment on life science and AI? Otherwise, we can start talking about what do we think the biggest challenges are for making this ultimately be successful? Yeah.
One quick comment. I think one of the biggest things that we'll need to pay attention to is how regulation affects this space.
Right.
At the moment, we're at a time where the focus is basically on just unbounded discovery. Well, we're probably in that time, but there have been a number of governmental organizations at the federal and state level that have started to say, hey, let's think about what we're doing here. Sometimes very intentional, sometimes a little bit of overblown, but there are important consequences to what we're doing in general. And then as we move to a space like bio, there will be significantly greater implications. Regulation is coming, and that will probably be one of the most important factors for adoption. And shaping how that regulation is formed now from people who understand both the health aspect, as well as the AI aspect, it is a crucial time if you have that knowledge and skills to shape it so that it moves forward in a positive direction.
Got it. What about you? What do you think the biggest challenges are or consequences for our industry?
Yeah, so I think there are more than a few challenges. One thing I wanted to talk a little bit about was trust and accuracy of the models. Right now, the accuracy of the models in medicine for clinical report is not great. It's 70% accurate or less. General question answering, and this we're talking about related to human health, but not like looking at a picture that was obtained with an MRI scanner. A couple issues that need to happen, I think, to kind of resolve that. First, the models themselves have to get more accurate somehow. Now, I think one way we can build accuracy is to address issues of distribution shift. So distribution shift is a term that emerges in this AI space where when you train a model on one type of data, but then apply that model to another type of data, the model deteriorates in accuracy. And this happens all the time in the healthcare space because people are training models on white men or white men from San Francisco and not underserved communities and children and other types of places where this type of data is necessary to train the model.
Women.
Women, of course. So I think to improve accuracy, we need to address this problem of distribution shift somehow. And there's some solutions to that, which we could talk about. Another issue is just the limited or scarcity of health data that is available to train on, period. That actually we're kind of approaching the limit of what one hospital or one multi-institution center can provide to an AI model to train it. So we're seeing an upper limit on the performance of these models because we don't have enough data. We actually need more data in the healthcare space. So there needs to be solutions that try to integrate data across institutions, better curate it, better label it. I think one other thing I will add is this problem of like, what is an ethical model? Right. So, I think we're all familiar with the concept that we ask GPT a question, but it generates a response. It's very confident in its response, but also it's just wrong.
Yeah.
So this problem of what is an ethical model needs to be resolved somehow. How does the model address uncertainty around its prediction and communicate its uncertainty to you? That builds trust as a user in these systems.
Brilliant.
So I following in on that, so it sounds like you've got the small sparse crappy data problem as well. In other words, it's really hard to get those numbers in pure data terms, which means we have to develop more intelligent models and pull in different types of modeling other than just pure LLMs or whatever. But one other thing is that there isn't enough subject matter expertise, even in the field, to be able to do this in a really accurate manner. So things like quantifying uncertainties, that doesn't even mean something to a lot of people, and that's scary. Or another thing is, even if you look in peer-reviewed publications and you see these amazing R-squared values, and then you see how they derive the data and you realize, oh my gosh, they're overfitting, which means that the models are BS. And yet that even slips by the reviewers. So that's kind of scary. So I'm not quite sure how to solve that problem other than re-educating everybody. But there are so many pitfalls, and because everybody's rushing in to take advantage of AI, it scares me from, as I mentioned, it's all about the applications and the risk, or when it comes to human health, we can't afford to be overfitting.
Yeah.
To maybe follow on that, one of the big challenges, we can talk a lot about technical challenges, but one of the big challenges just in anything around AI and machine learning in general is this exuberance followed by, hey, that didn't live up to the hype, followed by a lack of adoption. This in AI machine learning research has happened multiple times in the past, to the point we've called them AI winters. Well before Game of Thrones, where basically huge investments in this, things didn't live up, and then a complete crash, a lack of funding, a lack of adoption, things like that. Right now, we're talking, the excitement around AI has outpaced probably broad public knowledge. I mean, if I asked everyone who here can tell me what AI means, I'm willing to bet, probably off the top, how it's different from something like machine learning. Probably a small number of people would really confidently raise their hands. And that's important because these are things that we can explain in a non-technical manner that help lower barrier to adoption and help people understand which tool is right for the right job. So even on this panel, we're talking about very distinct things like a large language model. And a large language model is something that's parsing text, and now we have multimodal ones, things that can look at images, voice, text. That's very different from something like a classifier, which is what you'd use to analyze like CT or radiographic data and make a decision, right? They have different advantages, different downfalls, different applications. And as we can just broaden this knowledge, help people understand what they're good for and what they're bad for, we can help use them in the correct way and not use them in incorrect applications.
Well said. Why don't we take the last 10 minutes for audience questions, and if there aren't any, then we can get some closing comments from the panel. Do we have any audience questions? Remember, there's no dumb question. You can ask what AI and ML is if you want. Yes, I see a hand over there. How can patients help? The question is, how can patients help? Anybody want to take that?
Well, when you talked about the lack of data, how can patients help?
I'll talk about an initiative at Penn Medicine called the Penn Medicine Biobank. So this is a registry for which patients can consent to participate in a research program to make their data available for research, including training AI models. So currently at Penn Medicine, there are limits on what data is available from patients to train the model because we protect your privacy. So participants who are willing to make their data available as part of a research protocol can have a huge impact on making the models better. So far, the enrollment of the Penn Medicine Biobank is around 250,000 patients, and they've contributed electronic health record notes, genomic sequencing data, medical imaging data, et cetera. That data has been enormous for research and discovery, and it's a huge asset. That's just one way a patient can help.
Okay. Any other ideas? No?
I mean, just building off of that, the small data problem is a massive problem in machine learning in general and in bio specifically. And small data is, we know what to do if you have tremendous amounts of data. In many applications, you don't. In basically all bio applications, we run into the small data problem. So if patients are willing to include their information as data for training, that is extremely helpful. Additionally, as patients advocate for themselves about what they're comfortable and uncomfortable about with uses of AI in this space, that will help make smart, well-formed regulation.
Okay. Next question.
So for AI, a lot of talent aggregation is in San Francisco. However, for cell and gene therapy, Philadelphia is the hub. How can we find a common ground on that aspect to leverage the AI expertise that Edward was saying, like there is a gap on the application side? How can we marry those two fields here in Philly?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I heard the question was basically around how do you bridge the gap between innovation in tech and innovation in cell and gene therapy, because arguably some of those are housed, are decentralized in different areas of the country.
So are you talking about it from a technical standpoint in terms of the data, or more from an intellectual standpoint?
Both from an application aspect, on the
Okay.
data side. We have, I think, a lot of cell and gene therapy related companies and data is here. But then on the other side, we do have a lack of AI side of the house, or at least there is a lack of connection between those two. How can we make them more connected, and how can we process on that aspect? So, like companies like BioFi are working, you guys are working, but is there any ways we can propel that more on the cell and gene therapy side?
Yeah, so the billion-dollar question, maybe the $100 billion question, is how you get the biotechs to cooperate with each other, let alone with the software, service, tools, technology, and all other providers, in particular, in this particular instance, in AI. The convergence between tech and biotech is huge. It's an enormous opportunity, and how you get the players to participate in the same economic benefit, perhaps through a nonprofit, perhaps through public support. It sounds like you have some ideas.
I do. So, for example, there's NIMBLE, which is the biggest not-for-profit consortium in the world for, it's the National Institute of Innovation for Manufacturing Biotherapeutics. So that's a giant consortium of everything from big pharma, biotech, CDMOs, and every, academic that's institution that's a who's who. And so that's one way of trying to get that data together. But I can tell you that even the legal wrangling that goes on to get those agreements in place is huge and very time consuming. So it's not easy. There are fundamental issues that are, more than just pure science, right? So that's one aspect. The other thing is, as many of us have discovered, the pure tech companies, they so profoundly underestimate the complexity of biology and the need for subject matter expertise. That's a challenge for them. Fortunately, there are people like people here that speak both languages. So that's the critical thing. You've got to have people with subject matter expertise and people with tech expertise on the same team.
Well said.
I think if I could just add on,
yeah.
I think that's exactly right. I think at least sort of when I talk to sort of most of the West Coast Silicon Valley type companies, there's an arrogance about like the AI that they're developing, and like they obviously see these use cases, and why aren't people adopting? I think you just like this conference is doing. I think you just need to get all the right people in the room. You need the subject matter expertise of the medical, the pharma. You need the end user. You need the patient to give you sort of input as to what they're going to be doing. With the physicians, you can build whatever you want for the physicians. They're not going to use it unless it sort of integrates right into their workflow, right into the EMR. You need like all these components to come together to sort of be successful. And it's not just the tech. And I think that's sort of the disparity that people have right now.
Yeah, to add on to that, the tech community often focuses a lot on, look what I can do, as opposed to identifying who the true user of this is, what do they need, and what are their pain points for adoption. In my space, I make a bunch of techniques and software to figure out if media is manipulated, and we've encountered this problem in my space. We'll give this to stakeholders in the media, in government, in the defense and intelligence community, and we'll talk about things like explainability. To me, I know exactly what these things are saying, but to that stakeholder, they don't, and they won't use it. Much of what we need to do to get adoption in this space is talk to the people who are actually using it, figure out what their pain points are, what their friction points are, and what their lack or what's the barrier to adoption, and help bridge that last little mile. If work is not put into that space and meeting the users of this where they are, as opposed to from the tech people talking about what we want to talk about, that is one of the biggest risks of lack of adoption.
I got it. If there's no more questions, maybe we'll, oh, go ahead, yes.
One quick question. It was mentioned earlier by one of the panelists, the danger of training the AI on one certain population and then applying the results to another. So my question is, other than simply expanding the population to include the other ones in the training, what other solutions can be proposed?
I'll give one example of a solution that I have seen recently published by DeepMind. So this is a solution to this problem of distribution shift that you mentioned, where you train on one group of patients, you apply to another, and you lose performance. So one thing that can be done is to generate synthetic data that resembles the patients that you're trying to improve performance in. And this can be done using generative AI techniques. There was recently a publication in Nature Machine Intelligence from this DeepMind group showing how you could take a model that was showed good performance in adults but showed low performance in children and improve the model by including synthetic data from children and then applying it in an out-of-domain data set of children showed improved performance. So that's just one solution that I've seen recently.
Maybe if I could just offer another solution, because I think in sort of the traditional sense of machine learning, you have sort of the testing and the training. And if you don't have the same distribution, then it's like garbage in, garbage out, right? But I think what we're seeing sort of in at least in the language model space, if you get larger and larger, there are these, they call it emergent capabilities, but it's not emergent. It's sort of this predictable sort of capability that you're seeing. And one of them is called in-context learning in the language model, which means you don't actually have to retrain these things. And in fact, there's some work at Microsoft where as long as you give it sufficient examples within the context, it's able to generalize from just those sort of few examples. And so I think, like, again, sort of this is another example of how I think the ground is rising, where you would have to hire a computer scientist to retrain these models and do some fine tuning, but these days, like, it can generalize if you give it the right examples. And so that's a no-code solution that obviously you have to verify, but it's.
So as a biologist, I should, just to be a contrarian, there's a lot of stochasticity and variability and being extrapolating from a very small number of humans who are extremely heterogeneous could be a bit dangerous, right? It's not like just your regular kind of data set. And so I would tread very, very cautiously, and also keep in mind that machine learning and all of these data models, they can't predict where the data haven't been, right? So if they've never seen those particular patients, they can't go there because they can't extrapolate, they can interpolate. So again, tread very, very cautiously.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly an exciting time for our industry, and it's an opportunity, I think, for Philadelphia to be a #1 player in this convergence topic. So thank you all for your time and look forward to the next panel.
Okay, so that was a fascinating conversation. Thank you, everybody. Before we move on to the break, I just want to take a moment and recognize some people. Without their work, this meeting could never have happened. So we have a steering committee. They are listed in your programs. There's about 20 people from the Philly community, all different areas of the Philly community that have been working on this meeting for almost a year to bring the content to you, to really contribute the information. So take a look at your program. When you see them, please thank them for the time that they've volunteered to make this meeting a great one. And then obviously there's a team, it's a very small team that has to handle all of the details of a meeting like this. The women that were downstairs, seamless, greeting you when you came in, but I want to recognize one in particular, Nancy Bocanagra. She is here in the white jacket, and she's the boss. She got everything set up yesterday. She's making sure it's all running today, and I just want to say great job and thank you. So now we get to go and explore the innovation hall that is just behind these curtains. And as you're doing that, I have a woman, Tracy Lessor, who's communications specialist extraordinaire, and she is covering this meeting, and she is doing a lot of social media posting today. And so I encourage you to interact with her posts on LinkedIn, but also to talk to her so she can share your comments about the meeting. So enjoy the break. We'll be back at 11. Thank you. Okay. Okay, everybody, time to get started for our next panel. I'll give people a chance to return from the Innovation Hall. I hope you all had a chance to visit. Lots of great booths there. What did I do? Oh, okay, so we're going to get back to our program with another great development for the Philly life sciences market this year, one of the signature accomplishments, and that is talking to 2 of the 6 or 7 companies that have raised in excess of $35 million, which in this investment climate, as you all know, is no easy feat. So I'm excited to hear their story and their journey of how they went about being successful here. So we have John Pennant, the partner in charge of the National Technology and Life Sciences Group for Eisner-Amper, moderating the discussion. Zheng-Ho Chao, Chief Scientific and Medical Officer of Lattice Therapeutics, and Josh Muntner, Chief Financial Officer of Imvac. So let's welcome them.
That's good. Good morning, everyone. Boy, those lights are bright, huh? Right in our eyes. So welcome. Again, my name is John Pennant. I lead the Technology and Life Sciences Industry at Eisner-Amper. I'm also a member of the Mid-Atlantic BioAngels. It's my pleasure to be moderating our discussion here today. We're actually going to start off a little different moderated conversations. We're going to have each of the 2 companies walk through a brief slide deck to tell a little bit of the story about the company, where they've come from, what they're doing, some of the technology that they put in place here, and then we'll follow up with some questions on the back end there. So I don't know, do we have an order which one goes first, or?
I'm going first.
You're going to go first?
Yeah.
Do you have the clicker? Do we need to get the clicker?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. We'll see which presentation comes up first.
Perfect. Yeah, so nice to be with you all today. Thank you. My name is Zheng-Ho Chao. I'm the CSO, CMO of Lattice Bio. And just to give you a little bit of background on Lattice and where we came from and where we hope to go. So this is a Philly-based story. This is a company that's founded on the science that comes out of the laboratory of Dr. Beverly Davidson at CHOP. As many of you know, Bev, co-founder of Spark, and has basically been on the scientific advisory board of every gene therapy company that has been in, has learned a lot of things to do and what not to do. But in a nutshell, developed some novel technologies which generated some capsids, which are really game-changing for gene therapy. Our leadership includes Peter Goroshin, who is a serial CEO, entrepreneur, biotech entrepreneur based in Philly. Myself, I am based in Boston, but spent a number of years working at Merck in North Wales, living in the Philadelphia area, and then most recently at Novartis. And then John Connolly, who comes with a background in a number of different biotechs. And our funding, which are 8 VC and DC VC, and pertaining to the discussion we were having this morning, these are tech, bio, and biotech investors. So there are lead funders. We also have an investment from Samsung and some other funders, including Ben Franklin Technology Partners, again, emphasizing our ties to Pennsylvania and the Philadelphia area. So a little bit of our footprint in Philadelphia, and I should just say that our R&D is really based in Philly. Again, the foundational science was at CHOP. 3 of our Lattice staff, our scientists, are actually alumni from the Davidson lab. So we have an ongoing, very productive relationship with the Davidson lab in that they're doing a lot of work on behalf of Lattice under the auspices of a sponsored research agreement. We ourselves have our wet lab based in the CIC building, and thanks to the CIC staff, because I got a nice ice scraper from them today. And so that is the heart of our R&D operations. We do have another building another office that we've opened up in Boston, where much of the management team and our clinical development teams are sitting. But our lab efforts, our wet lab, are certainly based in Philadelphia. And we think that this kind of dual location serves us really well for right now. Just a brief summary on our technology. AAV is adeno-associated virus, and it's the predominant way to deliver gene therapy. Gene therapy conceptually is pretty straightforward. For those diseases where you understand the genetic basis, if there's a missing gene, you can replace it. Or if there's an overactive gene, you can kind of decrease the activity of that gene. The issue, especially for brain diseases, central nervous system diseases, is that these AAVs basically don't get into brain cells. And if you can't deliver it, it's not going to work. And so the innovation here is capsids that get all over the brain, and this is really unprecedented. What this means is that with our engineered capsids, we are able to get into the brain cells, which you'll need to do to fix neurologic diseases, but at very low doses. And the doses have everything to do with the amount of manufacturing and also the adverse events that a patient might experience. This is a schematic of how this is all done, but basically we start with the CNS disease in mind, and the 3 rules of neurology are location, location, location. So you have to really understand which parts of the brain you need to deliver that gene therapy to. We start with those anatomical locations in mind, and then engineer naturally occurring AAV capsids and create a huge amount of diversity at the outset. And then from that point on, after we created tens of millions of different flavors of AAVs, we then do a massively parallel, unbiased screening of which ones get to those areas that we've decided are really important for the diseases. Built into this whole process is the manufacturability, which is a huge issue for AAVs. So simply, if these capsids don't get manufactured, they don't make it to the next round. And we do this using the model that's closest to the humans, which are non-human primates. Again, this is random peptide insertions. This is where the huge diversity is created, but then we solve it in biology, in the brains of these animals, which is the closest we're going to get to humans. And then the field has moved away from trying to do this capsid evolution in rodents and then hoping that they work in non-human primates and then to humans. We're starting as close as we can to the human. So we have a couple of lead programs just to show you how far we've come. One is named for the capsid, which is called DB3. It's called Deep Brain 3. And not surprisingly, when you administer this, this attacks the deep structures of the brain. And that's important for certain diseases, especially Huntington's disease. And so one of our lead programs is a Huntington's disease program using this deep brain capsid. We have another program which it transduces the ependymal cells of the brain. I'm sure you all remember from your neuroanatomy that the ependymal cells form the lining of the ventricles, but these cells produce CSF, the cerebrospinal fluid, and secrete proteins into the CSF. So by transducing these, we can convert these cells into protein synthesis to a pediatric neurodevelopmental disease called CLN2 Batten's disease. Just one example here of our DB3. On the right in the green is a conventional can use, which is AAV5. And here it's encoding a fluorophore. This is an NAP brain. And what you see is you just don't have very many cells labeled. Whereas in the teal, which is the DB3, we're getting tremendous coverage of the cells. So this is a huge, difference in the number of cells transduced. Again, if you don't get it into the brain cells, you're not going to fix the brain cells. We also have, this is kind of remarkable the first time I saw it. You can inject these viruses in one part of the brain and they swim to other parts of the brain. So all these different locations are numbered. They're all from a single injection. And neuroanatomically, these are locations that are very far apart, distributed throughout the brain, including, by the way, all the brain areas that are really important for Huntington's disease. So this is just another example of the EP+. Remember, the ependymal cells are lining the lateral ventricles, and you can see on the left that we basically can transduce all of the ependymal cells. It's EP+ because it does not only transduce the ependymal cells, but also some neurons, so EP+. And so we think that this is a way to get very high levels of your therapeutic protein. We've seen this for our lead compound LTS-101 on the left, and we can measure the amount of the missing enzyme, and there are very high levels, up to 100 nanograms per mil, whereas previous efforts using other AAVs are only getting about 8 to 10 nanograms per mil. So by using these cells, transducing these cells, we're able to get high therapeutic levels. And so we are headed towards the clinic, the FDA. And just, this, we are this along with CLN2, but we're also advancing our Huntington's program, heading into the clinic with both of these. It's kind of an interesting a challenge for a startup to have clinical programs, because then you're bringing on staff that are not just in the lab, but regulatory, clinical, statistics, et cetera. So our staffing is very spare, I would say, which is a design principle. And to make that happen, we've raised 54 to this point and hoping to get additional funds. And I think that's it. So let me pause there and
yeah, great. So just a quick question before we turn it over to Josh there. So how do you get the viruses to get to the selective cells you need them to get to? So you're explaining how they get all over the place. How do they land where they're supposed to land?
Yeah. So the question is, how do you get the viruses to get into specific cells? And there are companies that are trying to engineer this by understanding the chemical nature of each cell and then design viruses that will go specifically there. And there's been some encouraging results in that. We haven't done that. We've created a lot of diversity right at the outset and just see what the winners are. So why they're going or swimming to different locations, we don't actually know. But I kind of liken this to the early days of web search, where there were, Lycos and Alta Vista were like looking at different websites and rating their quality, and then Google comes in, says like, we don't care, we're just going to see which the winners are by numbers. So I think the key is that we have massive diversity up front. Everything's barcoded. It's a very heavily bioinformatically driven system. So we can process in parallel for millions and millions of capsids to see what the winners are.
Great, terrific. Thank you very much. Josh, you want to introduce your company a little bit for us?
Sure, thank you. My name is Josh Muntner. I'm Chief Financial Officer of Imbex. We're a private company based here in Philadelphia. I had had a career in investment banking, working with biotechnology companies, many of whom were Philadelphia or in the Mid-Atlantic region, helping them raise capital, do strategic activity. Worked for some time even at a Philly bank, Janney Montgomery Scott, and went over to industry, and this is now my third role. Been at 2 public companies, now at Imbex as a private company, and very excited with what we're doing. Since I joined about 3 years ago, we have moved our program forward quite dramatically. I think I have some slides that may pop up. There we go. Very nice. We have a tremendous technology platform that we've in-licensed along with our co-founder, who is on faculty at Thomas Jefferson University. In-licensed the technology from TJU. We share IP with TJU. And we've moved this platform technology forward to treat glioblastoma primarily, as well as apply the technology to other tumor types. We were founded by a neurosurgeon, so GBM was his main focus, and that became the focus of the company. We recently fully enrolled a phase 2b study treating GBM patients, nearly 100 patients in the trial. It's a randomized controlled study. We don't know where what the results will be. We'll read the data out in the first half next year, but very, very exciting time for the company. We did this because of the earlier data at TJU, which showed very, very compelling, more than doubling progression-free survival and overall survival in the patients studied there. The intervention that Dr. Andrews came up with at TJU was in standard of care glioblastoma treatment, which is craniotomy to remove the tumor. The patients recover and go on to standard of care therapy, which is chemotherapy and radiation therapy. We modifying it in the chamber and then implanting the chambers back in the patient for a period of 2 days and turning their own tumor cell into a vaccine-like. We got tremendous results in our early. I think I share that. Oh, the colors are different than they normally appear for us, but I think they're Halloween themed here. Typically, GBM patients, unfortunately, results are very dismal, with patients progressing in about 6.5 months, cancer growing back, and then median survival about 16 months. And that's shown on the far right side of the slide. In our study, as shown in the overall population, there was some effect, especially with respect to having the cancer not grow back as quickly. In the highest dose cohort, and then the sort of apples-to-apples comparison with that standard of care, we more than doubled both progression-free survival as well as overall survival. That led us to push into this phase 2b study, the nearly 100-patient study that I mentioned. That was enrolled at about 19 sites up and down the East Coast and as far west as through Wisconsin and down into Florida. So good diversity of sites in the trial. All of the tissue is processed at our facility in the Curtis building here in Philadelphia. Here's the timeline of the trial, starting the trial in 23, finishing enrollment this year, and then moving into data next year. We think the trial could serve for an accelerated approval filing in the near future. We've raised over $200 million to date, including $57 million over the last 2 years in support of the phase 2 study. And that was really just as we were enrolling patients, needed to keep the funding in the company. And we've had tremendous support by a number of investors shown on the bottom here, many of whom are actually large family offices, not necessarily the typical venture capital funds, but they've been tremendous in their support year after year with us. Here's a slide about our in-house manufacturing facility that we built this out in the Curtis Center in Philadelphia, about 40,000 square feet. Cost was about $15 million. We did get support. Get the money. It did not fund it $2 million, but it was good to get their support in the build out. And then the facility is GMP certified and was used for the conduct of our study. As I mentioned, we can apply the platform technology to other tumor types. So we have some ideas of where to go, some concepts in one word. But glioblastoma is where we're spending most of our time and money right now. So accomplished a lot over the last few years. I'm going to get through these slides so we can get to the Q&A.
Terrific. Thank you very much for that presentation. Let's just start off with a couple questions there. So you mentioned the state of Pennsylvania, one of the grants. Had that been an important part of your strategy, either getting early scientific grants like NIH or things like that, and or federal or state grants and things like that?
We had unique sort of origins with the technology coming out of TJU and Dr. Andrews running a phase 1B study at TJU under an IST. And so that was really prior to forming the company. A lot of the work was done by him, a lot through philanthropic means that he generated prior to IMVAX.
Okay.
Once we formed the company, we pulled together a Series A. We did use the non-dilutive funding for building out the facility.
Sure.
Otherwise, my experience is sometimes NCI, DOD, the money is useful and validating, but slow to come.
Right. Yep. Cheng-Ho, how about yourself? Did your company take advantage of any federal or state grant programs?
Not federal or state, but we applied for the grant from the Hereditary Disease Foundation. The HDF has been a funder of Huntington's disease research for many, many years. And recently a family came to HDF that was newly aware of Huntington's within their family. And they kind of said, why aren't there any cures? And somebody explained to them the valley of death. So they endowed these transformational research awards, understanding that that there are lots of good ideas in the laboratory that never make it to patients. And so we applied for this grant in conjunction. So there were 3 applicants. There was Bev Davidson as the lead PI. There's our collaborator, Leslie Thompson from the University of California, Irvine, and Lattice Bio. And with the idea that we had targets in mind, we had an experimental plan, and we got the grant. And this is the largest, so it's $1 million over 2 years. It's the largest grant that the HDF, which has been one of the major funders for HG research for decades, but it's the largest single grant that they've ever given out. There were 2 grants given out a year ago. Interestingly, we're not, as Lattice, taking any funds from that grant. That work is being done in the academic labs. Okay. Meanwhile, we have worked out the license. So our end of that is getting it into the advanced animal testing. And so that is, I think, it's a nice example of it's not necessarily all about the money. Right. Money is good, but
progress, right?
The progress and also the recognition. This is a high, high prestige grant, and I think to our mind is an illustration of kind of what it takes academic innovation and really bring it into something that could be a drug.
So for many companies that are working on unique diseases, there are patient advocacy groups that are focused on that. Did you find them or did they find you? I guess I know a lot of companies would like to access, but often have difficulty finding the right connection point to make that happen.
Yeah, so I'll start and then I'll toss it over to Josh. For us, and I'm a neurologist, neuroscientist, I'm a clinician, I think our North Star is not our technology. Our North Star is patients and getting deploying the technology in a way that can really benefit patients. And so it's built in that we're going to really start with an interaction with the patient organizations. I would say for our CLN2 efforts, we reached out to the major patient organization. We actually collaborated with them in doing a caregiver survey in terms of, is there really a need for a new therapy? What's the tolerance of the community for gene therapy? Would you do a clinical trial? What are the biggest burdens, et cetera, which we ran in conjunction, which we helped pay for, but they executed that patient survey, which was kind of eye-opening in a very good way. Just a note with these, especially with these rare disease communities, we're trying to be very careful. So if you look up Lattice Batten's disease community survey, you won't find it. And we've kept our name off of it because I think the rare disease community will get very excited that there's a biotech that's working on their disease, only to have those biotechs kind of decide for strategic reasons we're going to stop that program. We really want to be very careful at raising false expectations, and yet we still wanted to engage and find out really, what we should be thinking about right from the outset in terms of what the therapy needs to deliver for the patients. Having said that, we've met with a number of different disease communities. Word has gotten out that we've got capsids that could be relevant to their disease, and it's careful. We have to be careful about going into this because we can't say, personally, I want to cure all the diseases. Sure. But realistically, we can't take them all on at once. And so we're trying to understand kind of what the reality is for these patients and their families, but also to manage expectations and really not raise false hopes, because I think that in the rare disease community, there's been a lot of that's gone on.
I love the way you present your North Star there as well. So
okay, very important.
Yep.
Patients, of course.
Yep. Josh.
We have spoken to some of the foundations about funding MVACs. They generally are focused on earlier stage research, and their dollars can be really leveraged there, finding new approaches. At our stage, we're clinical, and so the dollars needed are larger than the foundations can do. We do work with a lot of them and are sponsoring some of the American Brain Therapeutics sort of walk. We were in Houston last week. There's one in Jersey coming up October 12th, I think. So we try to be out there in the community.
Terrific. Since our panel is focused a little bit on the financing side of things, Josh, maybe we'll start off with you a little bit. So you've raised a lot of money. How did you do that? Was it sort of in tranches? How did you know how much to raise, when to raise, milestone based? Give us a little bit of the thought process to how you got the amount of funds that you did, which is obviously enormous and significant.
So, of course, biotech can be a game of sort of fits and starts, shoots and ladders with all sorts of hurdles popping up. We were blessed to have raised a lot of money in 2020 when the markets were very robust, especially for biotech companies. And over $112 million was raised by the company at that time. That sustained us through a very sort of dark time, 21, 22, that has really dragged on quite a bit. And some would say that we're still in that sort of dark time. Yeah. But it allowed us to do a lot of the validation work, get the manufacturing set up, and be ready to launch the trial. And then ultimately, we did have to raise money, very sort of project focused around running the study. We did it a lot through relationships, getting out there, staying in front of people, and my background being Wall Street, especially in the biopharma community, I think helped the company a bit.
Sure.
So,
yep. And when you were able to raise that money, did you have a specific amount in mind that you were looking to raise, like enough to finish your preclinical, your clinical? Was it kind of targeted to a specific amount?
The investors do like to invest to a milestone, and so I think your chart showed it very well. Here's what we're going to do with this amount of money. Okay. And yeah, so you definitely do that.
Yep. Any thoughts from your perspective on those early raises? I know you're on the science side, but
yeah, no, it's, I will just agree that 2023 and 2024 has been a very tough year. We've raised some we've raised a good amount of cash to keep us going for a while. But you know, we've gotten a lot more no's than we have yeses. But I would say that the raising to milestones is really absolutely important. So kind of the question of, well, what data are you going to have by when, and how influential is that going to be for the markets? And so it's forced us to really say, okay, to plan out our experiments and to see into the future in a way that that is a little bit aspirational, but realistic. The other flip side is, you know, on the science side, the best strategy, I think, is just keep cranking out the data. And in that regard, it's interesting. We have a relatively young crew of scientists. They're very smart, but most of them haven't been in industry. But what they all know now is the value of the data that they're creating is going to tip the scale for some investors at some point. And so we've been lucky, knock on wood, that we've been continuing to generate data, which is first and foremost advancing the programs, because we have these Gantt charts and we know where we want to get to, but also that are impressing our investors that we know where our data stack up against competitors and why we're better in this regard, et cetera. So just kind of keep on swimming and generate the data is the recipe, I think.
Right. The data will set you free, right?
Yeah.
As they say. So you referenced sort of the 22, 23 rolling into 24, kind of the dark days. Both companies have been fortunate to have a lot of funding, but I'm sure you, like everyone else, have had to think about prioritization and techniques to extend your runway and to advance and get more data with not as many resources as you were hoping for. Could you talk a little bit about what you did to help extend that runway and just to keep persevering in that tough time?
Yeah, I'll start, but I'm also very interested in Josh's answer, because doing those clinical trials is so resource intensive. I'm sure you had to make some tough choices, but look, the capsids, the viruses that we have could address a number of different diseases, and I want to cure all the diseases, and I know that we can't. So really, I would say prioritization and focus is, we're also very open to, we don't want to necessarily kind of keep these capsids to ourselves. We think it makes sense to extend the reach and the impact of the technology we have to partner with other groups, because we can't do everything ourselves. We're a very small group. So those are ongoing discussions, but also aside from potential partnering for diseases that we're not already in, understanding that prioritization and having that discipline and not going after everything you can think of is really the way to do it. And so the faith-based argument is that we're going to demonstrate our credibility and ability to execute, and that should, you know, eventually when the markets do come around, we think that'll all be very virtuous stuff to point to.
Yeah, we have, we're currently about 50 people based around the Philly office. And we've had to make some changes since I joined in 21 till today, as we shifted from a sort of figuring out how to manufacture the product and how to run the trial and doing process development work, move resources around, and some people result. Very, very tough choices to make. The last year and a half has been around running the clinical trial, executing that. And with the conclusion of enrollment, we had to, again, make some choices around resources we'd have at the company. And, you know, these are very, very tough decisions.
Yep. I have a few more questions, but I will open it up to the audience if there are any questions that you have, if I can see anybody out there. All right, so just while we're queuing up there, Josh, maybe I'll tap into your former investment banking background there and give us your thoughts on what 24 is going to look like the end of the year here going into 25. Give us your crystal ball here in the crystal tea room.
So there has been a resurgence in IPOs recently, with I think 4 of them or so going last couple of weeks.
Yep.
A couple on the docket right now.
Couple of reverse mergers close. Yep.
Yeah, the reverse mergers are a tougher way to go, but it is a source of financing for companies to get out there. But the hope springs eternal that 25 will turn a new leaf post-election, post-interest rate cuts. There's certainly been plenty of money raised in the venture capital community. There's a lot of money on the sidelines. Some mega funds with Arch Ventures or Bain Capital, as well as a lot of new funds forming.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, we've seen companies that have, I'll say over the last year, have told us like from sort of like the accounting and auditing side, like get ready to do the audit so when we can go IPO, we'll go really quickly, but don't actually start yet until we're like sure that the money's there and we're going to be able to get it done, which is always great for our business because then we get that phone call like on a Tuesday morning here saying, can you have the audit for the last 2 years done by Friday? I know we talked about this 2 years ago, but that's no problems, right? So it's inevitable, but that's what happens. Yep. Any other questions there? Otherwise, I'll keep going with a couple other things.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You were talking about changes in personnel of the company as you were moving into the clinical. What are your thoughts about the profile of the company individuals and how is it communicated to the investors at different stages of the company progress? Because oftentimes people who can discover are different from people who can develop and different from people who can commercialize. And the investors look not just at the technology, but as to who is on board to actually drive things forward. So what are your thoughts in terms of optimal talent within the company towards both achieving your milestones, but also towards communicating your capabilities to the investors?
So, there's always a leadership team that's involved, and usually the team leaders, like our chief scientific officer, was not part of the team that maybe got moved out, but some of the people working with him did, as we had to refocus the organization from the research to the development side. It's important to still, be publishing, always be publishing, and so it was a matter of sort of emphasis and sort of how much we were going to have in that side of the organization versus the development side of the organization. Does that help? Okay.
I know we're getting relatively close to time here, so maybe I'll ask each of you to kind of give us a final thought on what do you wish you would have done differently or maybe earlier in your progress to continue to advance? Obviously, both companies have made tremendous progress and should be proud of your accomplishments, but what do you wish you could have done better or earlier?
And I'll start. I wish we had more money. I wish we had more money.
Shocking question.
And it's simply because I think we could have gotten more stuff done. But I'm an optimist, and I think actually, as a startup, to be very careful with our dollars and to make sure that everyone in the company understands the value of what they're putting in and why investors matter. And why milestones matter has been, I think, has set us up really well. I do see a time when funds will be more available. I think that's coming. Not the least of which is, big pharma, such as my former company, Novartis. A lot of these companies have cut their pipelines, but eventually they all will need to have approvals. And I think something's got to give. And I think the cutting the pipelines is anticipatory towards kind of in-licensing more opportunities. So I think biotechs who are able to advance, again, with data, their programs should be in a much better situation, hopefully in the near future.
It's always more money, but Invax was blessed with a very large Series C round with a lot of support in 2020 that actually covered up for a lot of difficulties that the markets presented, but we also sort of created our own difficulties in manufacturing and problems we had to work our way through. And the answer might be, we're very focused on glioblastoma, and maybe having a second product would be a nice idea, but we've seen in this market that a lot of the biotech companies live and die by one product. Even if they have a second one, if the first one fails, they're dead man walking.
Yep.
So I'm not even sure if that's the right answer.
Yeah, and we've seen some companies using maybe NIH grants or something like that to maybe advance a second program while putting all the investor resources into the lead program as a way to build a pipeline. But I think ultimately, so much of the value is ascribed to the lead program anyhow. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Yep. Terrific. So I think we're just about at time. So I'd like to thank our panelists for your great insights.
Thank you. Okay, so you can see how we're on a journey this morning, going from the institutions where the discovery is made, but not just the discovery, they play a big role in facilitating the early steps toward commercialization of the technology that's developed there. And then we're going to hear from the incubator to commercialization, but these are the companies who are actually in terms of bringing their lead applications through clinical trials and finding out how they actually work in patients. And patients are our next perspective that we want to bring to this meeting today. And we are thrilled to have the Health Tree Foundation, which is a global nonprofit organization working to save lives through the Health Tree Cure Hub, which unites patients and researchers to help people with blood cancer live better and longer and lead a search for the cure. And we have 2 patient advocates here who have been patients themselves, who have been treated in Philly. And so we welcome them up to the stage to tell their stories. Richard Armstrong from the Health Tree Foundation and Michael Riotto, who he will introduce.
I'm actually introducing Michael.
Oh, yeah.
So I think there's supposed to be a video.
Technology has completely transformed our daily lives. It's unlocking new possibilities and experiences we couldn't imagine just a few years ago. And yet, despite decades of research, we don't have a cure for most cancers. And technology hasn't been properly used to enable us to find those cures. I was a wife and mother of 6 small children when I was diagnosed with multiple myeloma in 2010. This blood cancer diagnosis was shocking. I needed to survive, and I didn't have the luxury of waiting for someone else to build the tools that I needed.
The data that Jenny needed to make informed decisions should have been right at our fingertips, but it wasn't. Healthcare is one of the only industries left in the world that acts like the internet doesn't exist. And after working in the tech startup world for the last 30 years, we needed to reimagine a system that will allow cancer patients to share their data, share their experiences with the doctors, with researchers to find cures faster. So in 2012, HealthTree was born. We focused first on the needs of patients like Jenny, patients who need information and tools to help them work with their doctors to make more informed decisions. Then we turned to doctors and researchers who also didn't have access to all the patient outcome data. Details about patients' illnesses are spread out, data sitting in multiple databases across many organizations. In fact, most of the data is sitting in patients' heads. Doctors, researchers, and drug companies all have regulations that restrict what information they have access to.
We realized that patients are the only ones with the freedom to share their own medical details. We believed if more patients knew this and could do something about it, they would want to help. And we were uniquely positioned to take on this challenge.
We assembled a talented team of software developers to build completely new technology that links patients, their medical information, and researchers together. HealthTree Cure Hub offers patients the data and the tools they need to make life-saving decisions in partnership with their doctors. It's like the dashboard on your car, but it's for your health. HealthTree Research Hub is a living interactive platform that continually and securely provides confidential data from thousands of patients to researchers seeking to answer key questions about cancer.
Today, 14,000 myeloma patients share their information with HealthTree. That large data set allows researchers to learn more about myeloma faster.
This life-saving platform should exist for all cancers and all diseases. And that's why we're expanding it to all blood cancers and in the near future, solid tumors.
We are determined to find a cure, and this is only the beginning. Join us in changing the way cancer is cured by becoming a Cure contributor. Join HealthTree today.
So great, glorious morning, everyone. My name is Richard Armstrong, and I'm a local guy. I'm a West Philly kid, and born, raised here. And I'm a patient, a coach, and a health advocate. I'm currently working with HealthTree along with some other organizations, but I am a patient at University of Pennsylvania. I'm still a patient. I have multiple myeloma, which is an incurable blood cancer, but it is very treatable. And so I'm so grateful for the opportunity to tell my story. And I want to just thank all of the researchers and everyone who's committed to, just finding cures for these different diseases. And so technology has been a very, very important thing for me. And I had a bunch of sort of notes. And as I sort of saw these earlier presentations, it dawned on me how just important technology is for me. And so technology saved my life. And so let me see if I can cue this up here. Let me see if I can get the video. In May of 2021, I was very ill. And I literally almost died. So I was in acute kidney failure. And there's this thing called light chains that measure myeloma. And so normal level is between 3 and 19. I was at over 43,000. And so I landed up in the hospital, University of Pennsylvania, and I was 3 days critical condition. I was touch and go. And, literally I thought, I didn't know whether I was gonna make it. And by the grace last treatment at University of Pennsylvania, they gave me a 5-drug induction to knock down this myeloma. And so within 6 months, as you can see, I'm in this remission level in the green. And so I have to say that the innovation and technology is so amazing. So it saved my life. And so there's this drug called Darzalex, which is a monoclonal antibody that didn't exist when I was probably in my 20s, maybe even in my 30s. And if not for that disease, they would have, if not for that drug, they would have probably thrown their hands up and said, well, you got 2-3 days and it's over. But, for that technology, I've lived. And it's amazing. I've had a stem cell transplant. I've had something called plasmapheresis, which the technology behind that is amazing. And so I say that technology is it's been that thing that saved my life. But I will say going forward that technology through HealthTree has really made my life worth living. And so, if you're diagnosed with an incurable cancer, the first thing you kind of say is, okay, well, what's my life going to be? How long am I going to live and what's my life going to be? And so I thought, for the longest time as I was regaining my health that, my life was just going to be in my room. And, I was diagnosed at the height of the pandemic, which was really, really rough. And so came out of that and, I was just trying to figure out what am I going to do with my life? How am I going to just turn this thing around? And so I was very blessed that I came across HealthTree. And so, I saw Jenny and I saw some of the other things that was going on in HealthTree. And so I'm a big, advocate for Penn Medicine. They saved my life. And, it's amazing. If you looked at me, you would never know that I was that close to dying. And I walk 5 to 7 miles a day. And, I give so much credit to Penn Medicine. And so I found HealthTree. And so for HealthTree, and it's amazing because, they have this thing called Cure Hub where, they take the data and, Paul talked about it, taking the data and trying to use that data to influence, treatments and cures. But the other part of HealthTree and the part that really, really brings this home for me is that, they use technology in another way, a very simple way, and that it connects patients. And so, I'm a coach now, but when I started out, I had no idea how I was going to live. And then I came across coaches, people through HealthTree that, longtime patients that said, hey, you can do this. And this is how you're doing this. And I remember, my first coaching said, oh, my wife and I, we're going to Italy. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, is that allowed? Like, you can do that and live? Like, and so I say that it's really, really amazing because there's Michael, who I'm going to introduce very, very shortly. But these are our HealthTree coaches. These are HealthTree patients. And, using that technology for HealthTree, and I'm a big technology guy. I'm part of Penn Biobank. I've submitted that. I'm part of the Cure Hub. I'm a big believer that, we can use technology, but we have to use technology in a way not just to make life possible, but to make life worth living. And so, I like the humanity part of technology, and that's what HealthTree does really well, is the humanity part of technology and helping, people like me to find fulfillment, to find, purpose in life. And so I'm really, really grateful for that. And with that, I have to say, Michael Riato, he has been just a really tremendous blessing to me, inspiration. You'll hear his story. And again, almost every myeloma patient has an amazing story, but Michael has an amazing story. And, come on up, Mike, share your story. But I thank you so much for just, sharing my story. All of the researchers and the people that are facilitating these cures, I just thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for giving me life. Thank you for making my life worth living. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. All right, how do you work this thing? Unlike Richard, I am not technologically savvy, so I guess we'll have to figure this out. So press the button. All right, and I can see them down here. That's great. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. All right, just making sure you're awake. Hopefully you had enough coffee and all that good stuff. And do I only have 5 minutes left, Nancy? Is that it? I can tell my story? All right, so I am a Philly guy too, just like Rich. I live in Warwick Township, Bucks County. Been here since 1987. Blessed to be in the Philadelphia area because there's so much good here when it comes to healthcare. You've got Fox Chase, and you've got Temple, and you've got University of Pennsylvania. Again, I'm a huge fan of U of P. My doctor, and some of you probably know him, Ed Statmauer. Anybody know Ed Statmauer in the room? Yes, no? He's one of the best myeloma specialists in the world, and I love him. And he's right there in the middle. We were at a big gala not too long ago. And one simple fact, and we'll get into it a little bit, but every time I see him, and I see him every 6 months now instead of every 3, and I truly, how do we get the pictures back? There we go. Truly appreciate what he says. He reminds me every time I see him that it's his job to keep me alive and my job to live my life. It's very profound, and it's very impactful. I am married to my lovely wife, Monique, for the last 37 years. I have 2 wonderful grown adult children. One just happened to move back in with me. I'm sure some of you have had that happen too. She just moved back in just a few days ago. The other one's in Boston working for a startup, which many of you in this room are startups. So I'm really proud of my son. He's doing there. So it's all really cool. Next slide. My disease. So right now, if you look at me, I look pretty good, don't I? Yes? I look pretty good. I try to work out every day as much as I can. I try to swim, and I really suck at swimming, but that's what my doctor wants me to do. Myeloma, rare blood cancer. 30,000, 32,000 folks every single year are diagnosed. Eat your bones. It's a disease of the plasma cells, and those plasma cells eat your bones. So I have lesions, as they call them, from my head all the way through to my feet. I have fractured my neck. I have fractured my collarbone. I have broken my left elbow. I have broken so many ribs, I don't know if they're still there. And I've broken both feet multiple times, especially the left foot, which I just had surgery done on to make it better. So back to the beginning, I was diagnosed in July 2011, completely by accident. I happened to be at the Jersey Shore trying to keep up with my son, who was 13 at the time, body surfing. And I got tumbled in a wave, and I hit my neck on the beach. Didn't know it at the time, drove home shortly thereafter, You know, I get home and the wife's looking at me. She says, you don't look so good. And I'm like, yeah, my neck really hurts really bad. She says, maybe you should go to the hospital. So what is the typical man thing to do? Sleep on it. I'll go tomorrow maybe, you know? So the next morning I woke up and damn, it hurt worse than the night before. So I call my doc. He sends me for an x-ray about noon. About 4 o'clock, he calls me and he says, you really did fracture your neck. You fractured your C4 and your C5. I'm like, okay. He says, you want to go to the local emergency room? I already called them. They're going to fit you with a collar. You'll be good to go. So I get there really quick, drive myself, go to the local hospital, fit me with a collar. Of course, they do a CT scan and MRI, some blood work. And you know, you get that weird feeling that something's wrong when you're kind of like just hanging around. So I'm there for like 2 hours, text my wife, I said, you might want to come because they don't really know what's going on. And they actually didn't. They came back and they truthfully said, which was a beautiful thing, they said, we don't know what's happening. We can't handle you here. We got to ship you off. So off to Penn I went as a trauma patient at 11:30 at night. Again, get to Penn, more CT scans, more blood work, bone marrow biopsy the next day. And they discovered that in the normal person, the plasma cells that are in your bone marrow are less than 10%. Mine were at 88%. I had full-blown myeloma at that point. So immediately we started what they call induction therapy. I had a 3-drug regimen, unlike that guy who has 5. Yeah, see, things have advanced many years later. 3-drug regimen, and had a tough time with doing what they call apheresis when they collected my stem cells to get ready for a stem cell transplant, which I had 2 days after Christmas in December of 2011. I managed to get through all of that, and then all of a sudden, one of those things that happens to people, I got sepsis, and I went into septic shock for 5 days. They really didn't think I was going to make it through. They actually talked about it in the middle of the night one night, and they said to my wife, you might want to call the family and have them say their goodbyes. And somewhere in the middle of that, and I don't remember it because I was totally out of it, I shouted out, no, I'm not going anywhere. And I'm still here today, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. So all through all this stuff, I do blood work every 3 months to check and see if my myeloma is going to come back, because there is no cure. There's no cure for myeloma. In the last 12 years, there have been 13 new medicines, 13 new treatments, you know, some maybe thanks to somebody in this room, maybe, that's come on board. And I'm an infant when it comes to the treatment of myeloma. However, there still is no. So all through the years, I've been on a maintenance drug. I've had radiation. I've had multiple surgeries, a couple on my back to take care of my back, because there for a while, and the lesions had become so bad that it literally. And finally, I said, you know what? It's time to get this fixed. We got it fixed. So that brings us to my life. I'm a huge believer in survivorship. And I'm a huge believer that just because I have cancer, it doesn't necessarily have to define me. I work every single day at trying to make life better. If you get an email from me, there's a tagline, and it simply says, live and love every day as if it's your last, because you never know when something's going to get thrown in your face. So I work at it. I'm a huge believer in fundraising for myeloma. I'm a huge believer in taking care of yourself. I think it's so important that we focus on. Is that selfish sometime? Maybe. But you know what? I'm blessed to be a peer-to-peer educator with the Health Tree Foundation. Blessed to be a myeloma coach. At one point, I had 23 coachees, as we call them, or patients. Now I have 13, which is nice. I can manage that, right, Laura? It's a little bit more manageable. And it's incredible when you're out there in the world and your doctors and your nurses tell you everything that you need to know, okay? But when you're on a particular maintenance drug and you take it every single morning like your doctor told you to take it, and it makes you groggy and it makes you sleepy, right? And then all of a sudden, who's on the same drug, and they say, Michael, what do you take it in the morning? Easy. You're supposed to take it at night. I'm like, my doc never told me that. That's where the coaching comes in, because I slept so much better taking the drug at night. It's absolutely amazing when you just shift. Having a coach or having somebody out there that you can talk with makes a huge difference. And that's one of the things that Health Tree does as a corporation. They're incredibly great at mixing people together. You can go on their website. There's about 212 coaches right now that are active. You can type in, this is where, technology comes in. You can type in sex, age, location, type of myeloma, you name it, and they can mix it up. And it's really funny, Rich. I said to Rich, I said, I got to make sure I put my cell phone down because I'm going to get a political call in the middle of the presentation. Guess what? Political calls coming right now. They come all day long. So can you tell there's an election coming up? God bless us all. I'm a huge believer in fundraising for myeloma and myeloma research. One of the things that HealthTree does tremendously. Last year, I did a huge campaign, and I raised about $13,000 for them to go to research because, again, as I mentioned before, there's no cure. Before that, I did a lot of fundraising for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, okay? I currently am doing some fundraising this year for the International Myeloma Foundation. And you're wondering why I'm talking about all these different organizations. We want to skip to this guy here. And it's because it's wonderful that everybody in this room, right, can come up with new therapies and great things that can help patients like me. But there's one big issue, okay? How many in this room are familiar with CAR T therapy? All right, thank you very much. CAR T therapy, there's two approved FDA programs right now for myeloma. Wonderful, it's terrific. There's only 76 centers in the United States that are authorized to treat myeloma patients with CAR T. Getting access to that CAR T, if you live in Idaho or Minnesota, okay, guess what? You're 3 or 4 hours away from the closest center that can get you that. We need access. We need to be able to get there. Patients need to be able to get there. I'm a huge believer in legislative advocacy. I'm in Washington, D.C. all the time working with our congressmen and our senators to talk about how we can get access. It's phenomenal, all the work that you're doing in this room, truly phenomenal. But if a patient can't get it, what's the point? We need to make sure that our laws and our policies reflect the simple fact that they can get it. The next thing, right, we work on affordability. How do we make it affordable? Okay, it's so wonderful. This wonderful gentleman there, Richard, has a shot of Darzalex. How often? Once a month. Sticker price right now is $34,000 and change. Okay, $34,000 and change. Your copay could be anywhere from $0 to $1,100. Is it sustainable if your copay is $1,100 for 12 months in a row? The answer is no. Again, legislative advocacy, changing our laws and policies at the federal level to make a difference. So I was just there last week. I'm proud to say I won the Advocacy Impact Award from the Patient Access Network or the Pound Foundation. I love being there. I've spoke on 2 congressional panels this year. It's phenomenal what you can get across. And you're all saying, does it work? The answer is yes, it does. It's a very slow process. Our government moves like at a snail's pace, but it does work. And the answer there is a simple fact of coming up. The last 5 years, I worked on the Medicare Part D program, which goes into effect this January, $2,000 cap, which is really good. So you're saying out there, if you're meeting with your congressman or senator, do they actually listen? And the answer is yes, they do. 94% of the time, 94%. If they're on the fence about a particular bill, and they hear a patient's story, and they hear how the cost or the access isn't there for them, they'll sign on to that bill. So it's really, really important. So that's why, again, everything that you're doing in this room is wonderful, it's terrific, but if a patient can't access it or afford it, it doesn't work. All right, so we want to go back to this guy. All right, you saw Tony a couple different times. We're going to talk about him for a minute. So Tony happens to be my best friend. I met at an IMF conference many years ago. And this is where some things like AI can come in. I was lucky. I live outside of Philadelphia. I have multiple resources at my fingertips to treat my myeloma, right? I happened to get diagnosed by accident because I fractured my neck. But this dude, right? I've known him for about 6 years now. Lives in North Carolina, right? Rural North Carolina. It took him almost 7 months to be diagnosed. Almost 7 months. How many times did he go to the hospital? How many times did he go somewhere? All right, and complain, hey, I have back pain. Hey, I don't feel good. Hey, this happened to me. You know, this is where AI could come in. What could happen? Okay, where's my AI folks in the audience? By the way, that was a great presentation, wasn't it? That was really awesome. What would happen, right, if his symptoms were able to be put into a system and they were spit out to say, you know what, doc, maybe you should look at this test too. Wouldn't that be an incredible use of technology? Simple, because myeloma mimics so many other diseases. But wouldn't it be great if, hey, I have back pain, I have high calcium, my protein level's high, but yet the primary doc or the ER doc didn't realize that, but yet there was some way, some system that they could put in, and they could simply say, run another calcium test, run a bone marrow biopsy. And early diagnosis makes all the difference in the world in the treatment for myeloma. So the 80% of the folks out there, okay, don't have that ability. They live in rural places, they live in where an area isn't available. But maybe. My primary doc sees about, I think he sees about 6,000 patients, give or take, right? I'm still his only myeloma patient, okay? I educate him, but if he had a system where he'd be able to learn more about it and be able to recommend things, it would make all the difference in the world. So back to the patients need a cure and Cure Hub. HealthTree's Cure Hub. I belong to it for many years now. They have every one of my records. Yes, it scares the crap out of me, the simple fact that my healthcare records are out there somewhere. But you know what? I look at the simple fact it's for the greater good. It's for the greater good. It allows, you know, Dr. Ola from Florida to be able to say, hey, I've got a male patient, he's 51, he's got diabetes, and he's got this. And I want to know how many other patients in your database have that. And boom, they can get it out in less than a month, okay? And that can issue a treatment plan for somebody that he's got, because it worked for me and it worked for, say, 1,700 people that are in the database. It's a phenomenal tool to be able to use the Cure Hub at HealthTree. If you have lots of questions about it, Laura, where are you? Everyone say hi to Laura Gilman. So Laura's here from HealthTree too. We'll be here through lunch if you have any questions about anything about HealthTree or our Cure Hub or our treatment. But I want to go back just a little bit. You're here, and being here is a wonderful thing, because maybe, just maybe, somebody in this room, and I'm going to be so appreciative if you do, is going to work on a project that's going to have a cure for me. Thank you.
Well, it's a little hard to follow that, but that is why we do what we do, right? So thank you, both of you, for sharing your stories. And please talk to them during the lunch break and ask whatever questions you might have. Okay, now we're moving into the startup companies that basically help to first commercialize all the technologies that are needed by patients like Michael and Richard, and the incubators that basically house them and give them the tools that they need to grow and develop so that they can enter clinical trials. And in Philadelphia right now, we are so fortunate to have a multitude of incubators that are working in this area. And so we're going to hear from all of them and what they're doing and how they differentiate themselves and the kinds of resources that they have. So we have Lou Casa, the CEO of Pennsylvania Biotechnology Center, the Hepatitis B Foundation, and the Bloomberg Institute, who will moderate this panel. And we have B Labs. Unfortunately, Matthew Burkhart is sick today, so he will be replaced by Bob, who will be standing in for him. Robert Christmas, the Chief Operating Officer of Pennsylvania Biotechnology Center. Melina Blees, the Site Director of Biolabs Philadelphia. Sarah Jane Blair, the General Manager of CIC and the Innovation Campus Science Center. Tracy Brala, the Senior VP, Strategy and Partnerships for the University Science Center. Danita Henderson, Managing Director of Pennovation Center. Tomas Iskowitz, Program Director of Penn iCore. And Stephen Nappy, the Associate Vice President, Technology, Commercialization, and Development for the Innovation Nest at Temple. So welcome them.
Thanks. Thanks, Nancy. And I also want to echo what Nancy said. Very powerful presentations prior, and it really reminds us of why we're all here, and especially at the early stage, to try to help find cures. This panel is really to talk about the rich resources we have within the region with incubators and accelerators. You can see we could barely fit everybody on stage, so we have quite a few representatives here. And what we want to talk about is, what does each incubator offer that is a little different? What's some of the specialties? Again, I think what's unique about the Philadelphia ecosystem is we're not competitors here on the stage. I consider this a network. We all work together. We go to each other's events. I think it's a little different from some of the other clusters I've been to, where it could be a little cutthroat and, who's going to get this client or not. We work very well together, and I think we support each other. And what we want to do also is what has been going on the last few years in incubation. It's been a rough couple of years in general with the industry, and kind of looking forward. What are some of the things that we see in the horizon, and what are some of the things that can be done to really help the early stage companies grow? Again, my name is Luke Hassa. I'm the CEO of the three organizations Nancy mentioned, Hepatitis B Foundation, which is public advocacy trying to find a cure for 300 million people. We have our research institute, the Bloomberg Institute, which is trying to cure hepatitis B and liver cancer. And what makes us unique is the Bloomberg Institute manages our two incubators, which we have representation here today, the Pennsylvania Biotechnology Center and B Labs. We also have an affiliated fund called the Hatch Bio Fund. So how I'd like to kick this off is basically, because we have so many people here on the panel, is for each person to, again, reintroduce themselves, their position, and then maybe tell us a little bit about your program, Accelerator, what you're doing, and what makes you unique maybe from some of the other programs here.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Danita Henderson, and I'm the Managing Director of Pennovation Works. Pennovation Works is actually a 23-acre complex that houses the Pennovation Center, which is our incubator program and facility. And so in 60,000 square feet at Pennovation Works, we do have startup space where we can incubate businesses, provide wraparound services, whether there are summer accelerator programs. We have a warm intros program for investors. And it's really the type of community where we're trying to help businesses along their commercialization journey. The space has wet labs, it has co-working space, and it allows businesses to start at a single bench, and in some of the very most successful cases, grow upwards to about 30 or 40,000 square feet within the complex. So we're excited to offer that to the region. So it's not just for Penn, it is for the region.
Okay, my name is Bob Ravinsky. I'm the Associate Director at B Labs. Part of our identity with startups is we were a startup in January of 22. So we had sort of a lot of similar experiences that some of the companies coming through our space might have. Part of the aspect of what might differentiate us is we are very intentional every day about our operations, right? So that includes when that company comes in, that they're onboarded appropriately, ensuring that that HVAC and those air changes per hour in our space, it is what it's expected to be, that that qPCR is operating every day, right? And then also including and growing that ecosystem for those wraparound services. We are very intentional. Our director, Matthew, who's not here, he has a lot of experience, throughout the country with startups, in incubators throughout the country, and connecting VCs, and again, a lot of those other aspects. And then to wrap it around, we're also very intentional about our development of the workforce, the biotech workforce in Philadelphia. We have a program, an awareness program that we're affiliated with the Philadelphia School District, where we bring in students, and we run them not just through our space, but through the Wistar Institute and other spaces throughout the greater Philadelphia region. for them to be exposed and feel involved, and that they can be involved very intentionally throughout the Philadelphia biotech ecosystem.
Steve Nappy, Associate Vice President at Temple University, and I oversee the Innovation Nest and also the commercialization function for the university. The Innovation Nest is a 9,000 square foot facility funded in part from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Sbarro Health Research Organization, as well as the university, with a mission to advance innovation into meaningful solutions. Based at the Innovation Nest, we have our commercialization team. We have an incubator built in with dedicated hoteling, office, lab space, as well as flexible space for those that don't need dedicated space. We believe the uniqueness of the Innovation Nest really draws on some of the comments we heard earlier in the program from John Swartley and Alistair Saunders, which really speaks to that evolution of the tech transfer industry, how we've brought it in scope. We have that more comprehensive set of services and resources as a community. So we designed that into the Innovation Nest blueprint. We've also been starting companies at Temple for some time, over 50 as an institution, about 28 that are active that have raised about $240 million in the past 5 years. So we brought that experience into the design as well. Further, we wanted to open the gates, make sure that we were inclusive in terms of the type of innovator that we can support. So we do help with Temple connected companies, so it could be alumni, student, or faculty. And in the end, you'll see that in the design through that flow of the facility follows the typical innovation journey. And the Temple theming brings it home in that our mascot's the owl, so the Innovation Nest plays on that. Jen Gilberg was at the grand opening, and we were pleased to have her make comments, and we had Stella, the live owl, greet everybody.
Thank you.
Great. I am Tomas Isakovic, and I am the program director for the ICOR program at the University of Pennsylvania. I have the pleasure of working with John Swartley in the same office for a few years. I just want to talk a little bit about how our program helps move innovation from the lab to the market. We work with very early stage technologies. We work with students and faculty that had something from the research, or they had an idea for something to help measure airflow, or to help measure how radiologies work, how to incorporate AI with radiology. We have a huge amount of innovation that's happening, and the problem that we're trying to solve to help is you have a technology, it's a platform, but you don't have a business model. You know, how do you move from a technology to a business model? And we follow a methodology that's instituted by the National Science Foundation. I am the PI on the ICOR grant. And the focus of the ICOR grant is to take these teams that have very good scientific background and teach them how to talk to customers and find out if their idea makes sense. So as opposed to taking something, working on developing the project, spending time raising funds, and then you get to marketing and then you find out nobody wants it. Let's do it the other way around. You know, let's first figure out if there's a market for it, and then that will guide our trajectory. I'm very happy to do that. I'm very proud to be able to work with young people and brilliant entrepreneurs. We have a few of our teams are present here. We have a table over there, and they're going to be there talking about that. My personal experience is I started 3 companies, and I failed miserably in 2 of them. And the reason for that was exactly that, because I was building something that nobody wanted. So I took that experience and I'm bringing it into my portfolio of gifts that I can give to the world. And I hope to help other people figure out sooner if they're going to fail, and maybe pivot and go through a direction that's going to make them work. So it's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine?
Hi,
I'm Melina Blees. I'm the site director for Biolabs Philadelphia. We are a biotech incubator located right downtown across from Independence Hall in the Curtis Building. We landed in Philadelphia in 2018, previously in partnership with CIC and the Science Center. Now we're just friendly with them. We are an international network of biotech incubators. We've been doing this since 2009. We were founded out of Cambridge, Massachusetts by a scientist entrepreneur who also founded Lab Central, if any of you are familiar with that, which is our sister organization. We have, I believe it's 16 sites now across the US and Europe, all wet lab spaces designed for early stage high potential biotech companies. So typically it's companies in the seed to Series A stage. We provide all of the equipment, all of the support that they need, the operations pieces around the edges. And then I think for us, a really big differentiator is being part of this network of biotech specialized incubators across the country and across Europe as well, and about to be Japan. So we have access to incredible resources in terms of kind of a brain trust across the country, but also, you know, folks who are very well connected in the industry. So we can bring those resources to bear for our member companies and for the wider ecosystem. So we really love being in Philadelphia. We run a whole bunch of ecosystem-wide events in partnership with the other folks on the stage. I think, you know, Lou mentioned it, but this is an ecosystem where everyone actually has their eye on the bigger prize, and collaborating across what in another ecosystem might be a competitor is actually a real thing that actually happens here in Philly. So I think that's pretty awesome.
Before we get to Tracy, why don't you do a plug because you're doing a collaborative job fair?
Yeah, so I think everybody on this stage actually is working with us on it. We're doing an ecosystem-wide biotech jobs fair November 19th. So we're gonna have employers from all across the region, including Integral Molecular, Spark, Iovance, Wuji, lots of smaller companies who are hiring for just a couple of jobs, and then candidates from everything from non-degree holders up through PhDs, postdocs, experienced industry scientists in a big space, just meeting each other. Our partners at BioStrategy Partners are gonna be running a bunch of parallel programming, including some really cool career trajectory panels and resume support and things like that. So it is free for employers and candidates to participate. You can apply online. If you come over and see us at our table, we have a big poster and some business cards about the event. So please spread the word to anybody who's currently hiring in the biotech space.
Thanks. Tracy.
Hi, I'm Tracy Brala, Senior Vice President of Strategy and Partnerships with the Science Center. The Science Center is a 60-year-old nonprofit that sits at the intersection of three ecosystems. First is life sciences and healthcare, second is community, and third is really focused on the startup space and how do we make all three of these ecosystems work together to drive inclusive economic growth in Philadelphia. So our program focus in two areas. It's STEM and entrepreneurship exposure. Probably won't talk a lot about that today because one of my colleagues is going to chat with you all later, certainly about the STEM exposure space. And so I'll let her share kind of that space. But really thinking about startup acceleration is what I'll spend a lot of time thinking about. And we do work very collaboratively with our partners CIC, as well as Wexford Science and Technology in U City Square. And one of our signature programs that I'll probably times throughout the course of the day is our Capital Readiness Program. It is a program for first-time founders who are looking to do their first institutional capital raise, and they most likely have done about $1,000 to $1 million in early raises that they've done through friends and family, maybe SBIR, STTIR type of grants. But this is their time when they're saying, how do I go and do that first institutional raise? So that's really a unique program. No one else in the United States is actually offering this program. We do it 3 times a year. They spend some time in the CIC space, so we really value that partnership. It's really a collaborative effort across the ecosystem. They spend time at, some of the health plans that are in the area, as well as working closely with vendors and particular suppliers to help them accelerate their businesses.
Awesome, thanks.
Hi, I'm Sarah Jane Blair. I'm the general manager for CIC in Philadelphia.
CIC is a serviced lab and office facility. We are located in Philly at 3675 Market. We share a building with the Science Center and with some other important ecosystem partners. We run about 140,000 square feet of space. 90,000 square feet are wet lab space. One thing that I think is really fascinating about the way we are built is we run floors 1 through 8, 2 through 8 in our building, except for the 4th floor. The 4th floor is where the Science Center's offices are located and a lot of their programming. Some of their programming is on our 5th floor as well. So while CIC is primarily a space provider, we partner very closely with Science Center on our programming to ensure that the folks coming through our space are getting services and supports that they need from folks who really focus on that, and that is sort of their professional addition to the ecosystem.
Bob, thanks.
Good afternoon, Bob Christmas. I'm the COO of the Blumberg Institute, Pennsylvania Biotechnology Center, and Hepatitis B Foundation, working under Lou. And what makes our incubator unique, I'd say, is the community that has grown really from Tim Block, who is our founder, his kitchen table, we started with 36,000 square feet, and now we have 150,000 square foot campus, 67 labs, 85 offices. And we don't kick companies out. So over those years, Tim and Lou has vetted the companies to try to look at technology that someone was bringing in and to see how it blended with the other folks that were in the building. And the amount of collaboration that goes on a day-to-day basis, the talking that goes on in the hallways between the scientists is really, really fascinating to me. So for someone who is a non-scientist, I just want to let you guys know that in case you were guessing. But the work that gets done and the talking that goes on is really something I think that sets us apart amongst the events that we hold. We're trying to make sure that every one of our community members, we don't call them tenants, we're very, very, we listen and try to help them in any way, form, help them understand what the business model can be instead of just, creating a science project. So, Lou and Tim have done a phenomenal job and certainly love to be part of it.
Thanks, all. And we're almost out of time. No. So as I mentioned earlier, the last 2 years have been really tough in the industry and with incubation. How have you adjusted your programming, your operations? Do you see the environment improving? Essentially, let the crowd know, like, what's the temperature right now in the incubators? Anybody can jump in.
So I'll jump in. I know at Pennovation, we're seeing businesses pivot in response to the economic environment. And so I talked about that kind of 360 support. So we have an experienced management team, our XM team, and we have an education and entrepreneurship team, our E2 team. So between the two teams, they kind of provide the connections, curated mentorship opportunities, and they're also able to take a look at each company's runway and develop kind of customized financial planning, if you will, and use our real estate to enable their sustainability. So we have a new program called Ramp Up, for instance, where we're able to adjust pricing to allow for a longer runway for businesses because we're seeing a need for that. So between the mentorship and being very specialized there and being creative with the ramping up of the real estate investment that they need to make, we're seeing that businesses are able to stay with us longer during challenging times. So.
A little bit about our capital readiness program, a little bit more, which I think is unique in this time frame. So we did create it about 2 years ago. We're recruiting right now for our 5th cohort. So if anybody's a startup that's looking to do their first raise, go over to the CIC table. There's QR codes there that can give you information about the program. But what's so critical about this program is while we bring 10 startups from across the country in, we also match them with 5 investors in residence. So we're bringing on average about $1 billion of capital into the Philadelphia marketplace for a week. And they're getting to know those service providers. They're getting to know the partners and the collaborators within the ecosystem. And why that's critical is They're the ones that are providing the feedback to the startups on how to better utilize those funds. We heard earlier how difficult it is right now to actually raise those dollars. So how do you most efficiently articulate your need to investors, why you need those dollars, and then how you're going to achieve those milestones because you've de-risked the process throughout the course of the week?
I can talk about, so we're fortunate to have a path to get government funding, which is a good thing to have in times where other sources dry up. So for example, we have a team here that started with an idea for a spirometer, an enhanced spirometer that works with an app and enables doctors to see if people are using it and patients to remind them to do it. So they came through our program. We don't offer any funding, but there's a follow-up program that we kind of funneled them into them. They got money from an organization called VentureWell. And our program helps people prepare to have very strong applications. They managed to get an NIH grant, and they're actually now doing an NIH-funded program to help them move forward. So that's a path that we have that helps people in these situations.
I was just going to say, so I feel like the last couple years has been a shift from, as everybody knows, a lot of capital in the markets to a lot of folks kind of really struggling to raise that seed round or that Series A round. And so a lot of what we've sort of shifted to doing is providing more of that high-touch support of introductions to venture capital, recommendations that they apply to the capital readiness program. We run a big Biolabs Investor Day event that we run in April every year, which, again, most of the people on this panel are partners on. And if you're not, please come join us this year. Which is about, again, bringing more capital to Philadelphia from outside the region, investors to come see companies within the region. But a lot of it is kind of pointing them in the direction of resources that already exist, pointing them towards folks who can, and again, I'm sure everybody on this panel does the same for their member companies. And I think that that's an undervalued part of the incubator model in general, is those connections, especially for first-time founders, to, hey, you should come to this event, you should meet some people. I know a guy who's interested in that, right? Across our network, we run something called a golden ticket program where companies can apply for a year of free bench space at a Biolab site. There's currently one that we're running that's specifically focused around headaches. So if you know any companies that are working on migraines or other types of cluster headaches or anything like that, it's very, very specific. It's in partnership with a pharma company. But for a company working in that space, that's an extraordinary opportunity to kind of, again, significantly extend their runway and go to anywhere in the world. But we pretty much hope they come to Philadelphia with that opportunity.
That's great. Any other comments?
I would love to add one thing. I think one piece that hasn't really come up is, I think all of us, especially those of us running space incubators or space providers, is there is a lot of empty real estate right now. And so the folks who are in our spaces, I think, understand the value of the wraparound services and the value add. But we are up against empty office spaces, empty, places that used to be higher dollars per square foot and now are lower. And our services are more expensive because we are providing connections. We are providing wraparound services that really help them get to the next step in their journey or understand if the journey needs to pivot and end. So I know at CIC, we are feeling when companies are in the space, they really see and feel the value. And it has been more challenging to convince board members or folks from outside of Philadelphia why they should be here and why they should be in a space like any of ours up on this stage. Once they're there, they are sold and they will start second, third companies, they will move between our spaces as they need. But we are we're still in a more challenging market right now.
No, I agree. And we have Jen Gilbert in the audience here. So the next question is around Governor Shapiro's commitment to life sciences, one of the 5 industries he's focusing on. Again, you talk about competition, and we're looking at our next door neighbor, New Jersey. We've got Delaware, Massachusetts, New York. What can the state do to help out the early stage companies and the incubators?
jump in, and maybe this would be an obvious first answer, but if there's, again, really at that early stage, support to help de-risk, but also seed these companies, I think from Temple inside the university, we have a new wave, the next wave of innovation standing right at the gates. What's holding it back is both talent, entrepreneurs that we can identify to actually form these companies and get them launched out of universities, because for at least Temple, it's not our faculty members that are actually serving as, say, CEO of the company. We need that separate professional management to run those companies. That's a gap. So where we can put in an effort to help attract, retain, develop, grow our own Philly-rooted entrepreneurs in that area, highly interested. But in addition, of course, that very early stage initial money to get these companies started.
And it's not a lot of money.
No.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively, we've been given $5 million, 2.5 to distribute down at B Labs, 2.5 to manage up at Dual Center. And it's not just dishing out the money, it's putting it into buckets and allowing companies to grow their employee base, bring in new talent, possibly new technology, subsidize their rent, and also to give guidance. We've got Nick Spring, who's here today with who's our entrepreneur in residence, and who's successfully exited several companies to help guide some of these folks, because they really don't know what they're doing. They know the science, but what's beyond that? So, and it doesn't take a lot of money to kind of get them off the ground.
There's a lot of competitive programs. I've talked with Jen about this, so she knows this. But just in terms of matching funds for angel investors and things like that. So we need more folks in the marketplace who are willing to take the risk with their early stage investors, with the early stage companies. When you get to be more sophisticated, you actually have a lot more of an opportunity with corporate partners to come in, but the federal government, the state government can really help to facilitate and grow that early stage and stabilize that early stage marketplace.
I mean, I think everyone would agree. The state commitment would be have a huge impact on what we're doing, especially in early stage, which there's still not a lot of money coming in for seed stage. And then the second thing is the VC will hopefully follow, because those seem to be our two big needs. You hit on something, Stephen, about the C-suite talent. When you go to other markets, and I don't like to mention them out loud, but the B word, Boston and San Francisco, they have just a pool of that C-suite experience. What can we do as a region to attract that level of talent here?
We got to get them into the city and into the state, literally to see it. There's incredible opportunities in biotech. If you don't want to be in the city, if you want to be in the suburbs, there's beautiful spaces such as PABC. If you're a city girl and you want to stay within the city bounds, there's plenty of opportunities here. I think Philly has a really weird, especially the city, has a really weird reputation if you leave the city, and it's wonderful to actually be here and work here. And so I think some of it is just continuing to grow the ecosystem, continuing to grow these kinds of events that bring people in from outside the market to say, oh, actually, that is a place I would want to live. I think for a while we will be importing C-suite talent because honestly, it just takes enough time for an ecosystem to have multiple rounds of exits before those folks are there.
And I will say, at Pennovation, we have the benefit of having the Penn Center for Innovations Ventures Group right inside of our facility. And one of their strong suits is CEO matching. So we have a really huge network through the Penn Center for Innovation where we're able to find CEOs and match them to those startups. And so we can definitely talk about how that resource could maybe spread a little bit farther and wider throughout the ecosystem so that we can shake loose the talent that might even be here or, kind of right across the border in some cases. Mm-hmm.
On Thursdays at the Science Center, every other week, we run a program called FA, and there is a C-suite series. And so it's really focused on kind of ingrown talent in Philadelphia, but getting the CEO, C-suite folks together with their peers with high quality topics every other week so that they know. I mean, everyone says like being a CEO is the loneliest job. And so this is an opportunity to give you really direct access to high quality content, but then also a peer group that you have the opportunity to build off of as well.
That's right. Now we're running a little short on time here. I wanted to ask one final question. We can open up for Q&A here. We saw the AI presentation this morning, which I thought was great. But from the early stage level, what emerging trends are you seeing in this sector that might influence the new startup? Are you seeing AI? Are you seeing different trends in your incubator that you can let our audience know about?
I can talk about it. AI is, comes up all the time now. So this morning we had a researcher talk about radiology and AI. They're actually in the ICO program to take that technology and use it for something else very similar. We have teams coming to talking about using AI to identify patterns in literature to figure out what's coming up next. So it's, it's a faucet and it opens up and just people come in from all places and do it. So it's pretty strong.
Anyone else?
For us, we're seeing new drug development platforms that are interesting. Some based on microbiome-derived drugs, for example, that are based on natural sources within the body that can impact over, in this case, 85 chronic inflammatory diseases. That's through a company that spun out of Temple called SFA Therapeutics. On the chemical side, chemical platform that can actually precisely target proteins of biological interest using billions of new compounds that are uniquely designed, chemically diverse, and highly precise based on this new chemical platform. That's a company called Third Law Molecular. And I know in transit here, I just saw our first AI-based therapeutic in the hopper as well. So yes, we're getting new innovation from that platform as well.
That's great. Any other comments before we open it up? All right, is there any questions? Tough to see out there. I know we have lunch coming up, so. Any questions? Going once? All right, well, I want to thank, again, you can see that we have a great incubator, accelerator ecosystem here in the city. Please take advantage of it, and if you see any of us off the stage, if you have any questions. But I'd like to thank our panelists. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
So that was a great panel, and you can see how much innovation is getting developed into commercial enterprises for patients in Philadelphia. It's really, really amazing, the vibrancy of the ecosystem here. And I think what the last panel also illustrates is how important the entire ecosystem is. Some people say to me, why do you have real estate developers and engineers and architects that are part of your organization? What do they have to do with drug development and the institutions that are creating the innovations? And what you just heard is what they have to do with it. They build the buildings that these incubators locate in, and that as the incubators grow, as their companies grow and develop, they take up more and more space. And the real estate developers or the building owners have to fit that space out, and they need engineers and architects who know how to do that, because life science activity requires special types of space. You can't just move into an office space with a life science company. They have mechanical requirements, they have floor to ceiling heights, they have pounds per square foot in the floor that you need to be able to support all that equipment that is getting used. And so this afternoon, we're going to hear a lot more about the other side of the ecosystem, which is the buildings and the real estate market that helps to support the life science industry. But right now, we're going to continue looking at this bright spot of incubators, because many people believe that it's the incubators and the startup companies that live within them that are actually going to bring the life science industry into its growth cycle again. And this is a cyclical industry. This happens all the time, every 10 to 15 years. So this is not something that is going to stymie the growth of this. The life science industry will continue, but it's just in one of its cycles right now. So right now we have a panel of national experts on the incubation markets across the country, not just in Philly. Matt Gardner, who is the managing director of CBRE, just completed the first national survey of incubators across the country, and he found some really interesting data that he's going to share with you. And then we have two speakers, Danielle Bogdanovich from BioLab. She is the Vice President of Business Operations and Strategy, and Peter Kramer, the Vice President and Market Executive for Wexford Science and Technology. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon. I'm told, Nancy, that you want us to go for 110 minutes to make sure no one gets lunch equally. Is that right? Good. I'm going to stay here, guys. You okay with that? Danielle and Pete? Okay. Our job is to be as brief as we can, but to pick up from Lou Cassa's program. It's nice to see Lou here. I can't see quite through the lights where he went. Great panel that Lou led there, representing, I think, a great big chunk of the startup ecosystem. And we're going to pick up from that and use that opportunity to jump off and look at, as the program says, the comparison of Philly to other emerging markets. I don't think of Philly as an emerging market, but we're joined by two, what you could label multi-site operators of these pieces of the glue in the ecosystem. And so I'm going to ask each of them, I'll start with Danielle, to introduce themselves and to give you a sort of a glimpse into the markets where they have presence. So Danielle, can you go first?
Great, sure. Hi, everybody. Danielle Bogdanowicz. I work with BioLabs. As you know, Melina Blees is our site head for the BioLabs Philadelphia location. She did a great job sharing what we do and what our mission is. But BioLabs is a global network of co-working wet lab spaces for early stage biotech companies. We have 11 locations growing in the US right now. In sort of, many of your standard biotech markets, Boston, San Diego, et cetera, as well as emerging markets where we partner with universities, research institutes, philanthropic groups, pharma companies to help to build innovation ecosystems. A lot of what we also add is to provide access to a global network of resources for our startups across the globe. Melina mentioned the Investor Day program that we've run, came out of COVID and the challenging times of fundraising for startups is a global challenge that still exists today. So that campaign, we do those events here in Philly as well as on the West Coast in San Diego, in Boston, as well as in Europe. We host one in Paris and also in Heidelberg every year. So just to provide attention to the companies in our portfolio, as well as the companies in the markets where our sites are located, to give them access to potential strategic partners at pharma companies, VCs, et cetera. So happy to be here today and chat about those markets.
And Pete, your platform was very early in the sort of academic ecosystem partnership sort of design. So if you could describe that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Pat. So hi, everybody. Pete Kramer, Vice President Development at Wexford Science and Technology. I'm also the market executive locally here in Philadelphia at our project U City Square. Like Matt said, we've been in this space for a long time. Just a little bit about Wexford. We've been in business for 18 plus years. And our focus is really with developing commercial research buildings and mixed-use communities in partnership with universities and top-tier research institutes around the country. So we've been doing it for a long time. We're probably in 10 of the top life science markets across the country. Developed around 10 million square feet, just to give you sort of a sense of scale. And we, what's unique about us is a lot of our projects are not in kind of the core life science markets. We are in a number of, I don't even know if they're called emerging markets. They are very small markets that are anchored by a top-tier university Great example of that is, like Wake Forest University's in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Who would have thought that's a place to develop an ecosystem around life sciences? But we've been able to do it. And I think a lot of that is the strength and the partnership with that academic medical center. So happy to talk about it more, but like Danielle, we have sort of a national footprint in this space.
So Pete, I want to highlight, obviously we could talk about a whole bunch of examples. You're in places like Sacramento and Phoenix, anchored with their major research institutions. We work for you in one market in Charlotte, and the reason I want to point that out is a fearless investment by you and your team in a market where there hasn't been any lab to speak of so far. So real, true emerging in the sense that it's going from basically zero lab to a very complex partnership, which you're leading on behalf of a whole set of global investors. Can you highlight what that risk is like and how you've ended up leading that with such complicated stakeholders?
Yeah, that's a great example, Matt. And I think really exciting project if you get a chance to visit it in Charlotte. It's wrapping up now. It's called the Pearl, and it's in the Charlotte metro. Everyone thinks of North Carolina. They think of Research Triangle Park, which is a hotbed for life sciences. They don't think of Charlotte. When you think of Charlotte, you think of banking. But what was really unique about that project and why we got excited is because Atrium Health, one of the largest health systems in the country, they went to Wake Forest and they said, hey, we want to put a medical school in Charlotte, largest metro in the country that didn't have a medical school. And by the way, Wake already had a medical school. So they said, hey, could you kind of copy and paste what you guys did in Winston-Salem, bring it to Charlotte, and be our partner? And so that partnership was really exciting to us. And that level of investment and commitment that both of those institutions were going to put into this project got us comfortable with the risk and got us comfortable with the underwriting. So it absolutely, in these markets where there are no market, it starts with the university. And I think they've been kind of a critical anchor. And we feel, though, that with those anchors there, it will attract industry, and it already has. ERCAD is a medical surgical kind of training center around the country based in France. They've got a couple different locations. And we went with Atrium to France to recruit them to open their first North American site in the Pearl. So great example of sort of leveraging those partnerships to attract industry to these knowledge communities.
So Nancy, I would say we'll take questions anytime. We don't mind being interrupted if you want to have the mic roving around. We'd be happy to field anytime. I'm going to keep going, though. And so there I've cheated a little bit by pointing out a truly nascent market. How many of you were at the program with Philly Builds Bio last year? How many of you can remember my unforgettable Al Pacino impersonation? Right? So I'm not going to do that. This year, I'm going to get Mike Myers up here on stage and do Wayne and Garth's Wayback Machine. Okay, I'm going to go way back. Charlotte's life sciences ecosystem is 5 minutes old. My bias is that Philly's life sciences ecosystem is 150 years old. Pharma was born here 150 years ago. There are kind of two ecosystems here. There's a suburban pharma campus that's tried and true and has been here forever, and the downtown core that's kind of built around University City and Navy Yard and other things that are relatively newer, but still a much longer legacy. In fact, our core thesis at CB is that there are 7 big biotech clusters that have a 5-decade tenure and are established, and Philly is one of those. And so I think I'm foreshadowing Danielle, but can you talk about your perspective on how Philly compares to the other markets that you're in and how you view emerging as support for your clients?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, like we've mentioned, we too are in some very nascent markets, and a lot of, I think what differentiates Philly from what we would define as emerging or nascent is that all the elements for a successful biotech are here. I think we talked a lot about connections today. We can, of course, continue to think about ways to build connections between all those different groups, but the research dollars are here, the strong universities and research institutes are here, the attention from VC is here and growing. There is pharma nearby. I know there's always that, I think something we see in Boston, I'm based in Boston, we see all the time is pharma deciding just how close they need to be to the city, to the innovation, to the early talent. We are seeing pharma start to move back into Kendall and downtown to have direct access to those folks. So, yes, it's a little bit further away here, but there are lots of pharma strategics and those opportunities for collaboration here in Philly as well. So yeah, I think again, events like this and having all the key groups in the room to continue to build on those connections is what I think differentiates Philly more from what you might call an emerging or a nascent market, where we are much more focused on bringing new resources to those communities. The resources are here in Philly.
Pete, do you have a sort of a foundational view of Philly versus other?
Yeah, Philly is our best market. I mean, I'll say that pretty simply. We founded the company here. The idea for the company was really founded here back in early 2000s. We kind of got our start and built some of the first purpose-built kind of commercial lab buildings in the city. There just wasn't any product, to your point, Matt. Even though there were all these kind of foundational ingredients around it, there wasn't product for companies to go to. And to see how far it's come has been really exciting. And you mentioned the suburbs, Danielle. I think that's another differentiator for Philly, is that legacy pharma talent. I think a lot of the clients we've seen have ties back to that pharma. They worked at Merck for 20 years and they want to do something different. They want to do a startup. And that's been really exciting to kind of see. And you can see how having kind of the mix of sort of more experienced talent coupled with the 100-degree granting universities in the area makes for, I think, a really positive mix for Philadelphia and for the future.
Danielle, you provide a lot of sort of additional support to startups that come into the biolabs orbit. Could you talk a little bit about things like mentoring and how that pool of management talent here makes some of those things a little bit easier to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, to the point we just made about pharma and the more senior folks who are local to the community here, in other locations, you have maybe the scientific talent because there are those research universities and research institutes, but not that direct industry experience that's accessible locally. And so what we try to do is provide access to resources. Part of that's through our pharma collaborations. We do have global pharma partners that we leverage across our sites. I think, again, we see these folks at these events all the time in Philly, which is great, as opposed to having to either virtually connect folks with our pharma partners elsewhere in the US or globally. And then same for, and then in addition to that, we'll do online sort of mentor and investor connect type programming that, again, I think having the local resources where folks can meet face-to-face and build these longer term relationships, there's something to be said for that over these virtual connections. COVID has taught us that virtual events can be beneficial and we can make new connections with folks who are further away. But I think, the fact that the pharma strategics are close by and at events where you can just chat and get to know folks is
Pete, I'm going to go slightly over time here and ask you to do a little bit of a commercial for us. Your counterparts in a few other markets are piloting a new program, your Connect Labs effort, which I think started at Aggie Square, if that was the first program to run a Connect. So can you describe that a little bit? And I'll just ask you, include in the thought, why it's so important to be flexible with startups which have such a high failure rate and maybe aren't the greatest at paying rent at the beginning.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks, Matt, for the commercial. Always happy to do a plug. But yes, so I think we've valued the incubator space, and the term incubator gets thrown around. Service lab is another term that I hear often. But for small companies, space for small companies, that's turnkey, that has services typically. I think we put a high value on that in all of our markets for a long time now. And we've done it a couple different ways. So we've had some relationships with first class operators like biolabs or CIC labs in different markets. Recently, we've emerged in this new product called Connect Labs that we're doing sort of in-house in certain markets that makes sense. And I think especially in some of these markets that there are no lab space and that there may need to be a model that's not the same as the model in Philadelphia. One is size. That's a thing we flex. So typically our Connect Labs product is about a floor. It's 30,000 square feet. It has a level of service, but we customize that service level to the market. And we also customize, I would say, the level of or the ratio of sort of wet to dry to assembly, depending on the strengths of that institution and depending on the types of companies that are coming out of that institution. Great example, we're looking at a project in Michigan with University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor's not probably on your list yet, but that's a project that they have a strong background in biomedical sciences, but they also have a really strong background in robotics and automated vehicles. And so I think we're giving a lot of thought to what's the right mix for that market if we are successful in winning that project. So I think Connect Labs is a new thing. We've got it in, we'll have it in probably 3 different sites by the end of 2025, which is really exciting. We're opening up a location in Baltimore, just down the street. And we're super excited to see how it kind of fits into the ecosystems.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my go-to, Mike Myers. In a nutshell, Austin Powers, this is me in a nutshell. If I had to ask you in a nutshell what market you compare Philly to globally for its combination of biotech and pharma, I know I'm putting you on the spot. Danielle, can you pick one that Philly compares most to? Totally unfair question.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I think, honestly, I really think it's hard to compare to anything. I certainly wouldn't compare it to any other emerging ecosystem. I do think, I know most growing biotech markets try to compare themselves to Boston. Like I say, those are the comparisons I can draw because I'm based in Boston. But I think from at least the pharma side of things, that is the closest comparator that I have. We see in San Diego as well, there is some pharma there. Supporting the very therapeutics focused type of companies that are there. So I would say, yeah, maybe San Diego, Philly, Boston, they all have that, sort of mass population of pharma, and then also that growing, population of early stage companies, and hopefully, yeah, in all those ecosystems, those 2 groups continue to figure out how to work better together.
In a nutshell.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we're always looking up to our friends in Boston and Cambridge and sort of making the University City Cambridge connection, and there's a ton of similarities you can draw there. I will say Seattle's another one that just from a sort of statistical standpoint, we get compared to a lot. Geographically, it's a little bit different, and I don't know if it has as much of the sort of legacy pharma in the suburbs, but I think from a sort of standing in probably your lists, Matt, I always sort of see that comparison. It has strong investment. It has space available. It has a number of emerging companies. It has some strong institutional partners. So I think Seattle's another one.
I'm going to give you a contrast that will be especially useful for you during baseball's playoffs. I think of Philly as the anti-San Diego, and here's culturally why. San Diego came up from pure biotech, and Philly was pharma, and they filled in for the other that they were missing. So you're very much the anti-San Diego. And if you need that to hate the Padres more, I encourage you to use that as you need to. Nancy, I'll turn back to you. Would you join me, please, in thanking our panel?
Thank you.
Okay, well, that concludes the morning programming. So thank you, everyone who came early and stayed with us for the entire morning. Food's in the back for lunch, and please continue to visit our Innovation Incubator Hall. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. People could find their way back into the hall and have a seat. That would be great. Going to continue the programming. So now we're going to move into an entirely new phase of what we're all about in life sciences. We're going to start with a keynote by Rebecca Grant, talking about the great research she's been doing for the city of Philly and all the things that Philadelphia is doing to help grow life sciences. Just one note, someone left their glasses outside the ballroom, and you can claim them at registration desk downstairs if those glasses are yours. But right now, I want to introduce Rebecca. Thank you.
Philly, Philly. Hi, everyone. So I know we have some out-of-towners here. So my name is Rebecca Grant. I am with the Department of Commerce for the City of Philadelphia. I'm the Senior Director of Life Sciences and Innovation for our Business Development Unit. And that simply means I work with life science companies who want to expand in Philadelphia, who want to be in Philadelphia, and who we'd like to retain in Philadelphia. And I had a research study that I completed about the economic impact of Philadelphia life sciences, and that's kind of what I'm going to go through today. I have no idea how to use this. There's no plus sign. Is it just, oh, nope. And that turns it off. And it must be this. No, that's the point. I should have known that. Anyway, my fellow Philadelphians here know this, but Philadelphia has a really robust life sciences ecosystem, and we are a national leader in cell and gene therapy. From a research and development perspective, Philadelphia is competitive with Boston, San Diego, and basically any other major life science cluster that you want to compare us to. But a lot of it is because of this specialization. The city's life sciences ecosystem is further supported by its concentration of major biomedical and pharmaceutical manufacturing anchor employers. And even though the majority of these anchor employers are local, they still contribute to our city's competitive as attractors and generators of talent. And that literally is from frontline workers to C-suite positions. Additionally, our city is a healthcare hub with several major institutions, as you'll see in the report, and included in this, the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania, what we call sometimes Penn Medicine, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals, Temple University Healthcare System. We have a really high concentration of healthcare workers as well, and all of this contributes to our life science activities. And as you'll see in this report, in addition to having access and proximity to innovation activities, talent is one of our most, if not the most important factors as far as site selection for life science firms. We really boast a robust talent pipeline, and we have very competitive marketing attributes, including a diverse supply of real estate offerings in highly accessible locations, relatively low cost of living, and regional location with access to other coastal markets. So I'm gonna bring this up here. So this report, by the way, my name is Rebecca L. Grant. You can pull it off my LinkedIn. This is a report that I did specifically around the city of Philadelphia. We have reports about the greater Philadelphia area. We also have a lot of specific reports about cell and gene therapy, but I thought it would be great to have a report on life sciences for Philadelphia in general. So we, again, are a national life science leader. When you think about real estate, we have about 5.8 million square feet of real estate. Online, it's hard for me to see. Okay, this is better. I can see better from here. I wear glasses. And we have about 2.8 million square feet under construction. As far as funding, we received $5.9 billion from NIH over the past several years. I'd say this is 2019 to 2023. And even though a lot of capital markets are suffering, I mean, when you look at Philadelphia, between 2019 and 2023, we've received $2.5 billion from investors. In Philadelphia, I really think this number is higher. I think it's hard to count, but we have 13,000 plus life science workers compared to the greater Philadelphia area, about 88,000, although lately I've heard this is about 100,000. And we graduate about more than 2,200 folks within the life science majors in Philadelphia. We have 34 colleges and universities and 37 hospitals. That's like such a big deal because you can walk between a lot of our healthcare systems. 5 schools, 4 national cancer centers. So we're pretty amazing. When you think about access, so one thing I love about Philadelphia, and I should say I am a veterinarian. I'm also, I also went into research after the clinic. So I was doing research in Philadelphia a long time. I've also done research in other ecosystems. And I have to say, not only is everything hyper local, so you can get to it very easily, unlike other healthcare life science hubs, like we are so collaborative. Like some of you here, I've seen you for the past 2.5 weeks straight because we've had so many events in Philadelphia. And so that's really, really important. I mean, when you think about mRNA technology and like, what were they at the cooler or getting coffee and they started talking about it? So like we're all sitting here without masks because of them. And they're, you know, from Philly. Sorry, I'm gonna go back. So when you look at where we are along the East Coast, think about this. Philadelphia is within a day's drive of 40% of the US population. It doesn't get better than that. Like, and we don't have blizzards, we don't have hurricanes, we don't, you know, it's amazing. The other thing I wanna point out here is not only are we easily accessible, our international airport is equipped with advanced temperature controlled shipping technology, and we have the largest refrigerated marine port in the US. So this type of connectivity is very important to life science. It's on my LinkedIn, you can grab it. Centrally, we're located to other ecosystems so that when you're collaborating with others, it's really easy to get around. So this shows, so this is a map of Philly, for those of you who are not from here. And we are like, I guess, about here somewhere, Center City, maybe. Here's Center City. We call downtown Center City, by the way. So when you hear that, I've had people think it was like some special location. It's just downtown. But these are our major life science clusters within Philadelphia. And honestly, up here is what we call Northeast Philadelphia. We just had a major attraction project with Adair Pharma Solutions, and they're located in Northeast Philly. So in every part of Philly, you have these amazing life science clusters. This is Northwest Philly. This is what we call U-City. And U-City is ever expanding their borders. U-City used to just be the University of Pennsylvania. Now it's like, I don't know, 10, 15 blocks. It's wonderful. And Pennovation's here. So these are just some examples of some of our major life science campuses. And we have everything from a brownfield to like a fully spec building. We have everything you need. We can give you 1 bench, we can give you 20, 30, 50. It's just really an amazing place to do science. Again, this is, you know, some information about existing life science space that's in the pipeline. Everybody's really getting on the Philadelphia train. You know, I like to say you catch up to the future in Philadelphia. So I feel like every developer is like, hey, we overlooked this space somewhere between Boston and, you know, DC. But it's pretty amazing. The other thing I'd like to point out here is we are 65% lower on average for our rental rates compared with other top East Coast markets. So it's really important. Like Philadelphia is pretty affordable. Oh, let me go back. How do I go back? I think that. And I failed to say I'm sorry, I'm confusing the thingies. We are the 4th best life science market in the US. We are also number 2 for cell and gene therapy. And we have the 5th best cost of living as far as the major US life science hubs. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal for retention. Some other facts about Philly. I went over this already, but we were designated an EDA Tech Hub in 2023. We also managed to get the Good Jobs Challenge, which is amazing. And this, we're really well known for our talent pipeline. And this EDA Good Jobs Challenge do even more for industry, for life science industry in Philadelphia. This is a breakdown of the 13,000 plus jobs in Philadelphia that I talked about. A lot of them are in research, testing, and medical labs, the majority, but also academic institutions, biopharmaceutical jobs, and just logistics and medical devices. And the economic impact is amazing because you have to think about, like, these are just jobs in life science. And remember, this is just for the city. This is not for the greater Philadelphia area. And I imagine these numbers could be even bigger now. But another thing I want to point out, we graduate about 325,000 students in the region. And when you think about our cost of living, it's really a big deal, right? You come out of one of these big institutions, you might have loans, you look at rent in Boston, you look at rent in New York, and you're like, I can't afford that. You look at Philly, you're like, I can buy a house. So, it's really a major difference for life sciences because, when you get that really good technician or you get that really good PhD who's running your lab, they're not going to leave. They don't have to because they can afford to be here. They can raise their family here. And then there's all the extraneous things. We have the best gastronomy in the world. We have lots of James Beard chefs. We have the Barnes Foundation. If you don't know what that is, you better Google it. I grew up not far from here. It's the most important private art collection in the world. We have it all. And I am not a native Philadelphian. I am a native New Yorker. I also grew up in Newark, New Jersey. I left here in 2018 after being here for about 16 years, and I came back in 2020. I could not get my research through at 2 major institutions in the South. I speak to you from experience. When I say we're collaborative, and this is one of the best places to do your research, I speak to you from definite experience of being able to go down the street to Hupp and get a soft tissue surgeon to show me how to do a procedure in a monkey. I can't say enough good stuff about Philly. Those of you who know me know I'm like the #1 cheerleader for life sciences here. But look at this, 155% growth in residents age, that should say ages, I should have told them they made a typo, 25 to 34 holding a bachelor's degree. I mean, it's a really big deal for you to keep your staff. I feel like in other ecosystems, people just bounce around. And then since research institution in Philadelphia, they're definitely our leaders in life science discovery. We have so many firsts. Really just go on and on, but some people don't realize we've had the first FDA-approved gene therapy, the first FDA-approved cell therapy. We had the first hospital. I think the first medical school, if I'm not mistaken. So it's an ecosystem of first. We also do a lot of clinical trials here. And this is important to me because the other thing that you'll get in Philadelphia that you're not going to get in Boise, Idaho, is you have a diversity of people. Philadelphia is a majority city of people of color. And we all know that when you have a diversity of peoples, you have a diversity of thought, things just go better because you have everyone's input. And so even doing local clinical trials, it's not going to be monolithic. You're going to have all kinds of people, and you're going to have people from all over the world. So I think that's important too. And I think it contributes to our life sciences ecosystem. Again, we're all sitting here together with that mask because of Dr. Catalin Carrico and Drew Weissman, who discovered mRNA technology that they use for the COVID vaccine. It's really cool. I saw her Nobel Prize. It's very gold and big. And again, this is just, funding. And, we wouldn't be funded if we weren't like fabulous, right? Like, so I feel like there's been such a downturn in funding in a lot of life sciences ecosystems. There's a downturn in funding for Philadelphia as well, but we're doing well considering, a lot of people are closing their doors and we're not necessarily doing that. We're just discovering more stuff and curing disease. I won't go into too big a detail about this, but we are the 5th largest VC by region by number of deals. This is 2022 to 2023. The largest part of this is drug discovery, followed by biotechnology, followed by medical supplies. And what I want to say about our ecosystem too is, yes, we're known for cell and gene therapy, but we're also diversifying. I mean, I just had 2 ribbon cuttings. One is a packaging company that specializes in oral medications in pill form and formulating them. And another is like a food diagnostics company. Because remember, life science is plant, animal, and human, right? So I feel like we have it all. Diversity, not just cell and gene science. 48 IPOs in life science businesses since 2019 in the region. You can pull this off my LinkedIn if you want to go through these numbers here, but you can see most of it is pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, as well as healthcare services. And questions about Philadelphia? I don't want to talk about anybody else. Again, if you're looking to spin out your company or if you're involved it anymore, come to Philadelphia, talk to me. I can tell you incentives that we have. And there's something else I should say. Our government, we have 2 administrations in Philadelphia and at the state level who are really big on life sciences right now. Some big things are coming. Hang in there. We're going to revamp our incentives. But what I need you all to do is push your legislators. I have a legislative document as well to go along with this. If you want it, I'll send it to you. But remind people in the middle of Pennsylvania that agriculture is life science as well. We really need to push people to understand that when we get an innovation fund, it's not just for Pittsburgh and Philly, it's for all of us. So anybody from the middle of Pennsylvania, please talk to your legislators. Any questions? Nope. Thanks so much.
Oh, somebody took my program. Okay, so one very fun fact that we haven't had before is we have a media partnership with BioBuzz this year, and they are in the back room interviewing one person from each panel, and they're probably going to ask some of you to be interviewed, and they will be running these interviews in their publication after the meeting ends today. So we'll have continuing coverage moving forward. So that's an exciting thing. Okay, now we're going to move into workforce development, which is so important to opening economic opportunity for all in Philadelphia. Many people know that the jobs in life sciences generally pay higher than jobs in other industry, from the entry level on up to the PhD. And not all of these jobs require PhDs by any stretch of the imagination. You know, there's technicians, there's lots of assistants that are involved, there's people who run the core labs at the academic institutions. And those people just need certifications. And so we need to make sure that the training programs are in place so that everyone has access to the jobs that are being created by this industry. So I'm really excited. Eric Hattrell was going to moderate this panel, but he had to step out for a meeting. So Sharon Willis is going to moderate. She is the co-founder, vice president of sales and customer relations for Integral Molecular. Maury Smith is the managing director of the Keystone Life Sci Collaborative. David Zuga, the associate dean of biomedical studies at the Wistar Institute. Maya Helland, senior director, STEM education at the University Science Center. Alana O'Reilly, associate professor at Fox Chase Cancer Center and the executive director and chief scientific officer of the eClose Institute. And Kara Spiller, professor of biomedical innovation, School of Biomedical Engineering, Science, and Health Systems at Drexel. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you to everyone who's put this conference together today. It's really been a great day so far. You know, we've heard about innovation from the universities. We've heard about AI. We've heard about funding the work that goes on across the city, startups and our incubator resources. And what all of these different facets need is employees. And that's what we're going to talk about today, is the workforce development efforts going on across the city of Philadelphia. And they are numerous and they are absolutely amazing. And I'm really excited to be part of this panel today. As Nancy said, I'm one of the co-founders of Integral Molecular. We are a biotechnology company focused on early discovery and characterization of biotherapeutics. We are born and raised in Philadelphia. We spun out of the University of Pennsylvania 23 years ago with two people. Now we have over 100 at One U City Square, and we're growing. We're going to double our workforce in the next 2 to 3 years. And we need our partners who are on this stage to help us do that, because as you've been hearing today, there's a biotech boom in Philadelphia. Buildings are going up all over the place, in the Navy Yard, in University City, downtown, the build out of the Curtis Center. And we're all pulling from the same resources. New companies are starting every month, and we rely on the universities and we rely on these training programs to really fill that funnel of people who are excited about being in STEM, working in the STEM industries, and being employed by all of these great companies. So we're going to talk about filling that funnel today. We have this laid out to start with programs focusing on middle and high school students to get them excited about STEM and wanting to go into STEM careers. Then we're going to go into some of our workforce development programs. So as Nancy said, how do you get into this industry if you don't have a master's degree, if you don't have a PhD? We'll then talk about an exciting new program at Drexel University, supporting training in cell and gene therapy. And then finally, end with the really super exciting Keystone Life Science Collaborative. Hopefully everyone here has heard about that, which is really here to unite our efforts and help find and fill in gaps in this process that we are all a part of. So we have kind of a big panel here, all really exciting. So I'm going to approach this by asking each panelist a question, and then they can introduce themselves and their program that way. So we are going to start with Firsthand, program in the Science Center, and Maya. So Maya, what strategy do you use to make STEM engaging and accessible for middle and high school students, and especially those from underrepresented communities?
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Maya Highland. I am a rambler, so I took some notes here, so I might look down. Because we got to be quick here. But anyway, so I run the program Firsthand. It's a program of the Science Center. It's a STEM education program that provides early, authentic STEM exposure to allow students to make informed decisions about their academic and career paths. So this is like, I'm the first stop on this panel. Obviously, middle school is not the first stop in someone's life, but it's where we're starting today in terms of just that early exposure to industries like that are out, represented out here, but also learning in a new way and developing a relationship for middle school students with themselves and learning, and also in sort of STEM specifically. So students come to 3675 Market. It's one of the big glass buildings that Sharon was talking about, and most students don't have any idea what happens when you're walking in University City and you pass all of these glass buildings. So we're sort of that open door that says, come up to the lab every week for a semester, for a full academic year, and do hands-on STEM activities. But also the unique aspect of our program is the connection to industry. There are tons of life science and other STEM professionals working every day there who we recruit to develop engaging activities that relate to the content that they're already learning, but also have career conversations with students. Integral Molecular is one of those volunteers. We've been working with them for 10 years to really show at a 14-year-old level what happens in biotech. So we're trying to push the needle from just nurse, doctor, lawyer to really, there's so much nuance to all these pathways. I think I'm wrapping up because we only have a little bit of time, but I was thinking about this earlier, and I was thinking about how this room is like full of people who probably identify as like innovators and spaces that are new and novel problem-solving practices. And I feel like, unfortunately, K-12 education is not considered an innovative space at all. And that's a real shame because it should be, because the students that come through firsthand are eventually going to work. And if they're not experienced in these sort of ways of thinking, how are we going to get some of the products and out there? So I was thinking, so firsthand really is meant to just be that transformative space so students can think about learning and STEM pathways in a new way. And when we talk about underrepresented students, I mean, I really believe that like Philadelphia students, all of them they're not all getting high quality STEM experiences. So hands-on STEM experiences where they're meeting and talking to people from worlds that maybe they're not encountering is a huge strength of firsthand, and also like a step on the path of this scaffolded pathway to get them to Drexel, to get them to Integral, to get them to some of these startups. I think I'll stop there. Yeah.
Good. Thank you, Maya. All right, next, Alana from eClose. What impact could training thousands of Philly kids in biomedicine every year have on the life science workforce?
Yeah, so eClose is a new nonprofit that we started in 2019 as an extension of an academic program from Fox Chase Cancer Center. And we're founded on basically two principles. One is that every person is born a scientist, and it's our job to maintain that science, curiosity, problem solving, survival, and health skills that every student is born with. The second one is that the students know more about health equity than we do. So students grow up in communities that are experiencing devastating health inequity in Philadelphia. The numbers that a lot of people have been posting about our huge successes, most of those do not apply to children in Philadelphia. For example, only 1% of Philadelphia students graduate with STEM degrees from college. So our goal is to support students to be the future thought leaders who are going to be the first generation to eliminate health inequity, especially here in Philadelphia. Students come in classrooms, so we have 1,700 students in Philadelphia classrooms participating in original research that they design themselves. They continue into summer camps and finally into advanced research projects, and then some of them come to Fox Chase to create new research, new questions, new ideas that will target the health inequities in their communities. So right now we have 24% of our graduates working full-time in life science industries. And I just wanted to point out that most of them go to huge pharma companies that advertise their ancestral genetics focus, health equity focus, and public health focus. And so if you want to recruit our amazingly talented students, start thinking about how to make that at the forefront.
Very good. I guess just for both of you, before we go on, can you talk a little bit about some of the successes of your students? Like, does someone stick out in your mind as this is a great kid and they've gone on to do this? Because it's always fun to hear about the successes.
Yeah, so we get texts from our students all the time, and we have to say, where are you? What are you doing? How did you get there? Why are you, and I just actually messaged with a a student, Antoinette, who went to Allen Locke Middle School right in West Philly. Went through 2 first-hand programs in middle school and then went through several high school programs. And she's at the NJIT studying business and computer science. And so I know it's not biotech, but it's what's cool about that is I heard a lot of discussion earlier about entrepreneurship and business as being part of this, industry and the workforce. And I really, Antoinette was able to, she's in her second year, was able to bring those, she really focused on those 2 areas in firsthand, developing her own business, but also really developing her STEM skills. And she just did an internship at Amazon in Seattle and was like, I used firsthand on my internship application because I believe it helped me it brought all of the pieces of who I am to help me discover where I wanted to be. And that's that's what we're going for in this early stop, of helping to reflect the talent and also broaden the opportunity of what's out there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think our success stories are in cohorts. So our group comes through as a cohort, and a cohort that's been continuing for 3 years now recently uncovered 5 compounds that eliminate cells that model HPV infection. And the students brought this from their own cultural dietary backgrounds. They screened chemicals, diet components that matter to them against these models. And this may actually be a new way to eliminate HPV infected cells prior to their transformation. And this all came from children, right? They had not yet graduated high school. So don't underestimate Philadelphia just because their test scores are not what you're looking for, their 12th grade math. Our kids' 12th grade math is already done in 6th grade. So let's do more support so that the kids have the skills they need to leverage their life experience and their knowledge to actually combat cancer and other diseases.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you. All right, let's move on to AJ from West Philadelphia Skills Initiative. How does WPSI bridge the relationship between training programs and employers across the city?
Hey everyone, my name is AJ Adams. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships for the Skills Initiative. And I really have the luxury of playing this role of working directly with industry and then partnering with technical training providers like you'll hear later on in this panel to connect them to the talent that they need. The Skills Initiative acts as a workforce intermediary and employs a very specific workforce model where we partner with one specific employer, we identify a position of high need, and then we design a customized selection and recruitment process around the ideal candidate that's needed for that target job role. And through our partnerships with technical training providers like the Wistar Institute that you'll hear about shortly, we're able to find candidates that are not only science curious, but are interested in advancing their careers. These are career changers. These are folks with some college, but it's through the partnership with technical training providers that we're able to connect employers with talent that likely they didn't even know existed in Philadelphia. Folks who have the skills, can learn the trades needed to be successful in this career. And really, the Skills Initiative role as that intermediary is a long-term play. It's building relationships with employers to understand what the culture is at that workplace, what the ethos is of the company, not only what the target position is, but also, what are those characteristics of a great employee within those companies. What's really hard about the job? What's really great about the job? And really building all of those things and translating that to the rest of our teams to identify those candidates who could be really successful in those roles. And we found a really sweet spot within biotech, working with companies really early on to start understanding who they are and following them along that journey as they grow from 20 employees to 40 employees, from graduating from University City to innovation hubs at the Navy Yard. But it's really that deep investment in relationship that makes the Skills Initiative unique, and the partnering with really qualified technical training organizations like the Wistar Institute and Drexel to be able to connect these employers to the talent that they need.
Yeah, great. Yeah, we are part of our first cohort of externs from one of these training programs between WPSI and the BTT. They're all into week 2. We have 6 externs and they're all amazing. What their backgrounds and what they're bringing and what they're so excited to learn. I think is really going to be transformative for Integral Molecular. So yeah, thank you. All right, we're going to go to David from the WISTAR programs. It's an extension now of WIPSI. So how does your biotechnician training program support individuals transitioning into full-time roles within the biotech industry?
Thanks, Sharon. Before I answer that, and I promise I'll talk about the BTT program, but I thought I would just take a second to give you an overview of the continuum of education and training programs at WISTAR. So WISTAR, if you don't know, is the nation's oldest independent biomedical research institute. We have a real research focus on cancer as well as immunology and vaccine development. And for over 20 years, we've had a real interest in education and training spanning high school to graduate and postdoctoral training. At the high school level, we partner with Heights Philadelphia to bring WISTAR research into partner high schools' classrooms, where we actually bring the research, bring the laboratory equipment into Philadelphia high school classrooms. And the idea there is that we're similar to some of the programs that you heard about. We want to expose them to the incredible opportunities and the excitement around scientific research. We also have a summer program where targeting Philadelphia high school students to come to WISTAR for 4 weeks of the summer and actually participate in authentic WISTAR research. With Heights Philadelphia, we've also launched a summer bridge program for Philadelphia high school graduates that will be enrolling in STEM majors, and we offer them a mini first semester at college. And we found that actually reduced dramatically academic probation during the first year of college and increased GPA. At the undergraduate level, we have a NSF program where we recruit students across the country, but also specifically those living in Pennsylvania and studying at Pennsylvania universities to spend 10 weeks performing research at WISTAR. The idea that we're trying to support them and help develop them and get them ready for a graduate school. We also have a really interesting bioentrepreneurship program with undergraduate and graduate institutions. Sharon has been a part of that, where students get exposed to WISTAR intellectual property and develop business plans and ultimately give a pitch presentation. We're really invested across the entire continuum of education and training, trying to build help contribute to the next generation. But the BTT program specifically, so that program began at the Community College of Philadelphia over 20 years ago with a very specific purpose, and that was to actually address WISTAR's own workforce needs for laboratory technicians. The program has evolved over time. It is now a one summer program that has a 2-week, very intensive, all-day laboratory orientation, sometimes referred as the boot camp, followed by 2 internships, one in an academic lab and one in an industry lab. Since I've been at WISTAR over the past 3.5 years and observed this program, I can say that boot camp is really transformative. We recruit students that have little or no laboratory experience prior to participating in the program, and they are like little caterpillars that evolve into or metamorphose into beautiful butterflies over that 2 weeks. And that really provides the foundation for them to become productive when they go into their laboratory internships. It's also important that they get both the academic and industry experiences, because we found that students have real opinions about that, and they identify with one or the other of the experiences really strongly, and it helps them sort of envision their career in the future and what they want to do. The BTT program has matured into a state-registered pre-apprenticeship that is connected to WISTAR's Biomedical Research Technician Apprenticeship. And this is actually a way for companies to tap into this talent pool we're developing, and also to receive salaries support for hiring apprentices in the program. The BTT program has also evolved, as AJ alluded to, into this employer-directed, cohort-based workforce training program. We call it BTT for Adults Living and Learning in Philadelphia, or BTT for All in Phil, where we provide a life science foundations course. And as AJ said, we really work with industry partners to understand the competencies and knowledge that are going to be needed in roles. We build that into a 10-week in-person course at the Wistar Institute prior to the lab boot camp. As Sharon can now attest, after that 10-week course and a 2-week lab training, they arrive at the company ready for externships. And the results we've had with employers so far have been really fantastic.
Great, thanks, David. And I guess AJ and David, any students stand out that have been through your programs that you want to kind of showcase here, success stories?
So I got an email this morning, although I already knew this, from a student who I was a faculty member at LaSalle University before coming to Wistar. And one of our students, he was exceptionally bright. I taught him in an advanced cellular biology course. It was all seniors, and he was a sophomore, and he outperformed everybody. But for a variety of reasons, it was really, really, really hard for him to find employment after he graduated. I wrote him dozens of letters of recommendations. I was on the phone with PIs from labs that were considering hiring him for jobs again and again, and nothing came through for him. He participated in the Skills Initiative and Wistar version of the BTT program. And he sent me an email today. He was hired by an employer on a contract basis and was recently converted to a full-time employee. And it was incredible to get that email today. So really, really proud of him, and excited that I just get to do this and participate.
Yeah.
And if I could add just very quickly and briefly, maybe not a participant story, but really just an amazing accomplishment that we've had collaboratively. We've run 5 of these collaborative programs together. To date, we have over 22 individuals hired at Iovance Biotherapeutics, and we have a graduate who's now working at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia who is published in a scientific paper. So just the legs of our graduates now and what they're doing, getting promoted, moving from entry-level technician positions to Tech 1s has been really incredible to watch in really as little as 2 years.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you.
I think he was published in Science, not just a science publication, but in Science.
The journal Science, right. That's amazing. That's so awesome. All right, let's move on to university, college. Kara, we are all very familiar with Drexel's amazing co-op program. We have employed many, many, many Drexel co-ops through the years. And it's a program that really prepares college students very well for the job market. But there's a new program at Drexel that you're spearheading with Bristol Myers Squibb for cell and gene therapy training. So can you tell us a little bit about that and what the goals of that program are?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm in charge of the curricular side of those things and making sure that the classes meet what we're going for. So the motivation behind it was that we had, Drexel's very industry friendly. It's part of our brand. We always have been. And our students were starting to get co-ops in cell and gene therapy in particular, at Integral and Century and all these other very innovative companies. And they were coming back and saying, where are the courses in cell and gene therapy? All I want to do, I'm obsessed with cell and gene therapy. I want to take all the courses. And we were like, oh, we don't have them. No one has them. We have your biomedical engineering, we've got your basic bio, we've got your basic engineering, and then we've got some senior level courses. And I mean, at this point, they're kind of considered traditional areas of biomedical engineering, biomaterials, biomechanics. We didn't have cell and gene therapy courses, and we started looking around the national landscape, and nobody does. And so Bristol Myers Squibb in particular was like, you got to update your curriculum. This is next generation biotech, and the students need to be more formally trained than what they're getting right now, you know, and I think we talk a lot in this group about how you don't need a bachelor's degree or a master's degree to get a job, right? But some jobs, you do need a bachelor's degree or a master's degree, and we were failing to update the curriculum for those positions. So that's what this program is supposed to do. Is so we created 10 new courses that are specific to cell and gene therapy on the undergraduate and the graduate level. So far, 140 students have taken these courses, and we're still rolling out some more, including advanced lab techniques in cell and gene therapy. And Bristol Myers Squibb, when they gave us the funding, because, you know, this takes money to develop, this is a lot of work to develop these new courses, you know. So we were very grateful to Bristol Myers Squibb for giving us that grant. But they were also clear that they felt it was a philanthropic thing. And they were like, this is not just going to benefit BMS, this is going to benefit all these companies that we need these students to be better prepared. So yeah, it's going great.
Yeah. And talk a little bit too, I know when we talked on the phone earlier this week, you talked about your relationship with Community College of Philadelphia. So, you know, that's kind of an extension of, you know, where kids from Philadelphia go to CCP and then have an entry into Drexel.
Yeah, it's actually not just CCP, but Drexel has a program called the Drexel Promise, where any student that transfers from a community college to Drexel gets automatically 50% off the tuition. Okay. And so I think that's something that clearly needs to be better advertised, you know, because not everyone's aware of it, but we need to be, I think we could even do a better job at deepening these partnerships. So.
Right. Right. Great. Thank you. All right. So now let's talk more about organizing the workforce development efforts across the region. They are numerous. These are just some of them. And so we're going to talk some now about the Keystone Life Science Collaborative. And I'm thrilled to have Mari Smith here, the new managing director. So Mari, can you talk a little bit about the KLSC and bridging that gap between the learning, the training, the academic learning, and the employment?
Sure. Thank you, Sharon. So hi, I'm Mari Smith. I'm the managing director of the Keystone Life Sciences Collaborative. I want to say I'm 4 weeks into the job, and I am so thrilled to be here because my job is to help lead this industry partnership, which means it's an industry-led agenda. We launched in March. We brought together 40 companies in life sciences in the region. So not just Philadelphia, although all my love to Philadelphia. And they came up with a 5-pronged strategy and agenda that they wanted us to advance. Not surprising, 2 of those pillars are in awareness, which touches on every one of the individuals here today. I feel so lucky is that 4 weeks in, I've had the chance to talk to each one of you. And the goal here is to say, if this is an industry-led agenda, what can the companies in life sciences in the region bring to all these organizations to partner with? And how can we do that at economies of scale where it's not just firsthand partnering with one organization or equals partnering with one organization? How can we allow there to be a more efficient use of your limited resources to partner into this much larger collaborative? If you are a life sciences company sitting in the audience and you haven't heard, please find me. We are growing quickly. We have an upcoming quarterly meeting. We're really excited. Part of our charge in these 5 pillars is to be actionable. So we're actually working on how do we create this connective tissue between life sciences industry partners and what we're calling sub-bachelor programs. How do we make sure that we're connecting with professional track, people who are graduating from the Drexels of the world? How do we partner with the great institutions like Wistar and obviously the Skills Initiative, which is my parent organization, to develop curriculum that can be adopted? So really a systemic level approach, but partnering with each individual to say, what's the gap you perceive? How can we be the engine as an industry partner and an industry partnership to really advance that message and advance those goals? So it's really exciting work. We are 6 months in and there is so much excitement. There's so much momentum. especially around talent. Sharon leads our talent action team, and I got to say, or what I call our awareness action team, and it's one of our most engaged groups of industry professionals. So the life sciences industries in the region are really clamoring at saying, you know, how can we make sure we're connecting into this talent that we may not be realizing the full potential of, and how do we bolster programs or create more connective tissue between these wonderful programs up on stage to make sure that we're maximizing what industry can do for this region, but then also make sure that we're being efficient with public, nonprofit, and community resources. So you know, I'm sitting here at the end, but really I feel like I'm like in between each and kind of like collectively trying to bring us together. So I feel very lucky to be in my role today.
Yeah, thank you. We're so happy that you joined. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. That you know, we've all talked about our involvement and the different programs. I guess, what gaps do you all see in the current system? This could probably be really helpful for Mari to listen to this too. But you know, as having been in this space for as long as you have, what gaps do you see that still need to be filled? What opportunity is still not being presented to the citizens of the region who want to get into biotech?
I can start from the first stop over here. I think it's we represent, like I was saying earlier, I think more innovative approaches to like teaching, training, things like that. But like, we can only serve so many participants, you know. And I think even you know, we're mostly in West Philly, and you know, we partner with tons of the public schools in West and Southwest Philly. And what we hear over and over again is that we'd have this like sort of passive teacher PD, because teachers bring students to the firsthand lab, and they become empowered to like use a compound microscope. Nothing crazy, right? But just things that are like, that they don't get to do in their classroom. So you're thinking, okay, firsthand can serve about 300 middle school students in multi-week programming a year. There's way more middle school students than that in Philadelphia who are just not getting high quality STEM, but like not doing a science lab ever. Like, one of my favorite memories I like to tell in groups like this is like, when I was still teaching, I remember going through like, we were making bioplastics. It was like a materials class. And it was like, okay, we went through the lab safety, we went through everything. You have your PPE on, let's go. And the whole class just sat there. And they looked at me, they looked down, they looked up, and I was like, well, go, you know, go, you know. And they just still sat there. And I went to their teacher, and I was like, why aren't they going, you know? And she was like, they've never done an activity like this. They've never had to get up and do what they read. They're really good at reading, you know? It's like, so if we have this at, you know, middle through high school, and then you're like, now go into biotech and be really innovative and come with new ideas and try it out. Like, there's even just fundamental ways of learning and being that I think are huge gaps in the Philadelphia education system generally. That's one gap.
I would like to add a gap that has been flagged, Maya, and I mean, I think everyone at this stage, and we just were talking about it over lunch, is like a coordinated network of what are the different paths into life sciences. The first meeting we had with our action team in the firsthand program, you were saying it'd be so valuable to have that resource where somebody might go through your program and then they go, well, what's next? How do I get a job in this? Right. And it's not one path. It's an incredible, you know, explosion of potential depending on where you go in this decision tree. And Maya brought that up, and then met Kara today, and she was saying the same thing. She's developing the same idea. So if we could, as a network system, as this ecosystem, say, one route might be through Wistar, one route might be through Drexel, and lay out the different options for students. And that's one of the things that we've heard through many of you, the partners up on the stage, and that's about just bringing the information together and hopefully coming up with a compelling tool for people to be able to digest all of the great options that are out there that can lead into companies that are sitting here in the audience.
And see the gaps, making those pathways identifies where in the whole continuum, where the programs don't exist and where there's not enough of them and things like that.
Yeah, and I guess I've only ever worked in a university, so I have such a narrow academic perspective, you know, but we're just like so busy all the time. We're always just like head down trying to get our thing done. that we forget to come to meet people like you and see that if we work together, it would be so much more impactful than just keeping our head down all the time. So I'm so glad you're in this role, Mari, and you're being tasked with connecting us all, right? So that's very exciting because the gaps are just in between every single excellent program. It's literally just the in-betweens that is missing right now.
Sharon, and I would add too, I think there's a call to action for employers as well to think about what is that sub-bachelor's degree pathway. And not only how do you hire that talent, how do you invest in that talent, and then how do you connect them to the Drexels where they can continue their education, continue to upskill, and continue to be extremely invested in the company that, quite frankly, took a chance on them, right? Invested in them, gave them this opportunity for someone maybe not from that traditional pathway to grow a career that they never thought they'd be able to connect to.
Right. I think one thing that, and it's why we're all so excited about the Keystone Life Science Collaborative, is we don't have anybody organizing across the different levels and the different organizations. I think about Massachusetts. There's Mass BioEd, who is a statewide organization who is the one-stop shop for scientific outreach, education, and training programs for the biotech industry. We're all, like you said, we're all really busy, and sometimes it's hard to pick our heads up. And so I think that's a real gap in terms of organizing and awareness for like a career road mapping project, right? That's going to be very hard for any one or two people to coordinate across the region or the state. So there's I think a real need for higher level organization.
Yeah, what we find to be the biggest gap is relevance. So there's essentially no role models for the students of Philadelphia and life science industry, barely any. And what's the relevance? Like, are you working on products that are going to improve the health of Philadelphia communities? Are they for Black and brown residents who experience health disparities, social determinants of health? How are you bringing in the social determinants of health to impact the work that you're doing so that these patients can be affected? Our students want to improve the health of the people they love, right? They can get a job, but they don't want to leave their homes. They don't want to leave their families. They want to take care of their grandma with breast cancer. That's the main driver. And so what's the relevance? What's the communication from the life science industry that says, not only do we welcome you, we value you. We're not just giving you a job because we feel sorry for you, but we value what you have to contribute.
Can I add to that too? I think with the relevance too, it's also like that communication of biotech in this like growing industry, which a lot of the students, we have a high school biotech sprint, and almost all of them joined because they want to be in the healthcare profession. And we're like, well, this isn't kind of why. And then when you explore it further, it's like their families are saying that healthcare careers are good, solid jobs to have. And then when they go through the biotech sprint, they meet tons of like researchers and scientists who are like talking about the patients, like the discoveries that they're making for patients. Like so many anecdotes of students being like, I didn't realize that like this whole industry was actually about helping patients too. Like that's like a communication problem, as a city. I think there's like a lot of efforts underway, but more that can be done for the community of Philadelphia to be like, what? Oh yeah, there's all these glass buildings. There's those big signs, but like, what are they actually doing? And how does it affect me?
Right. Yeah.
Our commencement speaker this year, the undergrad who was chosen to speak on behalf of the class, I still remember what he said, but he was like, let's go show the world what happens when the heart of a healer meets the mind of an engineer. And I was like, that's so beautiful. And that's what the biotech industry needs to be saying, is the heart of a healer meets the mind of a scientist or whatever. You want to pick your thing. And that's because that's exactly it. We're all altruistically motivated from that space, but you don't have to be a doctor or a nurse to have that impact. And nobody knows that.
All right, we have a few minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience? Anyone? It's hard, these lights are very bright.
I actually don't have a question. I just wanted to say this was an incredible panel, and I feel so inspired. You guys are doing amazing work, and your students are so lucky. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, one thing I think about when I joined the Keystone Life Science Collaborative and have been talking to all of you is how do we scale these programs, right? So 1,300, no.
Yeah, we're over 2,000.
Over 2,000 students. Maya's working with hundreds every year. David and AJ, you're working with somewhere in the hundreds. How do we scale this? And I think that's one of the missions of the collaborative is once we really wrap our heads around what we need to do and where the gaps are, it's then how do we take these great programs and replicate them all over the city and the region, right? Out, Norristown, Camden, although Camden's not Pennsylvania. So, okay. I think a lot about Camden because I grew up in South Jersey. But anyway, these other places in Pennsylvania, and I know, we work with Montgomery County Community College. They have amazing training programs out there. And so how to get, the Philadelphia students in tune with all of the opportunities in the region. So it's really that scale and expansion to impact more lives and get them to buy in and know that we're doing amazing work to save patients, every day. And that's why I went into this space. Yeah. Let's see. I think we have time for any of the panelists have a question that has come to mind. I have some more, but here we go. Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the panel. I know you talked a lot about going from initiatives to help keep talent in Philadelphia from elementary, middle schools up and through college, and especially Drexel with the co-op program. As a recent PhD graduate from Drexel University, what I'm finding is that between me and a lot of my peers, a lot of people that I graduated with, a lot of people in the area, that there doesn't seem to be a good initiative, or maybe I'm just unaware of it, and I would like to bring it to graduate students in the area to sort of bridge the gap between graduate students in academia and industry, because there seems to be some disconnect in my experience between leaving academia for graduate students and moving into industry.
Yeah, I think what I'm thinking as you're saying that is that if you want to move to Boston, they have no problem getting jobs. And every time my students graduate and move to Boston, it hurts me. I'm from Philly. I've been working at Drexel my whole career. And it's very easy for my students to get hired in Boston. So we just need more Philly companies. Yeah, I don't know.
So because Melina's not up on stage, I want to flag the biotech jobs fair. So BioLabs this is the first of its kind. It's November 19th. If you're an employer, sign up to have a table. If you're a job seeker, this is the place to be. And it's all sort of regional employers. So that is the first of hopefully many events. And if there is, we don't have graduate students as part of this Keystone Life Science Collaborative. However, not sure why we don't, right? So my sense is that, I'd love to connect. There's this jobs fair, but as much as we can keep talent here in Philadelphia, keep companies here in Philadelphia, best for the region. We don't want to lose graduate talent, so do that through their jobs fair and other events. We'd love to talk and connect on other ideas that might help keep that spark and that talent here.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the gaps that we're identifying is there are, we hire PhDs and postdocs right out of academia all the time. And I know, some of the pharmaceutical companies in the area have those programs, but as Mari was saying, go see Melina at the BioLabs table and find out about this jobs fair. And that's the first, hopefully, of many. And feel free to reach out to me too.
And sorry to interrupt, but as a professor teaching graduate students and undergraduates at Drexel, just email me and say, who's your top 3 best students? I have this position open. Give me the short list of best students. And I'll be like, these people. I'll say, Kelly Zakeo, who's right there.
now we're over, but I have to say this. So that is one of our action teams. We're talking about that professional track. We talked a lot about sub-bachelors and awareness, but how do we connect in with the folks who are coming out of the 100 colleges and universities in our region? And how do we do it in a way that it's not integral molecular going up against a Merck or a Pfizer, but there's a coalition. So we're working on what we're calling sort of a hashtag, lots of ideas and a lot of industry leadership already on that front about how do we make sure it's a more networked approach to retaining talent.
Right, yeah, keep talent in Philadelphia. Yeah. All right, thank you,
very
everyone.
much.
Thank
Great
you.
panel. Your photo. You take a photo together. Okay, that was really instructive and very inspiring. So thank you, Rhonda, for making that comment. That was great. Okay, now we're moving to the state of the market in Philly. And as most of you know, it's been a really tough 24 months or so for life sciences in Philly. And we've got a great panel of people that are in the market every day and know everything there is to know about what's happening in Philly, and they're going to share it with you this afternoon. So our moderator is Nelson Way, the Director of Leasing and Development at the Navy Yard with Ensemble. We have Lauren Gilchrist, the Executive Vice President and Market Leader from Newmark. Anthony Meyer, President, University Place Associates. Tim Conray, Principal and Regional Director from Share Partners, and Joe Coletti, Executive Vice President from Jones Lang LaSalle. Welcome.
Thanks, Nancy. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nelson Way, Director of Leasing and Development with Ensemble Real Estate Investments. At the Navy Yard in Philadelphia, we're leading the transformation and expansion of the Navy Yard, which is currently home to over 1 million square feet of life sciences, R&D, and manufacturing space. This transformation will entail expanding upon that 1 million square feet to accommodate up to 4 million square feet of life sciences space, adding thousands of residential units, about 600 of which are under construction today, retail space, and multiple hotels, all in the spirit of fostering collaboration and growth. I'm honored to be moderating this panel today. I'll let each of the panelists go ahead and introduce themselves, and then we'll get right into it. Want to start, Lauren?
I'm happy to. Well, it's great to see all of you. I'm Lauren Gilchrist. I am the EVP and Market Leader for Newmark and Greater Philadelphia. If you're not familiar with Newmark, we are a third-party commercial real estate services firm. We specialize in office, industrial, retail, multifamily, life sciences, and we lease, sell, finance, construction manage, and also property manage, all different asset classes. I have a bit of a life sciences background myself. I've been focused on the sector for at least 5 years right now, and I lead the team in Philadelphia, which is about 160 people across 5 different offices within the tri-state area.
Hey everyone, Joe Coletti. I'm with JLL. I've been here for 15 years now, focusing primarily on working with life sciences clients in the Philadelphia region. I'm also part of our National Life Sciences Advisory Team, kind of connecting with other like-kind brokers across the country in top-tier life sciences markets to discuss best practices, what's going on in the other markets, and what can we bring back to the region. Working with everything from upstart biotech who need one bench in an incubator, all the way through big pharma, selling campuses, helping them with strategic initiatives.
Tim Conry with Share Partners. I opened up an office for Share Partners in June of 2020. Share Partners is headquartered in Rockville, Maryland, focused on scientific real estate. Approximately 60% of our revenue comes from scientific and life science real estate, but we are a full service brokerage and construction management firm. We also have a development arm that we just spun out called South Duval that's been very active in this area as well.
Good afternoon, Anthony Meyer with University Place Associates, partners with Scott Mazo. We're headquartered in University City, focused in University City. We're building out a 1 million square foot life science campus. We just delivered a LEED and WELL Platinum life science building last year. And I'm excited to share a little bit of those insights as an owner, operator, developer.
Thanks, guys. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. What is the state of the Philadelphia Eagles? I mean, life sciences market.
The first question was way worse.
If you could touch on kind of where we are today, how we got here, that'd be helpful.
Well, I'm happy to start, and I'll try to keep it brief. So, the state of the market right now is very much influenced, as everybody I think in this room knows, by the financing environment, the seed capital environment that goes to support the startups and established companies within the region. And happy to say that even though the venture capital environment has been very subdued over the last 24 months, the NIH funding environment continues to be extremely robust, and Philadelphia continues to top its record-breaking levels that have exceeded about $1.4 billion last year. So this is really good news for the basic scientific research that continues to happen within the university's campuses, within our incubator and startup ecosystem. And I think, that's good to report, and I'm happy to say that I think that the medium term for the sector, both the science and the companies, as well as the real estate, is quite healthy. What has happened here over the last 24 months, though, is we have had a real estate market that has responded to an intense need for space for particularly, kind of call it graduate companies coming out of incubators to occupy their own space within, traditional real estate footprints. That market finally caught up to the demand that existed pre-pandemic, while the demand began to evaporate or slow down over the course of the last 24 months. So the market's been very slow in terms of the tenant demand and in terms of the lease signings. And at the same time, we have seen record-breaking levels of new construction in the University City area in particular, and throughout the city really as a whole, with some projects actually kind of going pencils down for the short term until some of the demand conditions improve. So this means that we have a good amount of space in the market overall when it comes to availabilities for tenants, and because there is a little bit more space, the tenants in the room are probably excited to know that that's improving their leverage a little bit with some of their landlords. Sorry, guys, but it's true. And, landlords are excited and thirsty for those deals. So it's a good time to be a tenant, a little bit of a challenging time to be a landlord. And at the same time, while we have seen some of those projects go pencil down and the science continues to go, I would expect that the demand environment, unless something catastrophic happens, which I don't anticipate, to really kind of catch up and begin to keep up in the next 2 to 3 years. So all is not lost. And, at the same time, comparatively, we are in a much better position than some of the gateway life sciences markets, the premier life sciences markets like Boston and San Francisco, which are seeing vacancy rates balloon up and over 25% in very high cost construction markets, in very high leasing markets. And so we will be in, I think, a better place to absorb the space that we have as it does come online, because in the traditional Philadelphia sense, we never see the high highs, we never see the low lows, but we do have a couple, of months here or maybe 2 years of supply that we do need to churn through. So it's a mixed bag with a positive medium-term outlook.
Thanks, Lauren. With that, I mean, how are tenants thinking about their space? We hear all this news about what's happening in the office world, right? We've got soaring vacancy rates and a little bit slow to come back to office. Life sciences is a different animal. Would love to hear a little bit of commentary from the group on kind of the mindset behind a lot of these space users, probably prior to the slowdown over the last couple of years, and where their mindset is currently and where you think they're going over the next 12 to 24 months.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at this. Just to kind of piggyback off Lauren, I'll paint a quick picture. Thinking about tenants and market as a data geek a little bit. In 2022, we had about 1.7 million square feet of tenants in the market, specifically for University City, not even the Navy Yard or some of the manufacturing uses there. At the end of 23, it was less than 750,000 square feet. Right now, I'm looking at a tenants and market list that looks like about 500,000 square feet in University City. So that puts us at as an owner-operator, a little bit of concern. Now, we have great institutional investment behind us, Cantor Fitzgerald, Global Investment Bank, Silverstein Properties, iconic developer out of New York City. So it gives us the ability to be a little bit more creative and even aggressive. So when you think about the tenants' mindsets that we're going after, of that 500,000 square feet, a couple of them are big users, 60, 70, 90,000 square feet. So we try to get very aggressive at this point in the market. Not these brokers, but other brokers would have the rally cry that would scare my institutional investors and say, survive till 25, Anthony, I'll talk to you later. Well, we're going to be in 25, and I really do believe we're going to thrive in 26, but mainly because we've chose our investment partners, and I know you have a great one too, Nelson, but we chose our investment partners carefully. So the mindset of these tenants that we're going after, they don't want to spend their hard-earned, conserved cash. So we're spending more TIs than ever before. Our tenant improvement allowance budget that we had with our institutional real estate lender was about somewhere like $130 a square foot budgeted. We're crossing $200 a square foot right now, and how we can be aggressive because we're going after the right. Now, the signs did not get any worse in Philadelphia. In fact, it got even better. So it allows us to be aggressive with not only how we deploy our capital, but hopefully go after the best signs out there.
Yeah, I would echo that, Anthony. It feels like flexibility is key right now. As you mentioned, we had a certain amount of TI underwritten when we started developing lab buildings. We built a spec building at the Navy Yard. We're certainly crossing the threshold that we had drawn for ourselves, but it's great to have equity partners that understand where we are in the market, that are able to be flexible, to adapt to changing needs of tenants, to look at deals different ways where we're essentially the bank providing all of the tenant improvements, or if the tenant wants to do it themselves, we're happy to take a lower rental rate to reflect that. I think flexibility is enormous in today's market. Subleases have always played a role in kind of the leasing environment. What are we seeing today? What have we seen over the last, call it, year or so in terms of subleases? Is that eroding any of the kind of the market that we're looking at?
I'll take a stab at that. So I think you have to look at a couple of things, right? Pre-pandemic, I think the story in Philadelphia, specifically University City, was, if you build it, they will come. We don't have the product to land some of these tenants. People can't wait around for it. So then we had the highs of kind of COVID and post-COVID. Developers like Anthony and Ensemble, Brandywine and others kicked off buildings with the hope and goal that there'd be the tenant demand to keep up with the financing world, with the new startups that were coming out. Coming out of the incubators, which I think, if you look at the ecosystem, the incubators are all still pretty full. Those companies, we all know they're not all going to make it, but, majority of them are going to grow. They're going to turn into other companies. They're going to go somewhere else. So I think right now where I see Philadelphia positioned is we have, call it 1.5 million to 2 million square feet in University City of kind of lab ready space that will be ready to attract demand once the market picks back up. In the interim, we have great incubators. We have great graduate spaces for people to grow, kind of piecemeal versus, hey, we raised Series A, we're going to go grab 60 to 90,000 square feet. I think those folks today are probably looking at a floor or two versus maybe 3. And we're seeing that in the market where there were some companies who went out and maybe took a little bit more space than they needed, or they thought they were going to have the growth, and obviously no one could foresee what happened with the market. So we are seeing pockets of sublease. We saw Wistar, sign a deal at 3675 in the Amicus space, but there is other pockets of existing sublease space that's sitting out there and no one's jumping to take it, which is also an indication that the market is slow, right? Because if you can grab sublease space versus building out your own space, you're saving tens of millions of dollars, and there's brand new space sitting there right now, waiting for someone to jump. That said, I do think when the market starts to turn, and we've already seen some tenants come out, we've seen a couple deals sign, those are going to be the first deals to go, and then you're going to look at, all right, let's build brand new space at Ensemble's building, at 3.0's building, at the other building. So I think we're well positioned. It's just, takes a little bit of patience.
Rebecca Grant spoke about the strength of the Philly ecosystem and the market here. How, in your perspectives, does Philly compete against a Boston or a New York City or a Washington, D.C. or North Carolina, taking into account the ecosystem, but also kind of the sublease space that you just mentioned?
I'll take a stab at that. In terms of it's funny, in Philadelphia, you talk about the ecosystem, they kind of leave out New Jersey. I think the strength of the Philadelphia market has always been in the academic settings. You have a lot of research going on, and those tenants, those researchers, they have a good product. Next step out is to get into an incubator. And I think Lauren pointed that out, and as Joe pointed out, the incubator space is kind of full. So unlike a law firm that has a lease coming up that has to do something, I think there's a hidden demand in that smaller use market that's sitting in the academic setting that isn't realized. It's hard though to start a building and lease up space when someone's coming in, they just want a bench or two, and that's why companies like CIC and biolabs are so important. However, I think that we're working on a project right now. We're building a building for Coriell Institute in Camden. It's be a 90,000 square foot research building with a vivarium and a lot of biobanking. The cost of that project is $85 million. The lending on it kind of got stuck at around $40 million. So you hear about this all the time. You hear the interest rates are going up, which does make things cost more. It does make the rents go up as well. But on top of that is trying to find, to fit into that box to get that money is very difficult. Very few banks are even lending right now, and hopefully it'll loosen up a little bit. The other piece of that is the equity piece. If you are out looking for space, the first thing you would do is, just like Anthony said, make sure the buildings you're looking at and the owners have the money and the debt to actually fund tenant improvements. There's a lot of lenders that won't fund tenant improvements right now. So you can kind of get down the road on a deal and just to find out that there's no money available to actually build out your space. So that's important. I think the government is going to have to play a bigger role in New Jersey for the Coriell project. We're getting about a $40 to $50 million bond from the state, from the county, and the state of New Jersey is putting in a $20 million investment from one of their innovation funds. So we'll match that with another $20 million of equity from Coriell and complete that project. But it took a year and a half to get that. We have another project that we're doing similar down in Delaware. We're going to build a 140,000 square foot building. We weren't going to build it spec, but we actually, on the build it and they will come, when we finally announced it, we actually landed a 65,000 square foot potential tenant. They signed a term sheet. You go back into the financing, and that's where it gets bogged down. We finally got some banks to lend, but when it comes down to the equity piece of the equation, the question is why do I want to risk money and put it into a building in Newark, that's going to cost maybe $600 a square foot, where I can buy a building in Philadelphia that has cash flow like the Bourse for $100 a square foot. So that's kind of making the equity side a little bit harder to put together. So I think that, New Jersey's being really aggressive with money right now. And Rowan University is going to do a similar project. And the idea is use the university to not only ground a development, but also to be able to create additional space for an incubator to bring in investment and bring in outside companies. And I think you're seeing that happen in a lot of the universities. We're doing something like that in Bozeman. We're doing it at the University of Washington in St. Louis and a couple others as well. So
I want to piggyback on that real quick. Yeah. I'd bet on Philadelphia every day, twice a day. Think about in 2017, how many incubators were in Philadelphia? Not a lot. We just had a whole stage full of incubators and accelerators that are launching here. The next product is spec suites. There was no spec suites 3-4 years ago. So now graduate companies have a place to call home. There was no Varium service providers. We have Cradle, there's a Miss Pro. They're in our ecosystem. This ecosystem is about to thrive in the next venture capital unlock moment. The science is only getting better. You have big name scientists like Jim Wilson spinning out of University of Penn to go private. You have more new dollars coming into Philadelphia than ever before. And I can't wait to see what happens in 2025, 2026, because I think all the ecosystem stuff that's been built and invested in, the ROI is yet to come. Gardner, the CBRE guy that was up here a little bit ago, I used to use the CBRE fact in all my deck presentations to future investors. It was the amount of multiple associated with incubator space. There's a formula, I think CBRE and some others have kind of refined, that can predict the growth. So do we have too much product here? I don't think so. University Place, 3.0 University Place is 250,000 square feet, a lab office. I'm talking to 2 users now that can fill up half that building. So when things do get back on track with venture capital, these buildings are going to fill, the ecosystem is going to be stronger than ever because of what's here. And I can't wait to see what the next evolution of growth looks like.
One more point on that. I know we're a little short on time, but what we saw in Philadelphia in contrast to Boston and San Francisco. So Boston and San Francisco, because they are gateway life sciences markets, you got a lot of people piling on that didn't have a lot of life sciences development expertise, and you got a lot of dispersion in the ecosystem, which means that there's projects that got off the dock and got financed in Boston and outside of San Francisco that never should have been off the dock and financed, with developers that didn't have any track record in doing so. And as a result, there's a lot of suffering on the landlord side in those markets because there's too much supply and not enough expertise. And we didn't get that in Philadelphia. I mean, we do have a robust suburban market driven by our pharmaceutical companies, but we didn't get inexperienced, undercapitalized groups in far-flung, questionable deals. And that will continue to enable our market to be successful because we've built it intentionally. The companies in this room have built it around the institutions and around long-term talent at the pharmaceutical companies. And all of these ingredients in the ecosystem make it sustainable for challenging times like this one.
Fantastic. Well done. Real quick before we open it up for a few questions, predictions for the next 12 months, 24 months. We've got interest rates that are coming down. What are we thinking? I'll go first.
Great.
I think Anthony started going down this path, and we talked about it a couple months ago. I think that there's inventory in the market, right? We talked about how that inventory is going to fill up probably over the next couple years. And then what, right? Then how do we react as developers? And I think the answer across, for Ensemble, for my firm, for our partners, for Anthony and his partners, for Brandywine, for Wexford, we're all saying, okay, we've got some space sitting on the market. It's going to lease in the next year to 2 years. What's the next building we're building? Like, there is so much faith in the science that's happening in this city, in the ecosystem that's continuing to be developed, and I think what is happening at the state level in terms of incentives and funding to propel this growth within Pennsylvania and keep it here. I think this growth is going to continue to snowball, and I think it's going to happen, probably a couple years out. We'll be talking about some new developments.
I think that on the scientific side, we're overdue for a blockbuster moment. I think of Spark as being one of our big blockbuster moments a couple years ago with their acquisition by Roche for over $4.8 billion, I think it was. So I think we're overdue. I think, especially hearing some of the news and information of, Jim Wilson going private and some other organizations, that have really incredible science. It's only a matter of time before one of them pops. And we're going to be here with the space, with the talent pool, with the ecosystem to be able to maintain that in Philadelphia. And I think it's great news that we've got, Mayor Parker, as well as Governor Shapiro, very focused on this sector. And I hear in every single conversation about the economy, one of them talking about life sciences, which I think is great for all of us.
Great. Nancy, do we have time for a few questions here? Great. I will say it's humbling being up on stage at this event talking about real estate after all the amazing, brilliant science that was being discussed earlier today. We're just a piece. Great.
Infrastructure.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great. What a day. Lots of information shared today. So now we have our final fireside chat, which is going to be very interesting. You've heard about everything that's been going on in Philly for the last year and a little bit about how the current market is shaping up. And now we're going to look ahead at 2025. And when we come back next year, we can look back and see if our predictions happened. So we're really, really happy to welcome Alex Philippidis, the Senior Business Editor from Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology News, to moderate a discussion between Ian Anderson, the Senior Director of Research and Analysts from CBRE, and Matt Gardner, who we also heard earlier, the Managing Director of CBRE.
Great. Thanks, Nancy. Thanks to everyone taking the time today to attend this fireside chat. It's titled Pennsylvania 2025 Life Sciences Outlook. And of course, thanks to our speakers for joining us today. I'm Alex Philippidis, Senior Business Editor with Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology News. A century ago, actually, I'm old enough to remember a comedian, W.C. Fields, because he tried to make a joke of this city when he suggested a tombstone epitaph for himself that he'd rather be in Philadelphia. Today, a growing number of biotech and other life science employers think of being in Philadelphia as anything but funny. They range from pharma giants like Roche to institutions like UPenn and Drexel and Children's Hospital, CHOP. 2 weeks ago, diagnostics developer bioMérieux cut a ribbon to open its new molecular and genomic innovation center at the Navy Yard, where about 50 people are based. And, oh, dear. Now, these and other employers have spent millions creating thousands of jobs within millions of square feet within Greater Philly, from Center City to Collegeville and beyond. Select Greater Philadelphia, the regional business group, counts more than 50,000 life sci jobs in the 11-county region. And I think you heard some higher numbers earlier from the city's Commerce Department. That includes more than 7,000 jobs tallied by the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Philadelphia in the cell and gene therapy space. And it's a point of pride for the region, given anchors like UPenn, Jefferson Health, the Wistar Institute, and of course, Roche-owned Spark Therapeutics. That critical mass helps explain why Greater Philadelphia ranked 6th on Gen's most recent A-list of top 10 U.S. biopharma clusters this past summer. Greater Philadelphia scores highest in patents and is closing the gap in venture capital. In fact, over the last year, a lot of the companies receiving venture financing or cell and gene therapy up-and-comers, like Lattice Bio, which closed in May on $54 million in Series A financing to further develop gene therapy for disorders of the central nervous system. And also in May, Imvax, a Jefferson University spin-out, raised $35 million toward a roughly 100-patient phase 2B trial of its autologous cell therapy, IGV-001, which is now under study in glioblastoma patients. And the region's more challenging areas had been the middle of the pack in NIH funding and lab space, where estimates range from, I've seen as much as 13 million square feet when you count property under construction, to as much as 23.7 million square feet from Select Greater Philadelphia. And also, the challenge for this area being the workforces, given the size of larger workforces up in the Northeast, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, let alone Boston and North Carolina.
happy to learn more about by hearing from our speakers today. Matt Garner, a managing director who heads CBRE's advisory life sciences practice in the US, and Ian Anderson, senior director of research and analysis with the firm. Ian, Matt, welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Sure. First off, let's get started with your own 30,000-foot big picture perspective of Greater Philadelphia's biopharma and life science cluster and beyond.
Oh, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. You're serious?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
You
okay.
start.
Yeah,
You
of
first.
course. 30,000 foot. Well, I mean, you mentioned so many glowing, attributes to the region, right? It's got a lot going for it. I guess, you mentioned a lot of it. I guess there's a couple things I'd mention. One is I just looked at the employment data for Greater Philadelphia and the city of Philadelphia. I think through some of the challenges in real estate, these things get overlooked. But we have a record amount of people employed in Greater Philadelphia and life sciences. So that's one thing. It continues to grow. And that's also a record for the United States too, regarding life sciences employment. So the industry is stable, it is growing, it is in not direct contrast, but it's in contrast to some of these challenges we have in commercial real estate. I think Lauren on the panel before us mentioned record NIH funding. I think that's another thing that might get overlooked from folks in Philadelphia, and I've done a good amount of research on job drivers around different metropolitan areas in the country. Philadelphia's meds, its health services economy it's booming. Now, I haven't looked at some of the granular, like who's exactly doing this. Obviously, it's probably Penn and Temple or Jefferson or some of the health systems, but it's obviously side by side with life sciences helping this. But the medicine establishment, the medicine foundation for Philadelphia it's booming. And so, obviously that's a huge factor that's going to help boost and continues to add some stability to the region's industry. So, when you try and explain the industry, the way it is, what's going on, it's very hard to look at some of the stability of employment, the industry, if you will, some of the growing financial factors, some of the growth in the meds, but then you have to juxtapose it against what's happening in real estate with a little bit too much construction. So it's kind of a hard story to weave there, both sides of that, but hopefully that gives you some perspective from 30,000 feet on what's going on from my perspective.
I think I would like to quibble.
You would?
But only a little.
Okay, good, yeah.
First of all, Nancy, I just want to thank you for putting me in the way of everyone's lunch and then everyone's happy hour. That is just a special place. Thank you. Always appreciate a conversation with Alex, which we've had going on for
almost 20 years.
Almost 20 years.
2007
How about
in San
that?
Francisco.
Yeah, how about that? Great stuff. Thank you, Alex, as always. Always appreciate this. I actually think, now, Lauren has been on many sides of the table, so she's been around in roles where she's been on the capital side, the developer side, and all those kinds of things as well. Sheer Partners, obviously, I've worked with Sheer Partners since 2002. They've been doing this a long time. That prior panel, is Nelson still here? Great job, Nelson. Are you still here? Fantastic job. Great job.
There he is.
Terrific panel. I think what I still come back to every day when we think about where the industry is that is all patient capital that you heard from. That perspective of very long cycles is a very sharp contrast with the general business cycle. And it is a great reminder for us every day that we're inherently disobedient as a community of stakeholders here. Drug development takes a hell of a long time. Who here has ever completed 3 phases of clinical trials in 12 months? Come on. Let's be serious. It's never going to happen, AI or not. We're in a long development cycle that necessitates a view that goes well beyond a 2-year change in capital markets. And so I think the fact that you've got that patient capital perspective, here, Here's what I'm going to do.
Where's the quibble?
I'm going to take us inside the commodities trading firm of Duke and Duke.
Yeah.
Anyone been inside Duke and Duke? You all have. It's a Philadelphia firm. Randolph and Mortimer Duke.
Yeah.
They would say Philadelphia futures remain way up, and here's why.
Yeah.
We are at day one of cell and gene therapy in the long sweep of history, and here's why I would argue that. Although we've been obviously doing this here in Philadelphia since the 1990s and had some false starts with gene therapy a little bit, as we've all sort of acknowledged over time, it took us 30 years to figure out how to optimize monoclonal antibodies. We knew what they were, struggled for a lost decade of sunk investments. We had some great accounting sleight of hand in California, for example. We had something called R&D partnerships. If you've been around a long time, you might have invested in some R&D partnerships. It was a great way for companies that no longer exist to take little pools of capital and dedicate them to individual drug programs as opposed to net operating losses and carry forwards. Really interesting mechanisms. Those are all gone. Point being, monoclonals didn't work. Get to the 90s. Monoclonals started to show signs of working. But then we realized there were some side effects happening because we were using non-human antibodies. We were using the wrong model. Then we got to humanized antibodies, and then we got to fully human antibodies. You know how long that took? That took 20 years of refining maps before we actually came into sort of full fruition. Why am I telling you all this? To sort of go back in the Wayback Machine. See how I used it again. It's going to be similar in cell and gene. We're still at, for all intents and purposes, the beginning of something that will take decades to fulfill. So you can't look, I would argue, you can't look at a hiccup that in the grand sweep is a year or two and get too upset about what we've missed. And I think that patient capital is a really important partner in all that.
Yeah, that's actually one other thing, which I think I've said on these panels before, but I'll say it again because I just think it's worth saying because I get to work with markets all around the country. But where Philadelphia has come, despite some of the challenges, maybe not meeting some of the expectations, happening in Cambridge everywhere, where this market, this city has come in, let's call it 5 years, is remarkable. I think, 5, 6 years ago, when it was just, we were in the beginning stages and it was really starting to hit Philadelphia, people were still very skeptical.
Yep.
Today, 5 years later, I think just about any conversation you have about life sciences clusters in the United States, Philadelphia is always mentioned. And I think that gets lost a little bit in the noise that we have to deal with.
Now, I see some difference. Ian, you mentioned before that, every so often there are large amounts of space that struggle to find occupants, tenants, and the like. Matt, you mentioned the interest in a couple of year cycle among investors. How do the two balance?
Yeah, well, I think that that is what the industry's always struggled with. So if you go back to the business model of the 2000s and the 2010s, you'd find that before 2017 or 18, the model was always to wait for demand to get pent up a bit and then start new campus projects. That got changed in a very unique cycle. It's the longest open window the industry's ever had. More capital came in between 2015 and 2021 in the longest bull run than any other time in the industry's history. It's never been that sustained kind of 7-year fever pitch that I would argue led us to a little bit of irrational exuberance.
Yeah.
So we got ourselves in a little bit of trouble there, got out over our skis, and the business model flipped on its head. We then got into some speculative investing that was before the demand was ready because there were so many IPOs, we've been through this before too, that we needed to basically rethink having space ready for when the startups came. That's where the model got flipped on its head. And I think what we'll end up finding is 2021 was the anomaly. We're going to end up effectively going back to the business model in all prior biotech cycles, that 2021 will end up being a blip for a lot of reasons. But the best part about that bull run isn't the blip that turned the model on its ear a little bit. It's actually that 7 years of investing in new science and expanded space and people, places, and products, has all, generally speaking, held up. So even in this headwind that we're seeing currently, we haven't seen the total industry bucket of R&D spend and the total industry bucket of R&D headcount go down. Generally speaking, they've been flat now for a little while, but the industry's not contracted. So all that investment in new science that we saw during that bull run has, generally speaking, held up. That's what I would say is the biggest fundamental to keep an eye on for reason to hold optimism. Maybe I'm looking at this with rose-colored glasses.
No. I just to continue with that, perhaps as well, we're continuing this positive theme. You know, you mentioned the headcount staying the same. I mentioned record employment. You know, it's not a line chart that's going up like this, but technically we are at a new record of employment. The good news too is that we are coming out of the trough in terms of at least headcount, which ultimately will lead to commercial real estate demand. So if you look at United States biotechnology or employment in US biotechnology research and development companies, it was obviously on a tear, growing by about 20%. Actually, no, the figures are in 2022, the US grew about 29,000 jobs for US biotech R&D, okay? 2023, 0. Industry was flat. In the past 6 months, we've grown about 5,000 jobs. Long story short, there's some stability, or obviously stability behind the industry, but we've been through kind of that flatlining. We're coming out of that right now. So that's some extra, I guess, good news for where we stand.
How much does that lead to a good news 2025, or is that a little bit too exuberant?
Wait,
that's where
I know a guy.
Yeah.
Now, I might have to protect his identity. Let's just say his name rhymes with Schmian Schmanderson. He's been working for a long time on a model to sort of connect when we see early stage financing tick up and what follows that in terms of the industry's growth wave. Schmian, can you tell us anything more about
Yeah, I really can.
the secret model?
Thank you for setting me up on that.
Sure.
Well, this is the other good bit of news, if you will, is that, I mean, it's intuitive. We've talked about this in some of our research, but it's becoming, it's becoming pretty clear where we're headed, I would say right now. Having said that, and if Nancy's going to put us with predictions, that is so tough with some of the things going on in the world right now, obviously. But putting some of those aside, I mean, it is clearly historically venture capital funding has led increases in headcount, increases in hiring in the life science industry, roughly 12 to 15, maybe 18 months. You can see this trend following its historic course of where it is right now, and if it continues the rate at which it's on right now, with venture capital funding slowly ticking higher, we may have 15,000 more biotech employees by the end of 2025. So as of right now, we're on the upswing. Obviously, there's people in the room, and we're in real estate. It's hard to overlook some of the oversupply. It's going to take a while to get out of that. But on the demand side, we're on the upswing, moving into and improving.
Yeah, I think, Alex, the blocking and tackling of the short-term view is that we're going to have to catch up with absorption for a little while to get our way out of this. And I think the conversations we hear from capital that's looking around the world for what will be next is already looking ahead. And so the reality is they've started to include in their basic math that the absorption cycle to catch up with this is going to work us through into the second half of 2025. Now, if that holds up and we can get through this, then we're going to be thinking about what the next wave of investments looks like, planning in 25 and looking at 26 and further. And I think if you look at where Philadelphia is as a biotech market today, that what will hold up, what will be a durable story, is that the multinationals already know about Philly, and they haven't all yet placed their bets in cell and gene. They're settling. It is settling down, but it isn't done, and it's certainly not decided. And as we see that continue to play out over time, your cost advantage as Philadelphia, you, the royal you, is a tremendous tale to tell juxtaposed with Boston. And I will give you something from the headlines. I'm not betraying any confidences here. This is a headline above the fold story, just to give you the contrast. Norges invested in a Boston properties deal in Boston, across the river, that was published at over $2,000 a foot. Philadelphia's competitive landscape will hold up, even if that corrects a bit. And everybody looked at that deal when they made it, at the sort of joint venture rate they bought into, and thought, everyone is still going to win, including Norges, in that deal, because the nature of the long-term leases involved, the tenants that they've got, everybody's still going to win at that rate, which, if you're a multinational looking at that math, thinking about where the markets are that are candidates for you based on the existing pool of talent, what's going to shake out in the continued sort of staking of flags in cell and gene spaces, Philadelphia is going to have a great story to tell over the medium and long haul.
Yeah, we could look at it just really quickly too. We're on this thing, where Philadelphia stands in the cycle, what's going to push it through, so on and so forth. We talked about some of the larger macro factors. If you look at our data through through mid 2024, end of June, a couple things that bounced out to me that were pretty showed Philadelphia favorably, especially if you compare it to the Boston and San Diego. It's a couple things. One is, I thought it was striking that Philadelphia, we're showing life sciences leases signed, whether it's renewals or new, for the first half of 2024 was just under 800,000 square feet, okay? That's more than what they did in San Diego. And I think we're less than half as big as San Diego, technically, by the amount of inventory we track. Boston signed, and San Francisco signed about 1.3 million square feet in leases. Okay, so we've signed a little under 800,000. Boston and San Francisco signed about 1.3 million square feet. Boston's 5 times the size of Philadelphia too. So not exactly boom, but that's a good number. That's showing some good activity here comparatively. Also, if you look at the amount of people looking for space, the amount of tenants, life sciences tenants looking for space in Philadelphia, one good way to compare it versus other markets is by looking at that amount of space and dividing it by its inventory. And so about, for every 10 square feet of life sciences space in Philadelphia, there's about 1 square foot of tenants looking for it right now. That's one of the highest of all the markets in the United States. So that equates to about 10% of its base is looking for space right now. Boston's about 3% right now. So there's some challenges just like every place, but on the whole, Philadelphia is on the right side of trends.
I just realized, Ian, what we are. We're kind of yin. I'm going to be yin or yang, and you're going to be the other. I don't know which one it is. But I have even more good news.
Are you going to quibble with
I'm going to quibble again.
Okay,
I have
good.
even more good news, Alex.
Yeah.
So I would say in 2021, we were dealing with lots of large requirements from users growing into their pipelines. And I would lump a bunch of cell and gene companies into that category. What that manufacturing requirement often looks like is 100 to 250,000 square feet, highly specialized use, very expensive space, highly refined and heavily regulated. When the capital markets hit the pause button, a whole bunch of those small cap biotechs paused those projects. We're seeing some of those come back onto the drawing board. And so as much as a 50 basis point cut was great, it's just the start. We need the environment to come back that allows them to use their own capital. Here's why I would argue that's even more important in the first half of 2025. They still have extremely limited self-financing options if they're going to build their own supply chain. So they're currently dependent more on the CMO category, sort of backfilling for that planning. If they're able to draw back to capital markets being open to them, having all that kind of flexibility available, we'll see a bunch of those planes land, and there are millions of square feet attached to 450 or so therapies in late-stage trials that will mean the world of difference to the whole industry. So I would still say we need another point or two to come off of the interest rate for some of that to open up, but there's $5 trillion plus sitting on the sideline waiting to move. So I think it's all going to be meaningful for us if we continue on that trend, provided there aren't any other, I don't know, black swan events, but I'm going to leave that to Yang over here. He's got the black swans on his radar.
So CBRE has pegged Philadelphia as a seventh largest market. Jen ranks Philadelphia as sixth this past summer. It's up from seventh, by the way. And what's keeping it from the top, and how will it ultimately at least progress, if not reach Bostonian heights?
You threw the first one at me. Well, there's a couple things off the top because he's just going to sit there and put it in my lap first. But
here's how I was going to do that. I was ready for this one, Nancy. I was going to say,
we got 21 seconds. Too,
Ian and I were just talking about this. Ian,
it's not getting easier for a Northeast city to compete. Okay, let alone northern Midwest state. The southern states, I can't believe I'm talking about northern versus southern, but it is. The Texases, the Floridas, the North Carolinas are as aggressive as ever. There's so much momentum towards them. They don't have the same cluster effect that Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia offers, Kendall Square offers, but it's just still going to be hard to compete. Policymakers need to be as aggressive as they've ever been to continue the momentum we have. So that's one thing they're going to have to do to keep rising in those.
I'm going to go off the map a little bit with a nuanced ingredient. I still have the perception, and maybe it's wrong, I stand to be corrected, and anybody here that wants to throw tomatoes at this supposition, I welcome. I still have the perception that capital formation here is less than what it should be and less than what it needs to be. And if that's the case, you need some intervening events. And I'll give you an example. I was one of 5 or so principal co-authors of Maryland's angel investor rebate. It was not a credit. It was money back on your taxes. And so I think little levers like that you can pull to encourage new capital to come in changes it affects a delta. In other words, you can't be happy with the organic growth rate of domestic capital. You've got to intervene in a way that forms new capital that wouldn't otherwise be here. Whether that's discounting the treasury residency of big PE firms or what have you. Those levers are available. If you really want that, I'd say that's up to obviously people in different pay grades. Maybe we should visit Governor Shapiro, but they're available.
So is it a matter of incentives? Because I know earlier speaker said that, stay tuned and there's stuff in the works for this state.
Yeah, for sure. If you were going to, try and create, I think somebody mentioned the matched funding mechanism for venture. That's hugely important.
But Matt's right. The incentives are they help, certainly. But man, if we had some more of that money, serious venture capital located in Philadelphia. I mean, look at Boston and San Francisco. Just the amount of money sloshing around those two markets.
That's true.
And able to just grow companies is huge.
I would say, too, Alex, sort of related to all that, if you look at, these are outlier events. I don't want to say the mega rounds are a basis. They're not a foundation because they're true outliers. But if you look at Mark Tessier-Levine going to Zera and then getting $1 billion from Arch, I think it happened actually the other way. He was recruited by Arch to go lead Zera with $1 billion. So the related events. Arch could have done that anywhere. And I think, the venture capital pool that's here, let me get wonky for just a second, will lead to endogenous growth theory. We really want to know about endogenous growth theory. It's Paul Romer at Stanford. Sorry. Apologies.
That's right.
But
no,
you need to grow your own local success while you attract some smokestacks from around the world. So those things have to happen simultaneously. And if you're going to actually create an inorganic increase in local growth, it would have to come from more formation, new enterprise formation, new ideation, and new capital formation.
Great. And just winding it down, because what do you see over this fall and into 2025?
Can I be Yin, or do you want to be Yin?
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you think.
I think the amount of increase that we've seen in early stage funding is the best sign that we could hope for. Obviously, we need interest rates to come down. We need that sidelines capital to come back in. But the NewCo activity is very high, coast to coast. And that is the best sign for the industry that we haven't given up. There's a little contraction. That was a normal sort of cycle. But essentially, the industry will still be there when the environment comes back for it.
What are we expecting 2025? Well, listen, the heroic conclusion here is we've bottomed. Yeah. Almost with every indicator, think about every metric for the industry, even in commercial real estate, we've bottomed. It's all, I would say it's almost all upside from here. Having said that, vacancy, there's going to be probably more vacant space at the end of 2025. And that's going to be the only thing facing this market. And probably, it's going to be hard to see a lot of the silver linings when you have that kind of overhang, this oversupply we're still going to have to deal with. So, but on everything else is bottomed. Employment, demand, funding,
risk capital.
We'll have to see where rents exactly go. They don't fluctuate a whole lot, but we do know that vacancies, there's going to be more vacancy by the end of 2025 than there is now.
I know this isn't Philadelphia, but if you didn't watch, this was last Halloween, so it's almost been 12 months. If you didn't watch the CRISPR hearing on their successful application, it's basically an all-day hearing on Halloween last year. Obviously very memorable because of the day. But the first half of the hearing was reviewing the data. And when the FDA proponent reviewer asked the sponsor, what kind of side effects did you see? The CRISPR guy says, we didn't have any. And the FDA reviewer said, what about on a second dose? And he said, we've never had to give one. This was a cure. So I think we're just at the beginning. Obviously, that's not a Philadelphia story, CRISPR, not here. CRISPR refined a number of things we were working on in cell and gene for the whole industry. But I think this is still just the very beginning. And that's why Philadelphia's tale is yet to be written, really, for the fulfillment of the cell and gene promise. But it's so exciting, it will change everything.
And we'll wait and see how that story gets written over the next few months and into 2025. So our time is up, unfortunately. But Matt, Ian, thank you for spending the last half hour and sharing your thoughts with our folks here.
Thanks,
and
Alex.
Take care.
Thanks, Alex. It was good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Do we exit the stage left?
Thanks, guys. That was a great panel. Okay, well, thank you all for sticking with us through this entire thing. Everybody gets to have a drink and some good eats now, so enjoy.